Thank you very much indeed to Stuart and Sam. It is, of course, Viaplay Cup second round weekend. 5 teams already through. Aberdeen did so on Friday night. Yesterday afternoon, Rangers, Ross County, Livingston and St Mirren all made progress. 3 more ties, 3 more names going into the hat for the draw for the quarterfinals, which we will bring you live later on in the day. So Hearts against Partick Thistle, Hibernian Raith Rovers, and at 3, Kilmarnock against Celtic. Full live coverage coming up.
Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland.
It is League Cup 21 for Celtic Football Club as they win yet another trophy.
The Scottish League Cup.
He shoots, he scores!
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Outstanding! Outstanding!
Kilmarnock versus Celtic.
As we've seen, loads of Premier League clubs have struggled. It's just about getting through.
Celtic's all about winning and winning in a style, so that never changes.
Heart of Midlothian versus Partick Thistle.
It's early on in the season. It's a time where we've got players coming in, trying to get used to the system, trying to get used to what we want to do.
As we always do, we'll aim to win. Nobody wants to get beat. I don't think anybody ever wants to lose any games.
We said Partick Thistle were starting to grow into the game, and they've struck.
Hibernian versus Raith Rovers.
It's a game of football. There's a lot can happen in a game of football, isn't there? As we know, sendings off and early goals, late goals, scoring goals. There's so many factors, and that's why we love it so much.
I love this competition. I think we're here to show our supporters how good we can be. And it's turned in to the back of the net.
This is Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
So good afternoon and a very warm welcome indeed from me, Richard Gordon. 3 ties to come. The capital clashes, both kicking off at 2 o'clock, and then Kilmarnock against Celtic. So we'll be across Hearts against Partick Thistle, Hibernian against Raith Rovers, kind of mini open all mics if you like. We'll build up to Rugby Park as well, and then we will have full live commentary from what could be an intriguing clash in Ayrshire. Whatever happens in any of the games, you'll hear about it first right here on Sports Sounds from BBC Radio Scotland. Already been live football action this morning, of course, and congratulations to Spain, who have won the Women's World Cup with a 1-0 victory against England in the final of the competition in Australia. So much celebrating going on there. The team just about to be presented with a trophy. There's SWPL action this afternoon as well. We'll keep you across those matches. Glasgow City are playing Partick Thistle. They've just gone up ahead 1-0 in that one, and Hibernian are 3-0 up against Montrose Ladies. 4 other ties to come. The scores will be updated over the course of the afternoon. But let's go first to Tynecastle. Hearts against Partick Thistle. There we can get the team news from Alan Preston.
Yeah, Richard, the team news is quite interesting for Hearts. Have made 6 changes after that fabulous result on Thursday night. Out go Atkinson, Kingsley, Devlin, Denham, Boyce and Oda. In come new signing Odell Ofaya, Sibic, Nuanoff, Vargas, Lowry and Mackay. So they'll line up Clark in the goals, a back 4 of Ofaya, Kent, Rowles and Cochrane, Sibic and Nuanoff sitting, then a midfield 3 of Vargas, Lowry and Mackay with Shankland up front. For Thistle, it's 1 change, lying out, McInroy in. So they'll go Mitchell in the goals, back 4 of McMullen, Muirhead, Williams and Milne, Lawless, Williamson, Bannigan and Fitzpatrick, McInroy and Graham. And the referee for this one, Richard, is John Beaton. I
would imagine still a real sense of exhilaration in the air. That was a wonderful night for Hearts, wasn't it?
It was a great night, Richard. When you go 3-1 down on aggregate after 4 minutes and you're fearing the worst. But what a turnaround it was. And speaking to 1 or 2 guys, even press guys, that have said that they've never seen an atmosphere like it at Tynecastle, and you know what it's like. It can be really frenetic at times, but Thursday night was a special night for everyone. But it's back to really tough game today against a Queen's Park side that topped their group.
Partick Thistle.
Partick Thistle side, sorry, that topped their group. 2 wins, 2 draws, Dundee United in the group. So Chris Doolan had a fabulous run as the Partick Thistle manager, getting them to the playoff final, and they should have won it if the truth be known. Great comeback from Ross County. He lost a few players, but he's brought a few in as well. This is going to be a really difficult tie for Hearts today. I really think when you look at it, Raith Rovers at Easter Road, Hibs coming back from their travels, and Hearts on the high, so many changes. Thistle and Raith Rovers have got a real opportunity today.
Yeah, we'll come to Raith in just a moment. I'm just looking at that Thistle team. I saw a lot of them last season, Alan. It's a very familiar, couple of new faces if you like, but essentially it's a very familiar side from the one.
experienced.
Yeah, and had a lot of good results, particularly under Chris. I mean, Ian McCall had lots of good results in the first half of the season too, but certainly Chris picked up the baton.
He did, and he's done a really good job. And Ian brought most of the players in, if not them all. And then Chris ran with them and got them to the playoffs, which was great for them. So close to being in the Premiership. But again, I think Brian Graham, he just seems to get better with age. Every time you see him, he's a nuisance. He'll cause, I would imagine, Kent and Rowles all sorts of concern today with his aerial ability. And I know that he's delighted to get young Kerr McInroy in from Kilmarnock on loan. He's happy with him. He knows that he's a midfield player with energy that can get in the box and score goals. Lawless always impresses me.
Yeah.
He's a great, lovely left foot. Fitzpatrick has been brilliant for Thistle. Wherever he's playing, and I just think they're a real good side, very experienced, and it'll be very difficult today for this Hearts team, which has never played together.
I mean, it is a very, very different looking Hearts lineup. Let's hear a bit more about Hearts' thoughts going into this one. It's Stephen Naismith on media duties with Brian.
First of all, 6 changes from Thursday night. Is that down to fatigue, thinking about the game today and on Thursday? What is it about?
First of all, it's about we've managed to build a good squad who we think can all contribute, and I think that's probably the biggest thing that we've tried to do when we've signed players. There's no players just to fill jerseys or fill spots within the squad. It's about guys who can actually come and help and improve each other and push each other. So that was the main focus behind our selection. In terms of where we're at in the season, you go through pre-season, you then have not played many competitive games, you then get a lot of games crammed into a short period of time, so there is an element of the exertions of Thursday night on some of the players would have been high. I think you even maybe seen that in the Kilmarnock home game, that at spells there was a bit of flatness, and it's very important to have a freshness and a drive and players who can create a tempo, because especially at home teams come and see that it's a difficult place to come, and first thing they'll be saying is try to quiet the crowd and things like that. So we need to make sure we've got the right players on the pitch that can prevent that and show a level of performance that's going to help us win the game.
We know that the football calendar is very busy now, but this time of year is very important for the teams, particularly those with European aspirations. Rosenborg for last week, for example, their game was postponed, but Hearts had to play. You having to play today ahead of a game against the Greeks on Thursday night. Is there more that can be done to help teams who have these aspirations and at the end of the day are also trying to promote Scottish football, not only in Scotland but throughout Europe?
Without a doubt, there's things that could be done better without going into all the details. I think on the face of it you can see that, like the example of Rosenborg don't play at the weekend. Yes, we go through, but it's the impact that it then has further down the line. Maybe for the Thursday night we cope, we get there and we do it, but as a country we need to, I think short term we've seen the coefficient being high has helped us have 5 teams with a chance of playing in Europe. That's amazing, fantastic for Scottish football, fantastic for the teams, fantastic to get players to the league, and as a whole it's so much. We have a young player that Aidan Denham starts the game. That's going to do him personally brilliant, but then his next aspiration is to get about the Scotland national teams and push on. So every part of it, there's an element that helps up the more Scottish teams been in Europe. So
can you go to the leagues and possibly SFA and ask for help?
I think it's something that as a country we do need to look at a bit better, and whether it's something that's put in place that regardless of who it is or whatever teams qualify for Europe, if that's put in the structure and we deal with it later on, maybe when there's a bit more time in the season to reschedule the games for, then it'll definitely help. I'm not privy to all the ins and outs of what weeks are free in calendars and stuff like that, but we need to make sure we give every Scottish team the best opportunity to progress in Europe.
Thanks, Stephen. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's really interesting, isn't it? And interesting too, Alan, having that kind of conversation off the back of what was a successful midweek for Scottish football, because it's easy to go, oh, we've lost again, it's all down to the authorities, but actually it is the right time to be putting that case forward, isn't it?
It is, without a doubt. I said it on Thursday when I was at the game and found out that Rosenborg didn't play at the weekend. Their association is helping them, wanting them to help with the coefficient, wanting them to help with the team. to get through, and it's great for the league if they do. So it's something that we certainly need to look at. Do we look at giving teams, a one-off chance to say, right, you can cancel a game at the weekend if you're in Europe, you can only do it once. Even that's just a start. But we've had this conversation for years. I remember when Rangers got to the UEFA Cup final.
And talking of Rangers, PSV have had their fixture in between the two qualifiers. They've had that postponed.
Well, there you go. Other countries seem to be doing it to try and help their teams. And I think that we should. I think Celtic would maybe want it as well. I'm sure Aberdeen would. Richard Hearts, Hibs. We want to try and do as well as we can in Europe and give them every opportunity, because it's great for our country. Our national team's flying just now, and we need our clubs to fly as well. But they need help. We certainly need help from the association to say, right, this is what we're looking at. And if we can do that, it would be a wonderful thing for them.
Alan, why wouldn't they not postpone a game?
I think it's dates. I think it's maybe timing.
Sorry, that's Pat Bonner.
Sorry,
everyone will have recognised the voice, but I just feel it's incumbent on me to mention who you are. We all know Pat Bonner.
Sorry, Richard,
but no, absolutely.
I think it's that, Pat.
But we've had this in the past, Alan. They say, there's no space in the calendar.
And then he finds space.
Actually, you look at the calendar and you find there is space. There's clearly space in the calendar.
And we're having a winter break, I believe, as well. So, I don't know what they do, Richard, but I think they've got to look at it. And it's all front-loaded, really, because our Hearts and Aberdeen Aberdeen will be going in Europe till Christmas, but are they going to continue after that? I sincerely hope they do. But if they don't, it's all sort of front-loaded at the start of the season. We hope Celtic get through, Rangers. I hope all the teams in Europe do well. But if you're being honest, most of it's probably front-loaded at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So that gives you plenty of time to try and sort the games out that you're looking to postpone.
It's an interesting topic. We don't have an awful lot of time to develop it any further, but it would be, I think all football fans would like to see the clubs being supported, because it does. I mean, I just thought midweek there, and certainly Thursday night, with the two teams, Hibernian and Hearts, both going through at the same time. Pat, I mean, it almost felt like back in the 80s when we did have significant representation in Europe, and we often had 4 or 5 teams playing on the same night, and quite often all winning.
And it's unbelievable when that happens. It's great. It's great for everybody involved in the league, and for teams to do so well and winning, as you rightly say, Richard. That's the key. But it's been so difficult for teams to get through the qualification rounds early on. We've seen a progression of teams getting knocked out early on in the qualification round, and of course it's down now to the coefficient and getting to a point. And Celtic and Rangers have done that very, very well, and the rest of the teams have benefited from it and made that long continue. But the other teams have got to step up now. That's the other point. They've got to step up and do the business themselves too when they get the opportunity, and it causes a bit of pressure on the managers. They have to build a squad, because it's not easy to have a squad that's playing your league and week in, week out in the league, and then having to go to Europe, travel, all those things. So it does create demand on the clubs, but that's, if you want to be in the big time in Europe, you've got to then go and really get yourself organised and spend the money, unfortunately, and take the consequences thereafter, because European football is fantastic, and it's fantastic for everybody concerned.
Right, let's
and
move,
for the players,
we are going to have to move on, because of course 2 o'clock kickoffs to look forward to included in that. Hibernian against Wraith Rovers. Team news from Rory Loy.
Yes, indeed, Richard. Good afternoon. Lee Johnson makes 6 changes from the impressive 2-2 draw against Luzerne in Switzerland. That means they qualify to play Aston Villa in a 2-legged tie for group stage European football. As for today, Miller, Fish, Stevenson, Newell and Venti drop to the bench, while Dylan Levitt misses out with what looked like a very nasty ankle injury. The men tasked with replacing them are Jago, Lefondra, Obita, Doige, Harbottle and Megwa, so they line up 4-2-3-1, Marshall in the goals, a back 4 of Megwa, Harbottle, Hanlon and Obita. Campbell and Jago will sit in front. Midweek heroes Boyle and Johan will provide the width on the flanks, whilst Doige and Lefondra are tasked with scoring the goals up the top end of the pitch. As for visitors, Wraith Rovers, they will need to emulate 2014 performance, a 3-2 win the last time they won here at Easter Road. Sam Stanton, now of Wraith Rovers, scored for Hibs that day. A decade later he lines up for the Rovers against them. They make 2 changes from the weekend's 3-2 home win against Morton. Out go Jack Hamilton and Dylan Easton, in comes Sean Byrne and club captain Scott Brown. Ian Murray goes 4-1-4-1 with Dabrowski in the goals, a back 4 of Millen, Watson, Murray and Dick. Sitting in front of them is aforementioned Sam Stanton, with Mullen, Byrne, Brown and Smith across the middle, and Lewis Vaughan up top, and today's referee is Nick Walsh.
It's been a really strong start to the season for Wraith Rovers, hasn't it, Rory? Unbeaten in 6, and Hibernian, well, they have that attacking flair. They're still a little bit unpredictable.
Yes, I think that's an understatement. I watched them perform so well midweek in Luzerne, and I'm coming here today and I'm thinking I'm not sure how this will go. You would imagine Hibs are favourites to come out on top. Of course, they're at home, they're playing against a team in the Championship. However, I would have to pretty much copy and paste all of Alan's concerns across the city at Tynecastle and implement them here. Hibs have had it tough, 6 changes. It's never easy to make that amount of changes for things to be fluent straight away. And I also think Wraith Rovers are a very, very good footballing side. I've seen them a couple of times this season. They've got good football players from middle to front. They've got experience at the back. They've got good delivery in Ross Millen. He's got a long throw as well, which could cause trouble, and that is part of Hibs' weakness, I must say, is defending balls into the box at times. They did it well for large periods during the week, but they are susceptible to them. I'm really looking forward. I think the big pitch and the condition of the pitch, which is beautiful, will suit Wraith Rovers. I don't think Hibs will have it all their way today, and I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, again, Wraith Rovers, not too many changes from last season again, so a lot of them, they play some really, really good football. You cannot help but feel that Sean Byrne will be an important addition for Ian Murray and his team. Let's hear from the Hibernian boss. It's Lee Johnson. He's been in conversation with Martin Dowden.
Lee, firstly, your team news, not unexpectedly, I think you've made 6 changes. What's the thinking there, and what are you looking for from the guys that come in?
Well, we're looking for energy, that big effort. Like when we play well, we play with energy. Sometimes it's off the ball and sometimes it's on the ball. So today, we need a lot of angle making, we need a lot of movement, we need a lot of ability on the ball, we need numbers in the box. So, we tried to put that out as best as we could. The boys have been great, it's been a really good trip away where we've come back with a result, and then you've got to get going again, and that's the beauty of I suppose being in all competitions at this stage, and trying to be successful in all competitions. And that's why I said in the media after that we haven't got a starting 11. This is a real squad that's got to make it a successful season for us.
I know you've touched on the demanding schedule you have. I heard the Rangers manager talking about it as well. Do you feel, in order to give you the best chance, that Scottish football really needs to look at this a bit more seriously and give you a better chance?
Well, absolutely, I'd like that. Listen, I'm not being negative against anybody within the organisational system of Scottish football. But what you've got to do is give your clubs the best possible chance. They talk about the coefficiency and all of those type things as well. But we have to be able to be fresh as possible, and they can help us on certain times for both league and cup. And that's the bit. Sometimes it feels like the mercy of the TV rights and the schedules and stuff like that. And in the end, you heard Guardiola talking about it down south, where it just causes injuries. And that's the thing, like clubs like us, we haven't got a big enough squad to be able to cope with 4 or 5 injuries. So we need as much as help as possible from our association to try and help us be competitive in Europe, as well as, the national side be competitive as well. And I think that it's the bigger picture piece for me. It's not just about Hibs and me sort of throwing the toys out the pram. It's more about the bigger picture piece that we've got to help our home sides as much as possible.
The demands are there. You've obviously had a really, really positive week there with that result midweek. What impact has that had on the squad in general ahead of another big midweek?
Well, there's certainly a feel-good factor. You got the feel-good factor of the result. You got the feel-good factor of we want our eyes on the prize today, which is obviously the quarterfinals if we get through, and it's a tough game today. There's players that are really keen to show themselves off. We've got Riley Harbottle and Kanayo Megwa, which is an academy product, which is fantastic playing today, and that's on merit as well, by the way. So we need to see them, and we need to see whether they can cope and strengthen our starting 11 and our squad at that first team level. And everybody's in good spirits, but we know it's been a roller coaster of a season so far, and we're only 2.5, 3 weeks in. So big game. The boys can play their way into my thoughts today with the changes that I've made for Wednesday. I think that's important for them to know that as well.
Lee Johnson in conversation with Martin Dowden, and hitting the same kind of theme as we heard from Stephen Naismith. So 2 o'clock kickoffs in both those matches. We hear both from Chris Doolan and Ian Murray shortly. let's just touch base with Rugby Park. We'll have live commentary there from 3. Al Lamont, Cammy Bell and Pat Bonner. It is Kilmarnock against Celtic, bringing the team news as soon as it comes to hand. Let's go to Cammy Bell first then. Cammy, Kilmarnock will be going into this one with a degree of confidence, surely, after the start of the season they've had.
Afternoon, Richard. Yeah, listen, Kilmarnock have started the season absolutely flying. A massive result against Rangers here at Rugby Park, a surprise to everyone. Everyone expecting the new look Rangers side to come here and probably walk over Kilmarnock, but again, you need to reflect on last season's home form. They were very, very good, really strong here. It was their away form that let them down last season. Derek McInnes has touched on that they need to get better away from home, which again, they got a good point last week at Tynecastle. But I think this is going to be a really tough tie for Celtic here today. It's a warm day, it's actually very windy, a little bit of a breeze as well, which is going to dry up this AstroTurf pitch, so it won't suit Celtic. They like to move the ball fast, they like to play at high intensity, and Kilmarnock will look to try and reduce their opportunities like they did against Rangers. The goalkeeper in Kilmarnock didn't really have that many saves to make that night, and they'll be looking to do the same again today, and they're full of confidence, and they'll be relishing this game today.
Do you expect, Pat, that Kilmarnock will have exactly the same approach to this one as they had against Rangers on day one of the league campaign?
Very much so. I think what Derek has brought into the team is a little bit of pace up front too in certain areas. He's gone with tried and trusted players he knows in those positions. He brought them in, Watkins, Matty Kennedy, and he will play probably with a 2 up front to stop Celtic from building the game from that deeper position, and he will try to press a little bit at times. But I think the bit that Derek is probably working hardest on is getting the defensive thing right and not losing goals and giving themselves a chance to stick in there. You've seen against Rangers where they defended quite well, they give themselves a chance, and then they got that goal late on, and that's what I think he wants to build here. He did talk about the 2 teams that he hadn't had success against was Celtic and Rangers. He's had success against Rangers. He'll be desperate to get us a result against Celtic here today. And then you're looking, if you knock out Celtic, you've got a chance then maybe to get to another final or a semi-final or whatever, and get success for your club. Celtic and in that hand will be interested to see what changes Brendan Rodgers makes. Will he change maybe the goalkeeper? Might do that. It'll be very, very interesting to see what comes out in the team lines.
Certainly will, and we will be back with the guys at Rugby Park shortly. Right, as we head towards 2 o'clock, we're going to hear now from the Partick Thistle manager, Chris Doolan, of course, taking his side to Tynecastle. He's been chatting with Brian.
Chris, it's a game I'm sure that you'll be looking to take some positive out of, with a place to quarter-finals up for grabs, but you're up against a Hearts team who'll be buoyant, of course, after Thursday night. What are your thoughts going into it?
Yeah, it's a big challenge, of course. You've seen over the weekend, there's not really been any upsets so far. You always want to be that team that causes the upset, but we understand what we're coming into. We understand that this is a big side and a big club, but for us it's about the way we go about things, the manner we go about things. I think you come to games like this, you play Premier League sides, your mentality is a big thing. You stand up, you be counted. When you win the ball back, you look after it. And I think in our side we have guys who do that. When we win the ball back, we've got quality players on the ball, we carry a threat, but also we've got guys who understand the game. We have to get in, protect the middle of the pitch. We can't open up too much. It's about staying in the game early doors, and make Hearts have to do something special to get through us. But I understand it's a tough challenge, but I still want us to have a threat going forward, because I'd still like to try and score a goal here.
What do you expect from Hearts, given the fact they've made so many changes, 6 in total I think it is?
Well, I was here during the week against Rosenborg.
What an atmosphere,
it was brilliant. It's brilliant. They'll obviously be delighted off the back of that, but you just had to look at their bench, and they've basically got a full squad, a full team there on the bench who they could change. So I knew they could make lots of changes. They could change as many or as little as they want. It just comes down to recovery, who they want to play, who they don't want to play. But ultimately for us, we can't affect what Hearts do. I can't affect what they do. I can affect our mentality and the way we go about things and our manner, and our style of play. And like I say, I think we've got the game plan that we're coming with, but it's obviously going to be difficult, we know that, but I still want us to, like I say, carry that threat. Taking care of the ball when you play Premiership sides is really important. If you're going to create chances to score goals, you've got to look after it, but effectively you've got to choke the middle of the pitch. You've got to choke across the end of our box, midfielders get back and help that, centre back squeeze the game up as well, and I want us to be like that. I want us to be on the front foot, but also that security as well to make sure, like I said, Hearts then have to do something special. You can't gift them anything, and they're too good a side for that.
You made just the one change today. Does that tell us you're reasonably content with the way that things have been going so far this season?
I think just in terms of, you know, making radical changes takes time, it takes a lot of work. You have to settle new things down, and I don't think it's a game when you come to a team that's just come out of Europe to make radical changes where people don't really know their jobs and don't really know their roles in the team. So I felt as if, you know, sometimes it's better that people know their roles, and like I say, you just adapt and you just tweak small things in terms of the way you do your role, with and without the ball, instead of making those radical changes. Yes, we weren't happy the way we played last week. We can put that right today with a better performance, better mentality and a good reaction. So like I said, we still carry a threat going forward, but we understand that we have to do better than we did last week, that's for sure.
Well, that last week was the defeat to Adronians, the only defeat that Chris Doolan and his team have suffered so far this season. Can they pull off an upset at Tynecastle? Will be right across that game. Hearts against Partick Thistle. Will also be at Easter Road, of course. Hibernian against Wraith Rovers. We've heard from Lee Johnson. Let's get the pre-match thoughts of the Rovers boss, Ian Murray.
Ian, obviously on a personal level, nice to be back here at Hibernian, but business to be done. How do you intend to hurt Hibernian today?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Stadium's looking in great condition, pitch is in great condition, nice weather as well, so it's all the makings of a good game between two decent sides. We've belief in ourselves to come here and play well. That's a message to my players today. Forget about scorelines, let's go and play well, let's go and show everybody how good we can be individually and as a unit.
Hibs obviously a tough schedule, that has an impact on line-up as well. What do you expect from them given the demands they've had and the challenges they've already faced this season?
Yeah, it's been obviously a very productive week for Hibs, and done exceptionally well to go to Switzerland and get the draw, and then a huge game on Wednesday night against Aston Villa. But I'm always a firm believer next game is most important. A few changes for Hibs in the line-up, but still very good players, still got plenty of quality with space in wide areas, plenty of pace. But yeah, look, professional footballers have got to do a job, and they're well paid to do a job, and I expect them to be at it.
You're obviously playing a team a level above. How big a gap do you see there, if at all?
Yeah, I think there is a gap in terms of the whole league and the quality, but in a one-off game, anything can happen. We went down to Rugby Park in the group stages of the League Cup and played very, very well. Unfortunate not to win the game in 90 minutes. We know every game is different. We know we're going to have to play really well here today to take anything from the game in terms of getting to extra time or winning it in 90 minutes. But we've got good players. We've had a good start to the season. We've been fairly solid. We've scored a lot of goals. Today it'll be harder, obviously, to get into areas that we think we can hurt Hibs, but we'll do our best.
Given the good start you've had, do you, when you come to a place like this, change anything or just stick to the fundamentals?
We've tweaked our system a little bit just in terms of being a bit more secure in the middle of the park. We're a wee bit unfortunate. Big Jack Hamilton has missed the last 2 days of training with tonsillitis. We didn't actually expect him to be here today, which maybe changed our thinking a little bit as well. But it's great to have him on the bench anyway in case we need him. But again, he's nowhere near fully fit, so we've got to be careful with that. We just got to come here, and pass the ball. That's my message to the players as well. Pass the ball with quality and tempo, and we'll see what happens.
What impact would it make on the club generally if you were to get through this?
Yeah, huge, financially massive. In the next round's where the real big money is. This is great to be here, obviously, and get through the group stages. And see, we brought 1,650 fans today. We want to do it for them as well. If we can get them another special occasion, then great.
Thanks, Ian. Good luck. Cheers, mate.
Ian Murray, there you go, Martin Dowden's mate, as he looks ahead to what will be a big afternoon at Easter Road. Rory's there, of course, Rory Loy. We heard Ian just talking there about his hopes for the game and the type of football that he likes to play. Both of the managers of the lesser lights this afternoon, I suppose, the unfancied teams, they've got to look at this and think their chances are enhanced by both the Premiership sides having made half a dozen changes, Rory?
Yes, well, they're not going to say that outwardly. I think the fact that they've played 2 midweek games in Europe will have an effect on the team. I think that's shown. Hibs played St Mirren here and were beaten. I know they hadn't played in Europe before then, however they knew they had a game coming up that midweek. So I do think it's extremely difficult for clubs like Hibs and Hearts to manage their squads at times like this. And Richard, let's be honest here. If you've got 3 games, you've got one at home at Wraith Rovers, you've got one away to Luzerne, and you've got one against Aston Villa, it's only human instinct and to look at those bigger games and try and plan around those games, and that is exactly what Ian Murray will be looking at, thinking, do you know what, we've got a right chance today. Coupled with the fact, I don't want to take anything away from Wraith Rovers, Richard, because I think if they turn up and play well, they've got a chance anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put it just down to the fact that it's a perfect storm for them. But did I hear Ian Murray say that Big Jack Hamilton, as he called him, had missed the last couple of games?
Yes.
He played last week and scored. So I don't know what's going on there, but unless my absent things are...
He did say it, Jack Hamilton.
Yeah, he'd missed the last couple of games. He scored last week.
Unless what he meant was he's missed the last couple of days in training, perhaps.
Ah, right, possibly.
He might have meant that.
I was thinking I've got my team news all wrong then if I'm telling them Jack Hamilton's been dropped to the bench, but yeah, he definitely played last week.
Yeah, I'm just looking up. In fact, he scored and got yellow carded in that game, and he played the previous week against Partick Thistle.
Maybe I misheard, but I'm pretty sure he did say that.
He did. He absolutely did say that. Okay. Had a little bit of confusion in the high in the stand there at Easter Road. So if Ian Murray feels that his team, whether he's going to say it publicly or not, has got a real chance, Chris Doolan, Alan, will he be feeling likewise given all those changes to the Hearts lineup, despite what he said earlier on about that Hearts squad?
Yeah, Richard, it has to come here with confidence. His team are, from the end of last season and even the beginning of this in the League Cup, topped their group, so they're on a good bit of form at the moment. Hearts, this team, as I touched on earlier, have never played before, and it's still new to North from Australia. Fire's making his debut today. Vargas just flew in like a couple of weeks back. So these guys are coming in today and they don't know what to expect, really. So it's a chance for Thistle, very experienced Partick Thistle side here. And when the draw was made, and I'm thinking, I don't want Thistle, because I think Thistle could cause Hearts all sorts of concern. I think this is going to be a really, really interesting game, like Rory over at Easter Road.
Yeah.
This could go a long way as well. It could go, extra time, etc. But we'll see. The teams are out, both getting their photographs taken at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to this one. It should be an absolute cracker. I've got to say that the Thistle support that's come through is magnificent. All but sold out their end. I think they probably have, by the looks of it. So great support for Partick Thistle through here today in Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think most of us probably share Alan's thoughts in the sense that both these games are very similar. Hearts against Partick Thistle, Hibernian against Raith Rovers. Both the championship sides having made very decent starts to the season. And of course these extra demands placed on Hearts and Hibernian with the European ties, only just in the early part of the campaign. But of course it will ultimately begin to put a pressure on the squad. We'll keep you right across those matches to be kicking off shortly. We've got live commentary to come at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock against Celtic. We can hear from Brendan Rodgers, who's live with Al Lamont.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, the Celtic manager joins me now, pitch side. Brendan, it strikes me that given the way Kilmarnock have started this season, this is as tough a test probably as you could have got in this round. Would you agree?
Yeah. Coming obviously to here, it's never easy. Despite sometimes the scoreline might look at that at times, but you always have to work really hard in the games. And like you say, you see Derek's team how they started here against Rangers and away at Hearts. So yeah, it's going to be a game we have to be really strong in and be defensively good in, but obviously then show our quality when we have the ball.
It's Kilmarnock's 7th game of the season, just your 3rd. I was just wondering whether you found the lack of European qualifiers, which you've always had in your previous time here, is that generally speaking still a positive though, not having to have those games as well as your early league games?
Yeah, 100%. We'd rather have the more games as the season goes through. I think it gives us a chance to work, and I don't think it settles down really until the window shuts. That's the reality, because there might be still some players move on, maybe some more players come in, but in the meantime you have to work towards your performance level, building that up and look to get results at the same time.
And talking of players who have come in, Gustav Lagerbielke not long in the door but straight into the team. Obviously he's helped by the fact that he's been mid-season Sweden, so you've got no qualms about putting him straight into your starting 11.
No, he's been playing, so he's up to speed physically and played in games, so he's in a good place. Unfortunately we lost Stephen, whilst that sort of probably made us have to play him. Ideally maybe I wouldn't have played him and just give him a couple of days to settle, but unfortunately Stephen picked up a ligament injury, which was unfortunate just in training, and he'll be out for 3 to 4 months. But so it's a chance for Gustav to come in, and as I said, he's a player that it's a great introduction for him.
And also I think making his first start is Odin Holm. You've obviously liked what you've seen of him so far.
Yeah, been very good in training and the appearances he's had in the first team, so still a very young player, but again he's used to playing on these types of surfaces as well back home, so coming into here it's no big drama for him, but no, he's been excellent. I think he's a player that's got a big future at the club. Technically very good. He's got an edge to his game, and he moves well, gives us that energy. So it's a chance for us to see him under pressure.
And just finally, it's a competition that has served you pretty kindly. I think you won it 3 times previously. The club have won it 6 out of the last 7, so it's clearly imperative you try and keep that up.
Yeah, I think if I go back to my first spell here, and obviously all the records that followed after that, it all started with this competition, and that's why it's such an important competition for us as a football club, because it was the start of an incredible run of victories in a world record treble situation. So I think any competition that Celtic's in, you want to be good in it, and you want to give everything you can to win it. And of course, it's a special one for myself, having been the first trophy that I won as a Celtic manager. So it's very important. We want to get into the next round, but we'll have to earn it.
Thanks, Brendan. We wish you well this afternoon.
Good man. Thank you.
Brendan Rodgers live with Al. We'll hear from Derek McInnes before too long as well. A little bit later on, we can look back on the action from Friday night and yesterday, as 5 sides booked their places in the quarter-final draw. We'll have that live for you at the conclusion of these matches, already through Aberdeen, Rangers, Ross County in a 7-goal thriller against the Adronians. Livingston are through, and of course St Mirren, fine win for them. What a start to the campaign Stephen Robinson and his team have enjoyed. The action is already up and running at Tynecastle. Alan Preston.
It's been a really good start from Hearts. They've been playing in the Partick Thistle half. Richard, the whole of the opening 3 minutes have just forced a corner. Odell O'Fire's getting forward one side, Cochrane on the other. It's great to see Barry Mackay back. He's done well on Thursday night, and young Lowry getting a start, so it's an opportunity for him. But it's been a really good start from Hearts, right on the front foot. Thistle can't get out at the moment,
and that's exactly what they would have wanted, isn't it, given all those changes?
Yeah, it would have been, and they're playing at a tempo which is Thistle at the moment are struggling to cope with. Everyone is back, as you can imagine, in the Thistle box for the corner. They can't get out, and Hearts are just hemming them in just now, but still 0-0, 4 minutes on the clock.
So goalless there, and similar scoreline across the capital at Easter Road, Rory.
Yes, indeed, Richard. Likewise, it's the home side who have started well here. A couple of minutes in, Josh Campbell looked up and saw that run from Martin Boyle. He just hangs on the shoulder of the last defender at times, and Campbell chipped a lovely ball over the top, and Boyle took a funny bounce. He wasn't able to control it as quickly as he would have liked, and he had a shot which was blocked, and from the resultant corner, Dabrowski punched well. It's been all Hibs in terms of possession. That's been the only real opportunity, but they look up for this Hibs. I was chatting to Paul Hanlon in the airport in Switzerland on the way home, and he'd said he understands just how good a side Raith Rovers are, and I think he was letting the guys know who aren't familiar maybe with Scottish football at this point just how tough a game it would be, and no complacency.
So goalless in those matches. Hearts against Partick Thistle, Hibernian against Raith Rovers. We've got the team news from, in fact, did Brendan Rodgers run through there? I'm not sure that he actually did. Al, I think, is just preparing it, so he'll have that ready in about 20 minutes or so. What did you make, Pat, of what Brendan Rodgers had to say? He was making clear the importance of the game.
Yes, he was, and I think this competition, he's absolutely right, has given them momentum to go on and have the success every season, and especially if you're in Europe and it's not going quite well for you, having another competition that you're getting the semi-finals, finals and winning it, that just before Christmas almost gets you going, and that has taken maybe the bad look off to European maybe failures at times, and that. So it is an important competition. I think it's an important competition for Celtic because they are the holders. Really sad to hear about young Stephen Welch, by the way, out for now for 3 or 4 months, and I'd high hopes for Stephen under Brendan Rodgers because he likes him. I think he likes the manager also, and he could have now with obviously the injury to Cardiff, he could have stepped in there and consolidated him, but to get that injury now is a real blow to the young man. But then listen, that's why they've gone to the market again. They've brought in a new player. Will be really interesting to see. That's a new combination centre halves, and how then the relationship with the goalkeeper and the midfielders and how that will pan out today. That'll be a really interesting one for us on this pitch also, which is dry. We know it's dry. I was coming down through Fenwick today, and there was a little bit of rain just in the air, and I'm saying I'm sure the Celtic players would love that to come down in bucketfuls, because when there's a dry pitch down here, it does affect the way that you pass, the speed that you pass the ball. And Celtic like to pass the ball off their first, second touch, get the ball away quickly, move it around the pitch and make the opposition work. And if that's hampered in any way whatsoever, it gives Kilmarnock a chance.
Pat Brendan was saying last week about the Aberdeen pitch being long. It's not going to be that problem today.
It won't be,
that can't grow.
It won't be long, but it'll be sticky, Alan. You know what it's like. And I was just talking to Cammy about it. He played on this pitch down here, and he's had his few injuries. I'm not saying that's the cause of it, but in saying that, I don't know whether players enjoy it. I was asked a couple of weeks ago, what would you change in Scottish football? I'm sorry, but that's one thing that I would change in the top end of Scottish football, to get rid of these artificial pitches. And I'm sure Derry McInnes and the managers and the players would like to be on a grass pitch. And this was brilliant down here, Alan. This was a brilliant pitch.
you are preaching to the converted in terms of Alan Preston. There's no doubt with that. When it comes to you can understand the benefit, and look, there are benefits for top flight clubs as well, Alan, but absolutely down the leagues, it's an important source of revenue as much as anything else.
And it is, and I totally get it. And even with Livingston in the Premiership as well, it's training facilities for them. And for some of the younger boys as well, don't have to fork out. No one's got any money, Richard. It's a real struggle for them. But Kilmarnock was one of the best pitches in Scotland. It was magnificent.
It was marvellous, Alan. I played on that as an apprentice. I did my apprenticeship there 16 to 18. I used to love when I was picked to play in the reserves on a Monday night, because you were playing on a bowling green. It was really, really good to play on. The groundsman there, Gal, as well, who I know well, he's very good at his job and things, and I think it was a source of frustration for him as well, because he kept that pitch, as you say, Alan, pristine.
They had an air system under it as well, for a period of time when it was pouring the rain. This air system used to dry it up. It was brilliant.
It was a brilliant pitch. I know Billy Bowie is obviously I think they've purchased a piece of land to try and get a training ground together, and I think that's whole part of the plan, that they will go back to grass eventually here at Rugby Park, and it would be great to see that if they get a training pitch in place. But again,
I think that's too far away.
I think you're right, Alan, which is great, because I know that the guys behind the scenes have really developed this stadium, the infrastructure of the club as well. It's really going forward, so if they can get a grass pitch back here, I think it would benefit everyone.
Cammy was actually talking about a new system we would love to see in here, where water would come from underneath the pitch to come up and keep it damp.
No, my idea was, listen, it was always going through my head that I've played on many AstroTurfs where they can water it as much as they want. See, there's a bit of wind, within 10 minutes the pitch is absolutely bone dry. And I always thought, do you know what, if there was a moisture system underneath, and if it just came through and it kept the pitch a lot slicker,
it's one for Dragon's Den, Cammy.
I was going to say, is this something that you have done
got the money to invest in this?
Scientific research into? Well, I mean, if it's going to be ripped up and a grass pitch put down, I guess they probably won't be looking to do that. But you can understand the benefits of having that kind of scenario. In terms of well, Al, you do have the team news ready, don't you?
Yes, I've had it ready for some time, Richard.
I'm just going by the
disparaging
comments.
The
producer suggested that you were struggling to get your thoughts together.
having to juggle putting my teams together as well as doing the interviews.
They're asking too much of you.
Stuff like that.
It's an onerous task they have bestowed upon you this afternoon.
Goal!
Oh, there's a goal
For the home side, that's an own goal of Brian Graham. It's a corner flicked on by Rowells just into the 6-yard box. And for me, it hits Brian Graham on the shin and goes into the back of the net from about 2 yards out. 10 minutes on the clock. Hearts 1, Partick Thistle 0.
Well, it's exactly the start Hearts would have been hoping for. And by all accounts, Alan, your reports earlier, it's perhaps a goal that's been coming.
It has been, Richard. Yeah, Thistle have not been in the Hearts half at all so far in that opening 10 minutes. It's been really slick from Hearts, going from side to side, passing the ball quick. Full-backs getting forward. Mackay on it. Lowry on it as much as they can. Shanklin playing lovely little 1-2s. It's been all Hearts, and that goal they deserve. It's flicked on, just watching it on the big screen. Yeah, own goal by Brian Graham, I'm afraid.
So the big man puts it into his own net early in that one, but Hearts already with the advantage. Hibernian and Wraith still goalless, Rory?
Yes, it is. Hibernian have had next to nearly all of the possession, to be honest, but Wraith Rovers just feeling their way in. They've not looked particularly dangerous since that chance I spoke about Hibs. It's one of these ties as a lower league club. You're coming to a stadium like this, you want to feel your way in, you want to get to 20-30 minutes, you want your confidence to grow, you want to do the basic things right to start with, and we're only just starting to see that now. They've weathered the early storm and the game's evened itself out a little bit. Not too much report since you were last with me.
Goalless it is. We'll keep you right across both those matches, and remember, Hearts with the early advantages, they look to get their name into the draw for the quarterfinals. We'll bring you that live a little bit later in the day. OK, Al, team news.
Yes, here we go. Kilmarnock, very straightforward. Same team again, as has served them so well at the start of this league season. So it's Will Dennis in goal. The back three of Lewis Mayo, Robbie Dees and Stuart Finlay. The wing backs, who might end up being more like full backs this afternoon, Danny Armstrong and Corian Daba. In the midfield, it's Brad Lyons, David Watson and Kyle McGuinness, with Matty Kennedy and Marley Watkins up front. On the bench for them, it's O'Hara as the sub-keeper, Wright, McKenzie, Vassell, Murray, Davies, Donnelly, Wales and Polworth. For Celtic, as I did discuss there with Brendan Rodgers, there's a couple of changes with the injury to Cameron Carter-Vickers from last weekend, and David Turnbull is also dropping out of the starting 11. He's on the bench, and in come for their first starts and certainly for his debut is Gustav Lagerbielke, just signed from the Swedish league leaders Elfsborg. He's straight in at centre back, and Odin Holm comes in for, as I say, his first start in place of Turnbull. So that means it's Joe Hart in goal, back four of Anthony Ralston, Gustav Lagerbielke, Mike Nawrocki and Greg Taylor. In the midfield, Callum McGregor, Matt O'Reilly and Odin Holm. On the flanks, Leila Bada and Daisen Maeda, and Kyogo through the middle as usual. On the bench for them, it's Bain, Scales, Haksabanovic, Yang, Turnbull, Kwon, Iwata, Bernabe and Forrest. The referees Alan Muir, and the VAR's Don Robertson.
The SWPL action already up and running into the second half. Hibernian 4-0 up against Montrose Ladies. Joelle Murray, Tegan Bowie, Maya Christie and Naomi Powell all on target in the first half. Glasgow City, the champions, 2-0 up going into the second half against Partick Thistle. Hayley Lauder and Amy Muir both scoring. And Celtic have taken an early grip of their match against Hamilton. 2 goals in the space of 60 seconds in the 5th and 6th minutes from Catherine Lafersky and Amy Gallagher. 2-0 Celtic against Hamilton. Hearts against Dundee United at 3. Motherwell Spartans at 4. Rangers against Aberdeen at 4:10. In the Viaplay Cup second round, Hearts 1, Partick Thistle 0, Hibernian 0, Wraith Rovers 0. The latest scorelines. And of course, if you did miss it, the Women's World Cup final went ahead earlier on today. It was an 11 o'clock kickoff. The game lasted about 4.5 hours. 13 minutes stoppage time. I've never seen quite as much in the terms of the number of the board that was put out. Astonishing.
And then they played 15 in the end.
Yeah, but it was Olga Carmona who got the only goal in the 29th minute. There was a missed penalty as well for Spain. The bits I saw, the Spaniards looked to be very, very good indeed.
Deserved to win.
You watched it, Alan, did you?
I did, yeah. They deserve to win. The Spaniards, England didn't play as well as they can, and it'll be a big disappointment south of the border, but thankfully we don't have to hear about it for the next 60 years.
Alan, Spain was very good technically, weren't they?
They were excellent. It was a brilliant goal, Pat. I don't know if you've seen the goal. And Ian Wright actually spoke about it. I was watching the coverage and he was saying he was worried about overlaps in the wider area, and it was perfect. The full-back gets forward, lovely great overlap finish. And a great finish across, giving the keeper absolutely. Who's brilliant. The England goalie's magnificent.
She was brilliant the whole tournament.
Given the channel you were watching on, and we'll see if ITV can give you a job on a Saturday afternoon reporting on Scottish football matches.
No, Richard. I wasn't in charge of the television. It wasn't me.
Okay.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get on, Al.
Okay. Anyway, Spain are the world champions for the first time. Lots of Viaplay Cup action to come. We've got the team news there from Al. Kilmarnock against Celtic. Yeah, I think you got through everything, didn't you, Al, before you were rudely interrupted by everything that is going on across the country this afternoon. I mean, it's when you're winning games and playing well, Cammy, and everyone's fit. In fact, I see on the screen ahead of me that John McGinn has just opened the scoring for Aston Villa against Everton. The Scotland international team talisman, captain, of course, of Villa. I know he, having struggled a bit or being under a bit of pressure, he certainly got things going again in the second half of last season at Villa, and he is celebrating fiercely the goal that has given Aston Villa the advantage against Everton.
What a reception he'll get at Easter Road. Absolutely brilliant. They love him.
That's just from the McGinn family.
There's just a pure loving with him with the Hibs fans. They absolutely adore him, and rightly so. He's been brilliant for Hibs, and they're still hoping that he gets sold though, so they get the sell on.
Yeah.
Alan, did you see the added time at Portsmouth yesterday? 21 minutes.
No.
Well, there was two. The linesman was injured and was replaced.
They replaced him with a guy out the crowd.
Yes, the replacement then got injured, so they replaced him with a guy out the crowd. So I'm looking, going 21 minutes, and it was 0-0. I didn't realise that they had a fan who was in his trainers and his shorts, had to go in and get suited, dressed up, and run the line.
Wow!
Back to the good old days, eh?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
That's just it.
Wow. Okay, that's got to be a record. 21 minutes. That has got to be the record, surely.
Richard, the good thing about, just looking at the early start down south, the good thing is we don't monopolise bad decisions on VAR. When you've seen that Wolves one on Monday night against Man United,
absolutely
that is shocking. I just didn't get it. And then even the Man United manager coming out and saying, "Oh, it's not a penalty." What are you watching?
I mean, it was common assault, essentially.
Yeah. He got nowhere
then he
near the
wanted
ball.
a penalty yesterday against Spurs.
Yeah,
that was the first thing he mentioned.
There's been new rules around the VAR down there, though, isn't there?
Yeah, well, the handball certainly. I think you're still not allowed to assault an opponent, but generally speaking, unless it would appear you're wearing a Man United shirt.
But are they allowing the referees to make decisions now and almost carry on as such? Is that the change that they've made down there? Because they're not interrupting. They're not getting involved in the situation.
No, I mean, they certainly talked about trying not to be re-refereeing the game by VAR all the time, and I think maybe there is a little bit more responsibility.
Do you know what I liked, Pat, in the Women's World Cup was the referee coming out and explaining the decisions.
Yes.
I thought that was great.
And she's mic'd up, so around the stadium they can hear the announcement. Yeah.
Because
I think there was one, Alan, that got it wrong. She actually came out, and because of language error, she actually said the opposite of what she was due to say, and she had to change it. That may cause a few problems, I think, in a game if they continue with that in the normal course of action.
I just thought it was really good.
It was good, Alan. I heard it on the radio on the way in. See, when the penalty decision came in, you heard it in the anticipation and stuff, and then you heard the announcement on the radio that they were putting over the tan out at the stadium. So, certainly from a listener's experience as well, I thought it added to it.
Yeah, brilliant. So they should look at that. That's something else they need to look at.
Raith Rovers carving a couple of chances, by the way. Callum Smith from a poor Paul Hanlon back pass nearly got in, but David Marshall was out to smother, and it was a really poor pass from Josh Mullen. See if he'd just taken his time, he could have played Callum Smith on one-on-one with a great opportunity, but he overhit the pass and the chance went. Raith Rovers going into this one, but it's still 0-0.
So goalless there, 1-0 Hearts. It was a Brian Graham own goal in the 11th minute, which separates the sides. We've got the team news in for Kilmarnock against Celtic, and Cammy, I don't think we quite got to you, but in terms of that Kilmarnock line-up, Derek McInnes obviously very happy. It's great, isn't it, as a manager, you can get that settled line-up up if you're getting the kind of results that warrant it.
Yeah, definitely, and we know Derek McInnes well enough in Scottish football that he likes to stick with a winning team. He doesn't tinker with it too much if these teams are winning games and putting performances in. So wasn't surprised that there wasn't any changes from the good result over in Tynecastle last week. Again, listen, they've started the season so well. They've brought in a number of players that I think have enhanced their team and that will take them to the next level. I think Robbie Dees is a really good signing at the back. Listen, I've seen a lot of him at Inverness last season. Very strong player, really composed on the ball as well. So he's been a really good signing. Matty Kennedy, bringing him back. If we can get Matty Kennedy back up to the levels that he can reach, then that's a real sort of force going forward with him on one side and Danny Armstrong as well, who was fantastic last season. And then you look at their bench today, I think they've got quite a strong bench. They've got Vassell on the bench, obviously come back from injury, Rory McKenzie, you've got Joe Wright, so Fraser Murray, so they've got a good squad. Polworth as well, so they've got players that they can bring on if it isn't working for them today. But I expect them to give Celtic a really tough match here.
Just watching an incident, we were talking about that incident in the Manchester United Wolves game when the Man U goalie wiped out an opponent and was allowed to carry on. There was no penalty. It's not exactly the same, but there has been an incident there where Pickford has come out and he has caught.
Not
is it Ollie
surprised.
Watkins? Yeah, I know you're not a huge fan. And the penalty has been awarded. It's not the same in the sense that he didn't crash into him, but he's certainly come out and he's missed the ball and he's caught him, and he has been penalised in the way that the Manchester United goalkeeper wasn't. Pat, in terms of that Celtic line up. A few new faces in there from the start.
Yeah, and of course in that centre back positions, those are the new ones that's in that has to build that relationship. And I thought he might have changed the goalkeeper. I did mention at the start of the programme that he may have changed just to see what the other goalkeepers can do, especially Siegrist, who just to see if there's another goalkeeper that he would even think about. But then we discussed it with Cammy, and then Joe Hart's such a big personality. He makes the big saves at the right time, and I think you've got to keep him as a leader in the dressing room. And if you take him out of the team, you're just affecting his confidence. So that's probably what he's saying to himself. I'm going to go with Joe. I'm going to stick with him, even though he might struggle a little bit on the way that I want to play. The more he plays, the more he'll grow into it. Joe's playing definitely has to play a little bit deeper and almost towards a 6-yard box now, and that's a lot more risk, as we talked about last week against Aberdeen, where he gets the ball even from the goal kicks is slightly different, and that's maybe not what Joe's probably top end is all about. It's the big saves that Joe makes when you're under pressure, and he comes up with a big one and keeps you in the game. That's his forte. But he is such an important personality, and he's done remarkably well for Celtic.
Do you believe there is then still, because let's be honest, the role for a lot of managers, the role of the goalkeeper in the modern game is a little bit different. It's not just about making the saves anymore, isn't it? They do have to contribute. We've seen that with various goalkeepers that have come to the fore and have impressed in terms of how comfortable they are with the ball and rolling it out and helping to build up the time. And that's essentially what Brendan Rodgers, he wants a goalkeeper who can save it, but he wants that as well, doesn't he? Is Joe Hart likely to be under any pressure at all?
Well, we'll see how he performs in that, and actually in those situations. That's you only can put the goalkeeper in and see how he can handle it. It was an interesting discussion last week. I was listening to Monday Night Football, and the guys they were talking about Onana, compared to De Gea. And what he gives the team at Man United, and how he performs, especially with the back pass, and he's very, very confident. He's obviously played at Ajax, so he came through that system. But he never actually talked about the other players that gives the opportunity to the goalkeeper. And I think that's a crucial part of it. If I go back to, who am I talking to? Buffon, for example. I know maybe the younger generation has forgotten about Buffon, but he was a guy who had to adapt throughout his career and almost get to a point later when he was nearly 40 years old that he could go in and play. And he did it so well, but the players around him give him so many opportunities. They drop him back almost onto the byline, and all he had to do is to roll it to them. They would open out, they would play the fullback, who played it almost first time up to the striker. But you've got to work on this. You've got to work on the pitch. And I think Brendan, go back to his days with Craig Gordon, for example, when he came in. Cammy wants to come in on this because he's a younger goalkeeper than I didn't have to play with my feet. Cammy had to.
No, listen, I think Joe Hart's a fantastic goalkeeper. I think he's got, as Patty said there, listen, his character, the big saves he makes. When you're at Celtic Football Club and you play in these big European games, big cup ties, you need to make big saves, and Rangers had that in Alan McGregor, and they'll be hoping that Butland comes in and does the same. But for me, I just sometimes think, listen, the grass isn't always greener. It wasn't so long ago they signed a goalie for a lot of money and it didn't work out. He couldn't save any shots. No. Barkas was really, really poor, couldn't handle the pressure, didn't make the saves, never mind passing out from the back. And I just think that some Celtic fans or other people the grass isn't always green on the other side. I think Joe Hart brings so much to this team. I think he's a fantastic goalkeeper and can adapt. I'm not saying his strongest thing is playing from the back and using his feet, but he can do it, and he can probably still get better at it with a bit of coaching and working on it.
Yeah, I think you're right, Cam. I think they will work on that. I think Brendan Rodgers will absolutely go out, whether Stevie Woods gets involved in that and the other coaches, but certainly that's what you've got to because Brendan will demand more risk at the back.
Listen,
absolutely.
Everyone watches the telly. I was watching the Man City game last night, and Ederson's the one that you look at. He can make the big saves, and he's unbelievable with his feet, and that's what everyone wants. But listen, that's the top goalie, one of the top goalies in the world, and I'm afraid that Celtic can attract that type of goalkeeper at the moment. But he's phenomenal.
The point on that is that Ederson doesn't always play out through his centre half.
He hit one massive diagonal, magnificent pass.
His range of passing is incredible.
And that's what you want. And I think the lesson for all young goalkeepers, whether you rear your own or you buy somebody in, is the future is going to be goalkeepers with absolutely 2 feet. And it has to start when they're young, but they've got to have a range of techniques and a range of passing, but it also has to go into the game. It can't be done in isolation. You've got to build a technique and then bring it into the game so they make good decisions. Ederson makes all the right decisions. He's always looking, he understands the game, and the rest of the players then give him the options.
Yeah.
Aston Villa incidentally now 2-0 up against Everton. Douglas Luiz from the penalty spot, scoring from that award that we touched on a little bit earlier. John McGinn with a first, and it's already looking like a long way back for Everton in this one, but potentially a very, very challenging season ahead for a team that has barely, I think they signed 2 players over the summer. Certainly Ashley Young has landed up there, but it's been a torture for quite a while, I think, for Everton, and trailing 2-0 to Aston Villa this afternoon. In the SWPL, it's still 2-0 for Glasgow City away to Partick Thistle. Hibernian 4-1 up against Montrose Ladies. Now 3-0 Celtic against Hamilton. Viaplay Cup, of course. 3 o'clock kick-off. It is at Rugby Park, where Kilmarnock plays Celtic. Full live commentary to come from that one. We're right across those 2 other matches at Easter Road and at Tynecastle.
Richard, we've just been overtaken here by the mascot of Kilmarnock, right up in the back of the stand. The squirrel is up here on top of us.
He's right.
I've never seen the mascot up so high in the stand before.
Okay, I think we probably need pictorial evidence of whatever the hell you 2 are getting up to.
You just come up to say hello to Cammy, of course.
With you 2 and a giant squirrel. It's a menage a trois no one wants to think about. Anyway, let's hear from Derek McInnes with Al.
Derek, I guess this is as tough a task as you could probably face at this stage of the competition. Nonetheless, given the way you started the season, I guess you come into this in as good fettle as you probably could be.
Yeah, I think after winning the group, you pull out Celtic in the hat. It could have been more difficult. I think the Celtic part, an away game, might have been more of a challenge, but we're thankful we're at home, and we've got the opportunity, as you say, to go and try and win a cup tie. You know, I think we take the confidence really from our home form throughout since we've been here. The players are confident at home, and we're trying to address that form and away from home. But I think having beaten Rangers here already this season, having to do so much right in the game, I think there's similarities in what we need to try and implement today. Celtic offer a different challenge in terms of, I think, their attacking threats and their pace over the top, their willingness to attack the space in behind. We need to make sure that we are ready for that and switched onto it. But hopefully, as I say, we can cause Celtic problems at the same time and try and win a cup tie. Basically, that's what it is. A different competition, different opponent, but there's similar things required that beat Rangers to try and win this cup tie.
Yeah. You spoke prior to the Rangers game about trying to get the monkey of not having beaten the Old Firm last season off your back, and of course you did that very swiftly. Psychologically, has that really helped the players now that they know, Celtic probably are at a different level, but they know they can beat a top team like Rangers? Yeah,
I think it should. I think the fact we've had 2 tough opponents and 2 clean sheets, 1 shot on target out of 2 games from the opponent, I think all that plays into it. I think I think the players are in a good frame of mind getting into the game. It's a different game, of course, and I think Celtic, as I say, do offer different challenges in the forward areas than the 2 teams have played, but we've got to try and negate that and deal with that as best we can, which I'm hoping we can. But certainly from our perspective, the players are in a good frame of mind. The fact that we've named the same team for the 3rd week in a row suggests that I'm pleased with what I'm getting, and hopefully we can be pleased after today's game as well.
Celtic, as you'll have seen, have got a debutant in at centre-back and another new signing alongside him at centre-back. Is that something you would speak to the likes of Marley Watkins about and just say, look, these 2 new guys, they're obviously not a settled partnership. Can you go and rumble them up a wee bit, make life uncomfortable for them?
Yeah, well, I think we always mention our opponents at the team meeting on a Friday. We go through what team we think is going to play, and the team picked today, we were 1 out. We thought Turnbull might have played instead of home, but that was the team that we thought would play, and I think we've got to kind of make reference to it. But at the same time, these lads are, although they're just into a club at Celtic have paid a few £1 million for each of them, and you don't arrive at a club at Celtic without being a good player. But at the same token, when you arrive at a bigger club, there's sometimes that settling in period, and it's important for us to try and make it as uncomfortable for all the Celtic players today, and hopefully we can. I think it's important that we impose ourselves in the game, don't be cowed, don't feel second best, and just go and try and ask the question them. We know Celtic are littered with good players, and we know we'll have to suffer at times. We're out of possession, we'll need to be spot on, but I do feel that we can cause them problems, and hopefully that can be the case.
Thanks, Derek. Good luck this afternoon.
Cheers.
Derek McInnes with Al Lamont. We've heard from both managers ahead of that game now. It is Kilmarnock against Celtic. It's a 3 o'clock kick-off. We'll chat more with Pat Bonner and Cammy Bell, and we'll have live commentary with those two and Al Lamont. There are two games, of course, bubbling away in the second round of the Viaplay Cup. They both kicked off at 2 o'clock in the capital. To Rory Loy, first of all. Leicester Road, Hibernian against Raith Rovers.
Yes, indeed. Raith Rovers, for the last 15 minutes after a bright start from Hibs, have been considerably the better team. Some better choices and decision making in the final third would have carved open some much better opportunities than they have had. Hibs' biggest threat is coming down the right hand side. Eliohan's movement is causing Liam Dick all sorts of trouble. He's been played in a few times and hit the byline, and crosses have caused a little bit of chaos in the Raith Rovers box, but they've not led to a goal at this point. Must say, the right back Megwa, who's 19 years old for Hibs today, I don't know if it's something Ian Murray obviously knew was going to happen before the game, but Lewis Vaughan normally plays through the middle more centrally, very good technical player. He keeps pulling out to the left hand side. He's got Megwa booked already with a good bit of skill, and he's given him a really tough time, so he is. Very even contest so far over the piece. Hibs started well, Raith Rovers much better team in the last 10-15 minutes, so it's very much game on, but it's 0-0.
So it is goalless there, still finely poised in terms of the narrow scoreline at Tynecastle, but Alan, the Premiership side with the advantage.
Yeah, Hearts won up with that own goal through Brian Graham early on in the game, Richard. We've got a crowd here of 12,841. That for 30 or 25 minutes anyway, we're watching waves of attack from Hearts, but this all in the last 5-6 minutes come back into it. Moan on the left hand side getting forward, whipping crosses across the box, just no takers for Partick Thistle. Slowly but surely they're coming into the game. I think if Hearts got a second, it's a long way back for them, because they've got total dominance of possession at the moment. So we're into the 34th minute, Richard, where it's 1-0 to Hearts.
Hearts with the advantage and edging towards half time. SWPL 1, Celtic already 4-0 up against Hamilton, just half an hour played. Lafersky, I mentioned earlier on, Amy Gallagher got the second goal within seconds. She scored again on the half hour mark, and Chloe Craig scored from the penalty spot, so a very convincing win, it would appear, coming up, and that's less than 1.5 matches played this season, and that's a goal difference already of 13-0 that Celtic
they won
have.
9-0 last week.
Yes. I think we'll probably manage to do the arithmetic there, Alan.
No, I know, Richard, but honestly,
I know. Look, the three of them, well, certainly Glasgow City, Celtic look stronger, Rangers as well, of course. There's a big gap. Hibernian though 4-1 up against Montrose. Partick Thistle 0, Glasgow City 2. Glasgow City taking a grip of that game in the first half through Lauder and Muir, and they are clearly heading for 2 wins out of 2 as well. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you up to date with those SWPL scorelines. The Viaplay Cup, Hearts 1, Partick Thistle 0, Hibernian 0, Raith Rovers 0, and to come, Kilmarnock against Celtic. So Cammy, we heard from Derek there, and still talking with pride, understandably so, given his team's performance in the victory against Rangers, following that up with a draw at Tynecastle, and talking just about what it would mean to him, to the club, to put another impressive scoreline up.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's an opportunity for these Kilmarnock players. The pressure's on Celtic. Everyone expects Celtic to get over the line here. They know it's probably going to be a difficult one. So what Derek McInnes said as well, I think he's trying to make this game as uncomfortable for Celtic as possible. This pitch plays a part in that, but it's the way that Kilmarnock set up. They set up a counter-attacking system. They press them really hard. Listen, there's all these factors in it, but the Kilmarnock players just need to perform on the day. If they perform, this will be a close game, because they've started well, they've got confidence, they've got good players as well. I think they really have, as I touched on it before, have improved their squad this season. Derek McInnes has made some signings that he knows, guys, he knows exactly what they'll get out of them. Marley Watkins is going to be a big one. There's two, obviously it's a new defensive partnership for Celtic today, so it's important that he puts them under a lot of pressure, makes it really uncomfortable, and sees what they're all about, because that's a position that I think Kilmarnock can look at. They won't be completely sound today, I don't think, Celtic, within that partnership, so Kilmarnock need to try and take advantage of that today.
Kyle Vassell, coming back from injury, he could have a part to play as well.
Yeah, listen, he's a big player for Kilmarnock. Obviously he's coming back from injury, and Kilmarnock have started the season so well, so Derek's stuck with the same team, but he's a brilliant sub to have on the bench, and a guy that's so influential when he gets on the pitch. He makes it really difficult for defenders. I've not really seen any defender have an easy ride against Kyle Vassell. Probably the best one I've seen play against him was Cameron Carter-Vickers. I think he's handled him pretty well, but he's a very strong defender within himself. But very few defenders in this league have handled him to their maximum ability. So he's a big player and could play a big part in this afternoon if he comes on here.
Yeah, he could yet have a contribution to make. It is Watkins and Kennedy. There's a lot of pace, there's some guile there, Pat. Do you think they can test Lagerbielke and Nawrocki, the new central defensive pairing?
Yeah, listen, if they get the ball into the right areas, there's no doubt about that, with pace and with maybe a bit of power in the box, that's for sure. It'll be a test for Nawrocki and Lagerbielke to see if they can handle it, because they'll be new to this environment also, to the pitch, everything that goes with it, and the sun's out and it's glaring down, and they haven't had a chance maybe to build relationships with the goalkeeper and the midfielders and so on. It'll be really interesting. Where I'm interested today is that if Derek sets up, but obviously he's got his back three, will he go with a two up front? Will he go with two pressing high up against them and not let them dominate the game from the back? And if they do that, then how will they handle the wide areas? Will they get Daniel Armstrong into forward positions, or will he be pinned back? Obviously Celtic have got their two wingers who they're playing what, normally you would make go with one winger and more a midfielder in that wider, but he's gone and he stayed with the two wingers, and that's where they like to play, out wide Maeda to start, out wide Abada. That pins the wing backs almost back, and then Greg Taylor and Tony Ralston will come into the game. So how does Kilmarnock handle that and those wide areas? It just stretches the midfield a little bit too, and of course we know that last week, watched Celtic against Aberdeen, you were there, and David Turner didn't really get into the game early on because Celtic couldn't almost dominate that midfield. Aberdeen were up against them, they were putting them under pressure, they were winning the ball back, and it was only when Hatate came on and started almost controlling the game that they actually got joy in that midfield area. So it'll be interesting to see how all that pans out today and how Kilmarnock will go ahead. They'll have analysed the game that Aberdeen played. They will be watching how they got success against Celtic early on in the game. They'll be also watching the Ross County game and how they got success, and will they take a leaf out of that? But they need to stay in this game, Kilmarnock, if they've got a chance. It's a different type of game again than they played against Rangers. Celtic are good on the ball, they dominate the game. If they're pinned back, they will eventually make chances.
I think we're being distracted by the music in the background. Has Cammy got his iPod up against the
squirrel
microphone?
Is gone. That's
Good.
what I'm saying.
glad the squirrel is gone. Just in talking about Kilmarnock, obviously not only will they have studied how the opposition have played Celtic, they'll study how Celtic have been playing against them. They'll also be linked to draw on the performance they put in against Rangers. But there was a lot of plaudits for Aberdeen last week, and I mean, Barry Robson called them outstanding, didn't he, in the
I think it was a bit,
aftermath of that. Outstanding and unbelievably good.
In the second half, and I thought Celtic actually dominated the first 20 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that Celtic, without ever getting out of second gear very often, still won at Pittodrie very comfortably indeed. So while Kilmarnock have every right to be confident given their start to the campaign, this is not going to be something that is going to overly concern that Celtic team, is it? No. And just in the sense that they have such self-belief.
Yeah, and listen, they're all good technical players. It's a bit of mentality when you come to this pitch, more so. If you go about your business, you get on the ball, you pass it, you've got to play it to feet at times, and they'll do that, as I said, off the first, second touch, and they're all technically very, very good, and they will push you back no matter how much you want to press them high up the pitch. If Celtic dominate the ball, you eventually have got to go back that 10 yards and get pinned back on the edge of your box, and then Celtic become really dangerous, and it's about controlling the game. I think under Brendan Rodgers also, they will like to control the game a bit more, Richard. It's not as gung-ho, get the ball every time they're attacking. They want to almost just keep the opposition working and finding little spaces and understanding that that you create space and you exploit space by passing the ball and movement.
Kilmarnock against Celtic. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff. Full live commentary to come here on Sportsound. It could be a really, really intriguing contest. These sides battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals. The draw to come later, and once the matches in the capital have reached half-time, we'll have a quick look back on all the action that's already taken place in this second round of the Viaplay. It always seems a bit bizarre talking about the second round and teams battling out for a place in the quarterfinals, but that's just the way the tournament is structured these days. Already, as I mentioned, Aberdeen, Rangers, Ross County, Livingston and St Mirren through. Chris Doolan, that was, he said in his pre-match interview, no upsets so far, and at the moment nothing looking like unfolding overly this afternoon. Hearts still, Alan, in charge against Partick Thistle.
They are, Richard, and they're starting to ramp up again. Barry Mackay to the byline there, pulls it back to Alex Lowry, tries to bend it in the far corner. Good defending by Muirhead in the end. He gets a block on it and it's away, but again the pressure's just mounting. Thistle just kicking it away and Hearts are coming at them time and time again. 42 minutes on the clock. Still that own goal from Brian Graham early on in the game's the difference.
So just moving towards the interval there. Same story across the city at Easter Road, but it's goalless. Hibernian against Wraith Rovers.
Yes, it is, Richard. The game's become a little bit bitty, a little bit scrappy. There was good quality on show from both sides in spells throughout the first half, but since you were last with me, it's been a bit of a midfield battle. A real lack of quality in the final third from both teams. You know, the middle to the first and second thirds of the pitch, they've been good. They've manipulated the ball well, they've played it out wide, but then when it comes to playing that final pass or that killer ball or that cross, it's been really lacking in quality at times. But look, Ian Murray will be absolutely delighted. They've dominated large periods of the game in terms of having good possession high up the pitch. Lee Johnson screaming at his back four at times to get up. You know, Eli Johan's blown hot and cold at times, as he often does. Martin Boyle's not been effective in the game, which Ian Murray will be delighted with, because obviously he's a massive player for Hibs. But like I said, since you were last with me, there's not been a great deal of chances. There's been good opportunities to great chances, none of them executed, and not a lot of goalmouth action at all, and it's still 0-0, Richard.
Glasgow City have gone 3-0 up against Partick Thistle. Lauren Davidson from the penalty spots, and Hamilton have got a goal back. Josephine Giard just shortly before half time. So Celtic 4, Hamilton 1. Full time from earlier. Still going also. Hibernian 4, Montrose Ladies 1. So at the moment looking like comprehensive wins for the three sides in front. Hearts, Dundee United, Motherwell Spartans, Rangers, Aberdeen still to come. Spain are the women's world champions. They beat England by a 1-0 in the final earlier today. Olga Carmena with a goal in the 29th minute. So congratulations to the Spanish women for that achievement. We are moving towards half time and then ultimately moving towards full live commentary from Rugby Park. Kilmarnock against Celtic. The team news, if you did miss it, in terms of Kilmarnock, they've gone with that unchanged lineup. Again, some really, really strong team and individual performances so far this campaign, as they have come through unbeaten in this competition and in the first couple of league matches. Celtic, a new look, central defensive partnership at Lagerbielke and Nawrocki at the heart of the back line, just ahead of Joe Hart, and with Ralston and Taylor either side of them. Alan.
It's almost 2-0. Brilliant play from Cochrane into Lowry. He plays it across, it beats the keeper, but I think it's at the back post. I think Williams is coming in and boots it away for another corner. Almost 2-0 to Hearts, almost, and just about the stroke of half time, 45th minute. The corner to Hearts as it comes in. Head up. Goal. That's a goal. In off the underside of the bar, and it's a new signing, Odell O'Fire. It's headed at home from the 6-yard box, in off the underside. Thistle didn't think it had gone in. The linesman on the far side says, yeah, Douglas Ross, that's a goal. 2-0 to Hearts, perfect timing for them.
Well, what a debut he's on loan from Brighton, isn't he?
Yes, he has. Signed a new deal at Brighton and then came up on Thursday night.
Excellent. Well, a great debut, great start for him, and Hearts look to be in a very, very strong position. Made 6 changes. Among them, O'Faya in for his debut, and he has scored as he's made his first start. And given Hearts a very commanding scoreline, it would appear to take into the interval the game at Villa Park. Aston Villa 2-0 up against Everton. 9 minutes of stoppage time have been signalled in that one. Hopefully Alan...
Is that it?
Hopefully Alan and Rory won't have anything similar in them. To be fair,
I've got 3 minutes here, Richard, but we're nearly at the end of it.
That's not bad. To be
That's
fair,
a half-time whistle at Tynecastle, Richard. Great timing for Hearts. Poor for Chris Doolan and his side. It's going to be a long way back for them now. They're 2-0 down at half-time.
Yeah, brilliant conclusion to the first 45 minutes. Hearts 2, Partick Thistle 0. We'll get Alan to just sum up the first 45 minutes, and we'll get Rory to do likewise with that game at Easter Road. Hibernian Wraith Rovers heading towards half-time. They're deep into stoppage time. It's 0-0 in that one, and then we can complete the build-up to Kilmarnock against Celtic. Later we'll get reaction from those two games at Tynecastle and at Easter Road. Certainly Hearts in a strong position, but Hibernian Wraith Rovers, that could yet go all the way, and given the demands of European football, Hibernian
That's
probably...
half-time, Richard, 0-0.
Thanks, Rory. Hibernian could probably do without additional time. Anyway, that to come. 2-0 Hearts, 0-0 Hibernian Wraith, Kilmarnock Celtic to come, and of course that will conclude our coverage of the second round of the Viaplay Cup.
The Scottish League Cup.
Bielski allowed to turn, gets the shot in! Goal, Aberdeen! It's Stirling Albion 0, Aberdeen 1. Good shot, saved, it's an off the bar! It's Leighton Clarkson, and it's Stirling Albion 0, Aberdeen 2. Kick from the left-hand side, there's a deep one. Won by McGregor at the back post. Blanchard Henderson! And they do have a goal back! And we have a cup tie on our hands for the closing 15 minutes. It's Stirling Albion 1, Aberdeen 2.
What a performance, and I can't be any prouder of the players in there. Unfortunately, never got the result we were looking for tonight, but again, we gave a good account of ourselves.
We've had a couple of bad results here over the last few years, and we made sure we didn't do it tonight. We played with a strong team, and that's us in the next round.
Neely goes, right footed, scores! Bottom left-hand corner! Perfect penalty from Gillespie! Greenock Morton strike a hammer blow in this League Cup tie! Rangers 0, Morton 1! Dessers now begins his run-up, right-footed penalty coming up, and he sends the keeper the wrong way! It is a penalty apiece! It is Rangers 1, Morton 1. Dessers will feed it through to Danilo inside the box, chops onto the right and scores! Rangers 2, Morton 1 with a quarter of this match to play.
We started the game really well and had some big chances. We didn't take them. If I thought Morton came and had a right goal today, they were really well organised. They had a plan to get us in certain areas, and I thought they played well also.
I thought it was a really good performance from ourselves. Obviously we knew the challenge ahead before we got here. Rangers would have had a lot of the ball, but I'm really proud of the boys. I thought the performance today was superb.
Airdrie 3, Ross County 3. That game has gone to extra time.
Big shock when I got in here, realised it had gone to extra time, and it was 4-3.
After going 2 down, the character for the boys to come back, and not only just come back and keep it respectable, to get back into the game and really impose our style. Second half, thought we dominated. We probably deserved something from the game, and we can take real confidence and belief that going forward.
I thought from extra time, I thought we were excellent. I thought we just sat in and made sure that we played in a fashion that negated how they played, and we're through the quarter-finals of the Cup after coming down to a tough place to go.
Livingston versus Ayr United.
Clean sheet, 2 goals, and then the hat for the next round is really all you can ask.
Tough game, and as expected. I was really disappointed with us trying to pass the ball last week at Inverness. I felt we didn't do it, and today we showed a willingness and a bravery to go and do it against Premier League opposition for long spells, and that was pleasing for me.
Going for Strain, who's into the box, drinking away, tries to get a shot in, but he's blocked, and then it falls smashed into the top corner. What a hit that is from Caelan Boyd-Munns, and what a way to get your first goal for St Mirren. They lead 1-0. He looked like he couldn't believe it.
Two good sides right at it. It's a very solid performance from us over the course. I think we deserved it. The game played out exactly how I imagined it would. There is a bit of disappointment in it. You know, we have to lick our wounds and make sure that doesn't derail what's been a very good run to this point in the league campaign.
I think that was always going to be a very tight one, wasn't it? Both sides making fine starts to the campaign. St Mirren just edging out Motherwell. Morton giving Rangers a bit of a scare, but holding on to the lead only for 7 minutes before Rangers got their penalty and turned the match around. Livingston, in the end, I suppose in the face of it, a fairly comfortable victory against Ayr, but you heard from Lee Bullen there chatting about his team's performance. Hell of a game at Broomfield. Hadronians 3, Ross County 4 after extra time. I still call it Broomfield. I'm getting pelters from the producer. It's not Broomfield. It's not Broom. Okay, there was a spell where we used to call it New Broomfield. I'm not sure we even got off with that. It'll always be Broomfield to me, albeit it's nowhere near where Broomfield used to be. Anyway, Ross County winning after extra time. Eamon Brophy edging it out. But Airdronians, again showing they scored a lot of goals, don't they? They're a very, very attractive team. And just being edged there. But well done to Marky Mackay. Ross County again, fine start to the campaign. And on Friday night, it was a tough old challenge. Listened into Sports Sound, sounded like Stirling Albion put an awful lot into that game, gave Aberdeen a scare in the second half, but the Dons got through as well. And no upsets, as we've been saying, no upsets so far. Will it be that we're going to get an upset or two in the closure to round two? Well, Hearts look to be dispelling any notion of that. 2-0 up against Partick Thistle. Might there be an upset at Easter Road? It's half-time there. Goalless, Rory Loyne.
Yes, indeed, it is goalless half-time, despite many opportunities being carved. Just not a lot of quality to try and put them away. Hibs started the half really well. In the first 10 minutes they were the better team. However, Raith Rovers grew into it, and it must be said they were the better team for a large portion of the first half. Hibs on the second minute, as I said, they started well. Campbell chipped a ball over to Martin Boyle, who was playing right on the last defender. He got in, but the recovering defender got in to block the shot. Hibs had a handful of corners in the first 15-20 minutes, but they came to nothing. And in the 13th minute, Raith Rovers got their first sniff of goal when a poor back pass from Paul Hanlon let Smith in on the angle. However, Marshall was quick off his line to come out and smother the attempted lob. Johan caused a few problems for Raith Rovers with his running in behind. Liam Dick found it a little bit difficult to handle him. He did get a handle on things when Johan switched sides, however, and kind of fell out of the game. It's been really poor quality in the final third, I must say, and Raith Rovers look just as dangerous as Hibs do. My worry for Lee Johnson is that they could face an uphill battle domestically before the season really starts, to be totally honest with you. And you know, fingers crossed, everyone hopes to go through in the next round of the Europa League. However, that's going to be very difficult, and Lee Johnson will be desperate to scrap his way through this tie. It doesn't need to be pretty. Just get the win, get over the line and get your season going domestically. However, that is at the moment in a little bit of doubt, as it is at half time at Easter Road. Hibernian 0, Raith Rovers 0.
Yeah, Hibs struggling in the league, of course, just 2 matches in, albeit no struggles for Hearts this afternoon, Al.
No, it's been relatively easy, Richard, and straightforward. They took the lead in 10 minutes after wave after wave of attacking it, opening 10 minutes. It was a corner coming in from Lowry and Rowles flick on at the front post, and Brian Graham couldn't get out of the way, tries to clear it, knocks it into his own net for an own goal. It was all Hearts for, I would say, about 30 minutes. Thistle kicking the ball away and Hearts picking it up and going at Thistle. Couldn't get a second goal. Then Thistle started to come into it a little bit, with Harry Milne getting forward on the left-hand side, whipping some balls in, but there was no takers for them. And then the worst possible moment for Partick Thistle, right on 45 minutes, Lowry corner, Odell of fire with a debut header in off the underside of the bar. I've seen it on the big screen. It's about a foot over the line, well over, doubling Hearts' lead, and it's a long, long way back for Partick Thistle. 2 corners, 2 goals have lost. Chris Dillon will be raging with that. Hearts have been total domination. Half-time score, Hearts 2, Partick Thistle 0.
It wasn't remarkable, Alan, because you told us the crowd earlier, 12,841, a really good turnout, I think, for that cup tie. But it sounded almost muted as the second goal went in. I think everyone just taken by surprise.
Well, Richard, it hits the underside of the bar and it looks like it's bounced out. But it's not until you actually see it that it then goes in. It's a good foot over the line when it's in, and thankfully the assistant Douglas Ross on the far side has given the goal for Hearts, you know, and it's well in. We don't have the goal line technology here, and you're probably right, it was probably a bit muted, but I think the fans were just sitting expecting a goal to be scored, because Hearts have dominated this game. It's been like, I don't want to be disrespectful to Thistle, but it's been like a training match so far. It's been so easy for them, and I'm sure Hearts will take the opportunity to maybe take off the likes of Shanklin in the second half to give him a rest for Thursday evening, which is going to be a massive game here at Tynecastle if they get another goal. But difficult for Thistle. I expected better for Thistle, if I'm being honest. They've not really laid a glove on Hearts yet, and it's been easy for them.
Half a dozen changes the management team made there in the side this afternoon. Afia has scored in his debut. Kent, of course, he's been playing. Neuenhoff, Vargas, Alex Lowry getting a start as well. So he's certainly been using the squads, and Hearts have done it to good effect this afternoon. 2-0 up against Partick Thistle. It's Hibernian 0, Wraith Rovers 0, and the third of this afternoon's ties will be getting underway shortly. The players emerging into the sunshine at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock against Celtic to come. In SWPL 1, well into stoppage time, it's a win for Glasgow City. They're 3-0 up against Partick Thistle. Hibernian 4-1 against Montrose Ladies. Celtic 4-1 at half time against Hamilton. Hearts Dundee United, Motherwell Spartans and Rangers Aberdeen to come. And in the week ahead, well, listen out for the Scottish Football podcast. It's published Monday to Friday every day. Where you normally pick up your podcast, you'll be able to get that and certainly get it through BBC Sounds. The SWPL highlights Monday night at 7, BBC Scotland channel, and there's European action to look forward to. Certainly Rangers against PSV Eindhoven, the Champions League qualifier on Tuesday. Wednesday, Hibernian play Aston Villa. Thursday, it's Hearts against PAOK and Hacken against Aberdeen. Sportscene Live on Thursday as well, incidentally, Hearts against PAOK in the qualifier there. So big coverage in the week ahead, all here with us in Sports Sound and indeed on Sportscene on BBC Scotland. Right now, it is time to settle back and enjoy the action. We will keep you right across. Hearts against Partick Thistle and Hibernian Wraith Rovers. The commentary though comes from Rugby Park, where it is Kilmarnock facing up to Celtic with Pat Bonner, Cammy Bell and Al Lamont.
Thanks very much, Richard. Welcome to sunny Rugby Park as the Viaplay Cup holders Celtic begin their defence of a trophy they've won 6 times in the past 7 seasons. It's a rerun of last year's semi-final when Dyson Maeda and Georgios Giacomakis goals put paid to Kilmarnock. But Killie have started the season incredibly well and will approach this tie with a degree of confidence, you would imagine. The green smoke released by some of the Celtic fans away to our left just filtering and dissipating away across the pitch and up the back of the stand here. A rather acrid smell, but Celtic in their huddle in their green and white hoops, white shorts, white socks. Killie in their traditional home kit, blue and white stripes, blue shorts, blue socks. Referee Alan Muir is ready to go. Looks like it will be Celtic going from left to right as we look at it from the back of the main stand, and Kilmarnock to kick us off through Danny Armstrong. Looks like the pick of the second round ties to me. Let's see if it lives up to that billing as Killie launch it down Celtic's right. Ralston heads it clear, and we'll get an early flavour of this new Celtic backline and how they stand up to the test of in-form Kilmarnock side with Marley Watkins and Matty Kennedy in excellent form at the start of the campaign. As Derek McInnes has pointed out, neither of them are out-and-out strikers, but they've certainly caused defences a problem so far. Unfortunate not to win at Tynecastle last weekend. But this is Celtic coming forward, and it's Odin Holm as Kyogo goes down inside the box. There's a rather clumsy coming together there with Robbie Dees. He was off the ball as he chased it to the left-hand side. Packy Bonner, any hint of a penalty there in your view?
Well, he went down very, very quickly, and the ball, but it was a bad pass actually from Holm. He can overhit the ball, but he was in behind the defence, Kyogo, and I'm not sure if it was an accident more than anything else, because nobody claimed afterwards.
I was just about to say that there wasn't too many claims from the Celtic players there, which sort of insists to me that it wasn't a penalty. It looked more of a coming together.
Yeah, and I think Alan Muir has had a word in his ear that play can continue. The VAR is Don Robertson, and he would have had a look at that certainly, just to check that the coming together was no more than that and was not worthy of a penalty kick. So it's goalless, minute and a half gone. It's back with Joe Hart. A terrible pass back actually, he's behind for a corner kick, and that is an inauspicious start to the game by Nawrocki, who tried to play it to the side of Joe Hart's goal but misjudged the roll of the pitch, and it's behind. Joe Hart couldn't keep it in the pitch, and therefore Danny Armstrong will be able to swing one in here from the left hand side, left footed, the winger. An early opportunity for Killie to try and really test this home defence. It's hooked towards goal and onto the roof of the net there by Corey and Daba. Really excellent attempt at goal, you'd have to say, by the left wing back, and only a foot or so over Joe Hart's crossbar.
Yeah, it was a great ball in from Danny Armstrong, went to the front post area, and then Daba just got a yard in front of him and managed to hook it, and it was so close to going in that far top corner.
Certainly was. Celtic trying to play out from the back. Anthony Ralston short of options, tries to go down the flank and it comes off from Daba, and the home fans encouraged by the way they've started this game.
Yeah, and you can see Kilmarnock are pressing high. They'll have smelt that mistake from the centre half there and try to put him under as much pressure as possible. McGuinness, Kennedy and Watkins all pressing the Celtic backline when they're in possession.
Yeah, I think it was Gustav.
Yeah, it was Backy. I was just trying to familiarise myself with the two new centre halves, and I must admit you're right. It was Gustav Lagerbielke who's playing as the left centre back who gave Joe Hart that bad pass back, and he's in possession again now. Lagerbielke on the edge of his own 6-yard box, and that was certainly a nervy start for the Swede. And Kilmarnock pressing Celtic really high. Lagerbielke has to just hoist it up the park. Maida can't get there. It's Kilmarnock who are on the front foot in these early stages, still 0-0 after 3 minutes, and that is Nawrocki playing on the right now in the absence of Cameron Carter-Vickers at centre back. But I did mention to Derek McInnes in the pre-match interview there's a chance to try and put these two under pressure, an unfamiliar pairing, and certainly that's what they've been doing early on.
Yeah, when Celtic taking risk at the back, as you know that they will, and it's how high do you press, and then you try not to let Celtic break that press, because if you break the press with 3-4 bodies high up the pitch, then you're in trouble a little bit, and they've worked it well at the moment, Kilmarnock.
I think also Kilmarnock need to identify the right times to press as well, because they can't do it throughout the whole 90 minutes, so it's all about pressing at the right times where they can possibly steal the ball.
Maida into the penalty area, flicked on by Kyogo, way by Ndaba. Greg Taylor, the former Killie player, picks up. Holm is brushed off the ball, and play allowed to continue with Celtic in possession. It's Callum McGregor more or less on the halfway line. Taylor again just barged into there by Armstrong as Lagerbielke picks up and plays out to the left hand side for Maida. Maida coming in off the flank, the pink boots into O'Reilly. It's a brilliant ball for Holm left hand side of the penalty, squares it for Kyogo, he just couldn't stretch, and it's wide of goal from Kyogo. He was desperately trying to wrap the right boot around it, but he just couldn't stretch the leg sufficiently to get the direction he was looking for, and it's wide of goal. 5 minutes almost played. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0, chances at either end.
Great bit of passing from Celtic, one touch passing, Holm making that forward run, getting himself beyond the defence, nobody picking him up, and then when he cut that ball back, you could just see Kyogo, he was just stretching for it, he was a yard off it, but that was a really good bit of play from Celtic after being under the cosh for a little bit in these opening moments.
Out for a throw in two, Celtic just down in front of us, midway inside the Celtic half, to be taken by Anthony Ralston, getting a run in the side this early part of the season with Alistair Johnston injured. There's been a goal at Tynecastle, Alan Preston.
It looks like it's game over, Alistair here. It's a poor pass by Muirhead. Shanklin's onto it. It's 1-on-1 with the keeper, and he coolly slots it home with his left foot. 47 minutes on the clock. Hearts 3, Partick Thistle 0.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, that looks done and dusted. Hearts into the quarter-final as Ndaba just fails to keep a crossfield ball in. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty comfortable passage into the last 8 for Hearts. Not so much for Hibs, who are still goalless against Raith Rovers. Rory Loy will keep us up to date with any goals that go in there in the second half and potentially in extra time as Celtic prepare to take the throw in down the right. It's Ralston finding Abada midway inside the Killie half on the right flank, and Daba trying to stick close to him. Abada back to Ralston. He finds his captain Callum McGregor, and now it's Nawrocki square for Lagerbielke, the Swede who's been playing for the Swedish league leaders Elfsborg ahead of his transfer to the Scottish Champions. Here he is once more. As Brendan Rodgers said, he might not have played had it not been for an injury to Stephen Welsh during the week just after signing a new contract. Really bad luck for the young Scottish defender, but it does give an opportunity for Lagerbielke. And that's Nawrocki finding Ralston. Ralston took a heavy touch, just manages to squeeze the pass through though to Abada. Abada advancing right hand side, finds Greg Taylor coming into a central position as he often did under Ange Postecoglou. Still likes to do that as he finds Callum McGregor midway inside the Killie half. Killie just having to get numbers back now as Celtic get into the routine. It's a wonderful ball from Kyogo. O'Reilly tries to side-foot it straight at the keeper. It's a poor effort from O'Reilly. He had lots of the goal to aim at, but he side-footed it. He's trying to get the bend on it to find the back post, the far post, but he didn't get the accuracy he was looking for. It's a comfortable save for Dennis, but he shouldn't have had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, Kilmarnock's got into a back four. We thought they might have started with a back three, but they've gone to a back four with Dabba left back, and I think it's probably Mayo just out on the right-hand side. And they've been cut open 2 or 3 times now with runners from midfield. Kyogo coming deep, as we've seen him already this season so far. And from that point of view, then the midfield runners are going and they're cutting up the Kilmarnock almost 2 centre halves. They don't know how to deal with the runners.
Yeah, it's that one-touch passing that's hurting Kilmarnock at the moment.
Here's Armstrong though at the other end, goes for goal. Hart comfortably takes that straight at him, really, from Danny Armstrong from the edge of the box, but it's end to end just at the moment. Kilmarnock making a real game of it in these early stages. 8 minutes in though, Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0. There's Lyons biting into a challenge on O'Reilly, who you would expect to have done better with that opportunity just a couple of moments ago, Cammy.
Yeah, definitely. It made it far too easy for Will Dennis and the Kilmarnock goaler. I could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to shape to get it to that far left-hand corner, and he just didn't get enough turn on it. He ended up straight down the Kilmarnock keeper's throat, but it was a huge opportunity. As I say, it's that one-touch passing, touch around the corner that's really hurting this sort of flat Kilmarnock back four at the moment.
Celtic have it through Lagerbielke, midway inside their own half, just plays it square to Nawrocki, who turns it back to Joe Hart under a bit of pressure from Matty Kennedy. Hart now from more or less on the penalty spot fires it forward, away by Finlay, who scored the winner the last time Kilmarnock beat Celtic. That was back here in 2018. As it's forward for Watkins inside the penalty, a nice turn, goes to ground, claimed for the penalty, referee turns away and not interested. It'll be looked at by the VAR, Don Robertson, we know that, but play continues for the moment. At least looked like he went down a little bit easily for my liking, but we'll get the guy's view on that just a moment.
Yeah, I think you're right, Al. I think he did go down a bit dramatically, but there was a hand on him, but they got in so easily. They got in behind the 2 centre backs. So in fact, I think there was 2 of them. There was Watkins and maybe Matty Kennedy. They had made the run in behind Lagerbielke, and the space was there, and they exploited it well, Kilmarnock.
Here's Armstrong trying to pick up on 1-2. Does well to just poke that back to Finlay, now crossing the halfway line out to Kennedy on the left-hand side for Kelly. Ralston just holds him up. Abada trying to put him under pressure as well. It's back with Lyons, who got that winning goal here against Rangers on the opening day of the league season. What a result that was for Kilmarnock. Brilliant way to start the league campaign as Watkins picks up and turns away from Nawrocki. Excellent play by Watkins, finds Kennedy on the left hand side, checks back onto the right foot, curls it in, header away by Lagerbielke, and Celtic managed to defend that situation when they were under a bit of pressure, and Holm comes away but he can't find a teammate. It's nodded down by Ndaba for Lyons, who's really begun to make himself a first pick for Derek McInnes, having been more of a bit part last season. Down goes Holm under the challenge of Armstrong, and it will be a free kick to Celtic just on the edge of the centre circle. 10.5 minutes played. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, good play again from Kilmarnock down this left hand side. Matt Kennedy checking into his right foot, and you could see the intent. They've got 3 full bodies in the box to try and get on the end of it. Celtic managed to clear, but good start from Kilmarnock. They'll be very positive about this.
Greg Taylor, nice little drop of the shoulder, feign to play it back to Joe Hart and then turned away. It's now with Lagerbielke. Plays it square for Nawrocki and gets it back once more. It's a young central defensive pairing. 23 Lagerbielke is, 22 Nawrocki. As Maida gives chase down the left channel. It's good defending by Mayo. They had a couple of good tussles last season, I seem to remember. Mayo in now on a permanent deal after a successful loan spell from Rangers, and looks like a good bit of business from Derek McInnes, who I think still keen to bring what you might call an out-and-out striker into the club's Vassell on the bench, who's now club captain, but still trying to get into the starting 11, having recovered from injury. But I think he would like another striker before the transfer window closes. Here's Ralston, and now McGregor, and plenty of room on the halfway line. Kennedy just trying to keep him back there, finds Ralston, no, down the right. Good challenge from Kennedy, barges Ralston over, and it's out for a throw-in to Celtic midway inside the Kelly half right hand side. Ralston just picking himself up And
it was a strong tackle. Put him right out.
it's a good throw in for Abada. Abada in the penalty. It's behind Kyogo, and no other Celtic player can get it. A good challenge from Armstrong on Taylor to just knock it out of play on the far side, but Kilmarnock just caught sleeping there with a quick throw in from Ralston. Abada was in.
See Derby getting us down on the sideline and telling him to be switched on from it was a quick throw and playing behind the defence, and Abada just low ball across almost about 8 or 9 yards. I just went behind Kyogo, no takers. Kilmarnock getting away with it. But Kilmarnock set up with their back forward. They've obviously got the two sitting in the midfield, but they've pushed almost Kyle McGuinness in on top of McGregor to try to stop him dictating the game, and then with the two up front, Kennedy playing more out on the left hand side and Watkins more inside right channel.
Celtic have it, but pressure on Callum McGregor, too much pressure, says Alan Muir, the referee, from Kyle McGuinness, and it will be a free kick to Celtic just inside their own half. I think the Killie fans thought that was a soft one, but Taylor's off and running down the left hand side for Celtic. Back goes Armstrong with him, and Taylor has to check back to his captain McGregor. Lagerbielke plays it square on the halfway line to Nawrocki. 13.5 minutes in, still no goals. 3-0 Hearts lead, 0-0 between Hibs and Raith. That's a loose one there, straight out of play from Celtic, and it will be a Kilmarnock throw in. And I felt that one of the big positives for Kilmarnock in that Rangers victory was the huge home crowd they had behind them, and it's not really the same this afternoon. It's quite a small gathering of Kilmarnock fans. I guess perhaps a reflection of it being the League Cup rather than the league, but a vociferous support they had behind them against Rangers really helped the players, the ones who are inside Rugby Park, trying to make themselves heard, with Celtic having the stand off to their left absolutely jam-packed as they look to win the League Cup for a 7th season out of 8. It's quite an incredible record. And as Brendan Rodgers was reflecting pre-match, it was the first trophy that he won in his first spell here, looking to continue that. He's never lost a League Cup tie actually as Celtic manager.
You can see that high press there from Kilmarnock, a goal kick for Celtic, and they're almost man marking in the Celtic half, and it ends up being a long ball from the defender who kicks it straight through the Kilmarnock goalkeeper. So it's a really good setup from Derek McInnes. It's brave, because if they do get picked off it can be dangerous for them, but if they get it right it can also be very successful.
Long from Will Dennis in the Kilmarnock goal, headed on by Ndaba, but straight to Greg Taylor just outside his own penalty area, just checks the shoulder and steps away from Kennedy, then plays it out to the left hand side for Dyson Maida, who's hugging the touchline and then coming forward looking for the 1-2 off home. Doesn't quite manage to execute that, the young Norwegian, and Kilmarnock clear their lines. Watkins was shoved in the back there by Lagerbielke, and the free kick goes Kilmarnock's way on the halfway line. Quarter of an hour gone at Rugby Park, and it's still Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, it's Kilmarnock have pressed them high. They've put Celtic under pressure. They've coped okay with it. Celtic are dangerous when they get into the Kilmarnock half, especially with the runners going. They've got in twice now, Celtic will be happy enough to get through the first 20 minutes, creating a couple of chances, while Kilmarnock will be delighted that they've survived also. So this game will develop over the next sort of while, and we'll see which team settles best.
Killie just about to take the free kick then on the halfway line. They've thrown a number of bodies forward. There's been a goal at Easter Road. Let's get news of it from Rory Loy.
Yes, indeed, and it's gone to the home side, Hibs. It was a wonderful corner in from Joe Newell. Ellie Johan jumped the highest and headed home. I must say, Hibs should have had a penalty at the start of the second half. It wasn't given. Raith Rovers had missed a great chance himself, a combination of the post. David Marshall kept it out, but eventually Hibs have broken the deadlock, and it's Hibs 1, Raith Rovers 0.
Thanks, Rory. Marley Watkins, while you were with Rory, just having an effort on goal from a very narrow angle. No real threat to Joe Hart, who went down and took it pretty comfortably, but Kilmarnock certainly engineering some opportunities in this opening 17 minutes, and still neither side have been able to find the breakthrough, as O'Reilly, who's probably had the best chance for Celtic, picks up over on the left hand side. Taylor now leaving it for Maida in off the left, back to McGregor midway inside the Killie half, tries the through ball. It's defended by Robbie Dees, who you were talking about pre-match. Cammy has been an impressive signing so far, and certainly does look to have adapted to life in the top flight pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done well since he's came into the team, and it'll be important. These games are all learning curves for him, and the big games that he's been involved in so far.
Kyogo tries to loop one at goal, but again, it's a comfortable take for Will Dennis, who's another player who's impressed me, certainly in that game against Rangers. Although he didn't have a massive amount to do, he was commanding, and he's kept 4 clean sheets in his 6 appearances, which I think pretty much every goalkeeper would be pretty pleased with that ratio.
Yeah, I think the word you used there was commanding. That was he was very, very confident and assured of his own performance against Rangers. Again, the occasion didn't get to him, which is great to see, and I think he'll grow in this Kilmarnock shirt. They had a good goalkeeper in Sam Walker last season, who was very important for Killie, and I'm sure he'll want to take that on this season.
At the other end, it's Joe Hart clutching a through ball there and just rolling it out for Lagerbielke, who looks to have settled now after that wayward back pass in the first couple of minutes, but looks assured now alongside the Pole Nawrocki, who finds Ralston. Ralston coming down the right hand side, but checks back, and it's with Nawrocki once more, looking up for options midway inside his own half. Closed down by McGuinness. McGregor picks up, but he's caught in possession there by Watkins. Celtic though have it back, and it's Maida out on the far side up against Mayo. Armstrong coming to double up on him. It's back with Taylor left hand side, midway inside the Killie half. O'Reilly now poked away from him by Lyons. Celtic pick up once more. It's Nawrocki coming forward. Might think about the shot here. He does, but it's miles wide of Dennis's right hand post, out for a goal kick. 19 minutes almost played. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, for the first period in the game, Kilmarnock getting pinned back a little bit. Celtic just getting a bit of good control in midfield. This time the big centre half taking a chance with his shot. He was well out. He just didn't connect well off target. But yeah, the game settling into a little bit of a pattern now, with Celtic getting a wee bit more control of the game.
No wins in 13 for Kilmarnock against Celtic. 1 draw and 12 defeats in that period, as I mentioned, since the victory back in 2018 when Stuart Finlay, back at the club in his 4th spell, scored when he was here previously. That was against Brendan Rodgers' side. Here's Abada, right hand side, comes inside, and Daba tries to get the 1-2 from O'Reilly, but O'Reilly was off the mark there with the return ball. Derek McInnes has been out quite a lot at the edge of his technical area, bawling on instructions, not happy about something. What would that likely be, do you think, Cammy?
Yeah, I think it'll be the runners beyond. I think that's what's caused Kilmarnock problems so far. They're obviously a back four and very flat, and it's these midfield runners that are getting beyond the back four and have had 2 massive opportunities for Celtic so far. So it'll be making sure the communication, or if the midfielder has to track the player, it's got to be better, because they will get punished if they continuously do that.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's changed the back four to get an extra player higher up the pitch, to put Celtic under pressure, stop them dominating from the back.
So to play before Brad Lyons knocked it down the line. I don't think the Kilmarnock fans nor Lyons himself agree with the official who put his flag up, but throwing it is midway inside the Celtic half. 20 minutes played, no goals. O'Reilly, is that a handball? Alan Muir didn't see it, nor did the assistant on the near side, but the Kilmarnock fans thought they did.
I think he got away with one there at O'Reilly. It's a handball, isn't it? If it happened inside the box, it would have been a penalty, so it's a free kick outside the box, no doubt about it.
Here's Armstrong, and Kilmarnock doing well to A, win the ball back, and B, keep it, as Mayo with a big switch of place. A wonderful ball, the left foot there out to Ndaba, who tries to slide it down the line for Kennedy, but Ralston read it, and Kilmarnock fans thought that was out of play. I don't think it was, and play rightly allowed to continue, but as usual, home fans tended to think that everything's going against them, but I think the officials got that one right. Celtic have it. Ralston, midway inside his own half, just clips it over McGuinness and out to Lagerbielke, who's able to come up towards the halfway line, and then fires it to the feet of Maida. Maida left hand side, just tries to play it between 2 Kilmarnock players. He claimed for handball, but again play carries on, and the ball's out of play. I think on the far side. Is it a throw-in or a free kick for the challenge by Maida on Armstrong? Either way, it will be Kilmarnock's ball as we approach the midway point in this first half. No goals, chances at either end certainly. Ndaba going close for Kilmarnock. Kyogo and O'Reilly at the other end for Celtic. O'Reilly should have scored, I reckon, but straight at the keeper. as Watkins goes, and that's a wonderful touch to bring it out of the air down the right channel. He's tracked by Taylor, but he's managed to find Armstrong. Good challenge from Maida, had to be. Watkins has won it back off him. He started the game very well, he started the season very well, Marley Watkins, like you could say about pretty much all of his Kilmarnock teammates, as Armstrong tries to tease it into the penalty area. Back there goes Home, just knocks it out of play for a throw-in on the far side, in line with the Celtic 18-yard box. It is us at the halfway point of the first period, still 0-0, but Kilmarnock very much making a game of this, as he expected they would. Throw in to be taken by young David Watson, who's got a good long throw on him. He brought about the only goal against Rangers down at the other end. What can he do here? And it comes to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's a commanding header there by Lagerbielke. Comes to McGuinness, who takes it on first time, but it's well over the top. Couldn't get over the ball to keep it down, and it's a good 5 or 6 yards over the top of Joe Hart's goal, and it remains Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
It's a decent throw though, from the young man. It's a weapon, and if you can get it into that mix, get it into that area, then you've always got a chance if you get somebody's head on it.
Yeah,
even second phase.
I think Kilmarnock as well, they're quite a physical team when they send up their back four, and it'll put Celtic under pressure. As you say, you never know where the ball's going to fall. Fell there to McGuinness, and he just couldn't quite get his strike right.
Knocked forward by Mayo. Lagerbielke just lets that go over his head, and out comes Joe Hart to the edge of his penalty area and taps it back to the Swedish centre-back, who squares it for... Sorry, that was Nawrocki. I'm still getting those two mixed up in the early days of the... They do look quite alike from this distance, certainly, and they both got orange boots on, which doesn't help. But anyway, that's me getting my several excuses in. But Nawrocki's playing right centre-back, and he's got number 17 in his back, so no real excuses. As Finlay, the number 17 for Kelly, plays that straight out of play for a throw into Celtic. He was looking for Ndava, 24 in, 0-0. Ralston takes it back away to Nawrocki, midway inside his own half now, and into the feet of Greg Taylor. Still coming into that, inverted full-back role, Packie, which was really an Ange Postecoglou tactic that certainly worked for Celtic and Greg Taylor, and clearly Brendan Rodgers allowing him licence to continue to do that, but he's lost it to Danny Armstrong on this occasion, and Armstrong's inside the penalty area, right hand side of the box, squeezes it into the 6-yard box. McGuinness couldn't connect with it, and Hart takes it inside his 6-yard box as Kilmarnock continue to threaten.
Yeah, I think Greg Taylor would naturally come in there because he's been so used to doing it all last seasons before, and he will drift into that position, and he's done it very, very effectively over the last number of years, so there's no reason why he can't still do it. That time he lost the ball to Dan Armstrong, and he took him on a 1v1 and got a decent ball across that 6-yard box. Joe Hart doing very well, actually, got a good hand to it and making the save.
Yeah, and I think that's what Danny Armstrong will want, is facing up Greg Taylor 1v1, driving at him, because then you make the decision, especially if he gets him into the box. Greg Taylor knows he can't make the challenge, it's very, very risky then, and Kilmarnock will try and use that as much as they can, get Danny Armstrong on the ball, running at Greg Taylor.
Celtic have it through Ralston, who plays it back to Nawrocki on the halfway line. 25 gone now, still no goals. Both Edinburgh sides winning in their cup ties. 3-0 Hearts against Partick Thistle, 1-0 Hibs against Raith Rovers, deep into the second half of both those ties. Celtic looking to continue their defence of the trophy as O'Reilly wins the corner kick off Lions. Right hand side corner kick for Celtic coming up, which will be taken by O'Reilly himself.
Yeah, it's that little run, isn't it, from midfield. You've got to match the run. The Kilmarnock players are sort of kind of almost standing watching, and
here comes the corner kick then. Left foot, it's a wonderful ball into the edge of the 6-yard box. It's cleared though by the Kilmarnock defence. Back out now with Callum McGregor on the right hand side. Taylor at the edge of the box on the right as well. He's well challenged by the tenacious 18-year-old David Watson of Kilmarnock, and Kelly trying to play their way out of a tight spot down at their own corner flag. They managed to get it up to the halfway line, but possession coughed up to Celtic in the shape of Ralston, who comes back and gets it back from Nawrocki, and now it's Lagerbielke crossing the halfway line. Out to the left hand side it goes to Taylor, midway inside the Killie half, gets it back from Maida.
Oh, he picked the wrong pass. I'll tell you, Lagerbielke Maeda was in.
Yeah.
You know, he had made a great run, and Mayo went out to the winger, and he should have stayed where he was, and he opened up a huge space, but he didn't pick the pass, didn't see the pass.
That's given away by Nawrocki as Kennedy picks up left-hand side for Kilmarnock and then tries to get the beating of Anthony Ralston. There's been a goal at Easter Road. There's a free kick here to Kilmarnock, so that gives us a chance to cross the Leith and Rory Lloyd.
Yes, indeed, and it's the away fans who are cheering because Raith Rovers have equalised. Lewis Vaughan went to play a pass through to Callum Smith. Lewis Stevenson intercepted it, however, it caught the back of his heel, fell to Callum Smith, who slotted low and hard past David Marshall to restore parity here. It's Hibs 1, Raith Rovers 1.
Thanks, Rory. Yeah, Kelly free kick here, and it will be taken by Matty Kennedy. By the looks of it, it's midway inside the Celtic half, so Celtic trying to hold a very, very high line about 5 yards outside their penalty area. What can Kilmarnock make of this as Danny Armstrong and Kennedy plot as to who's going to send this one in? Armstrong has the arm aloft, and it's him that clips it to the edge of the box. It's headed away though by Taylor, only as far as Watson, who tries to help it back to the edge of the box. Lyons gets the flick on, but there first was Anthony Ralston, who just knocks it clear up to the halfway line. Kyogo will chase this. Armstrong's there ahead of him, but he takes a chance, and Kyogo's nicked it off him, heading into the penalty area, right hand side. Very tight angle, goes for goal. Well saved by Will Dennis at his near post. The angle was against Kyogo, but as usual he hit the target, and Dennis forced to work as Kilmarnock concede a free kick. It's Kennedy chopping down Ralston right hand side, not too far outside the penalty area, and there's been another goal at Easter Road. Rory?
Yes, indeed, Alan. Hibs are back in front. It's the home side. Eli Yuhan far too strong for Liam Dick down the right hand side. He cuts the ball back, and who's there? It's a substitute just on the pitch, new signing Dylan Vente, who manages just to squeeze it under Dabrowski for 2-1 Hibs.
Well, a couple of goals within about a minute or so there for Rory. 2-1 Hibs, 3-0 Hearts, and Celtic with an opportunity here almost in the half-hour mark to try and break the deadlock here. It's going to be O'Reilly just about 2 or 3 yards in from the right-hand touchline, and about 20 yards from the goal line. Celtic have got plenty of bodies forward as O'Reilly sends it in. It's not such a good delivery this time, well cleared to the edge of the box as Holm picks up and just knocks it back to Taylor. Taylor will loft it back to the Celtic right. In the way though it was Matty Kennedy, out to O'Reilly now midway inside the Celtic half, sorry, the Killie half. It's back with Taylor, just in from the left hand side, plays it back to Lagerbielke. Now Nawrocki in the centre circle, and back once more with his central defensive partner. Lagerbielke slides it forward for Kyogo, who had a chance to go over, the chance that he had just a moment ago. Packy,
it was slack play by Daniel Armstrong. He just allowed Kyogo to take the ball, and then he used that turn of pace, driving all the way almost to the 6-yard box. It was a tight angle to beat Will Dennis in the Kilmarnock goal. He just stood up and made the save, but that was a slack bit of play from Daniel Armstrong.
Daba heading it back to his goalkeeper there, and a bit of pressure there from Lee Labada. Yeah, it was Kyogo, a real burst of pace from him to get away from Danny Armstrong, who's no slouch, but thankfully for Armstrong, his goalkeeper bailed him out with a decent stop. Kyogo didn't really have any support, so he had to go for goal, and if anyone can score from that kind of angle, you would probably say it would be Kyogo, but on this occasion the Killie keeper kept him out. That's right, still 0-0 as half an hour comes and goes. Flicked forward by Holm over the halfway line and picked up by Finlay just inside his own half. Tries the switch of play, it's adventurous, and Taylor heads it back to the halfway line. Lyons is there for Killie, helped on by McGuinness, but it's just hooked more in hope than expectation, and Kilmarnock giving away the ball as Taylor picks up on his own goal line, plays it infield to Lagerbielke inside the penalty area. 31 played, Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
Going back to that Kyogo chance, I think, listen, Will Dennis does everything right, gets his angles all right. Kyogo, for me, does everything right, fires it in at the feet, because that's the only place I think he would score, is going through the legs at such a tight angle. But for me, it was a good bit of goalkeeping as well.
Kyogo already with a couple of goals. Another goal at Tynecastle, Alan Preston.
That's 4-0 to Hearts. Tagoe with his first goal for the club. Lowry steals the ball in the middle of the park, rolls through the Japanese player, and the left foot smashes it beyond the keeper David Mitchell. Hearts 4, Partick Thistle 0.
Well, it's quite a win for Hearts, and continuing where they left off on Thursday night. What a brilliant night that was, getting through the tie against Rosenborg, coming from 2 goals down in the tie. But Cam Devlin popping up with a couple of goals to send them through. As Maida comes forwards for Celtic down the left-hand side. Offside flags up though against the Japanese winger as he's being used. I read some quotes from Brendan Rodgers saying, I think it was from maybe a month or so ago, but saying he actually thinks of him more as a through-the-middle striker, Packy. But I mean, he's spent most of his Celtic career on the flank, and clearly he can operate well there, and you would have to say unlikely to displace Kyogo as the striker.
Yeah, but he has played there. He's played there for Japanese international team, and we've seen him play in that position in a number of times. Even when Kyogo goes off, he goes through the middle, and he's got that turn of pace. That's what he is. When he plays wide, he just needs to probably have a little bit more movement to go away, to come to the ball, to get on the ball to his feet. But when he gets it, and when he knocks it by you, nobody's catching him. If he gets a yard on you, you're in trouble.
It's out for a goal kick to Celtic. We've played 33 minutes here at Rugby Park, no goals in this League Cup second round tie. Celtic and Kilmarnock both looking to join Aberdeen, Rangers, Ross County, Livingston and St Mirren already in the Hearts. Pretty much absolutely nailed on to be in there with them as well. And Hibs favourites currently to oust Raith Rovers with probably about 10 minutes or so left in that tie at Easter Road. This one's still stalemate though, as Kilmarnock win it back in the middle of the park, and it's Watson who very much looks like a first pick for Derek McInnes now coming into the team last season, as Armstrong again is caught in possession, this time by Holm. And then he pulled back Kyogo, didn't he? And it will be a free kick to Celtic at the edge of the centre circle, and Armstrong's just got to be a bit sharper in there.
Yeah, he's just taking too many touches again. It was just he wanted too much time with Kyogo's chance. It's the same again. You don't get that time against Celtic. They're right on your case and you need to move the ball fast. So Derek McInnes will be in his ear about that. Move the ball faster.
I think he did the wise thing though, giving away the foul though.
Another foul, yeah.
You know, obviously he's lucky he didn't go in the referee's book, but certainly that was important just stop the game because he made a big mistake.
And Nawrocki's just knocked it straight out of play, and it'll be a goal kick to Kilmarnock, who will be pleased with the way this game has gone so far. They have held pretty firm at the back, just coughing up a couple of chances to Celtic, and they've created one or two moments of trouble for the Celtic backline themselves.
They started off well, didn't they, Kilmarnock? I thought they had a good start, pressed high, put Celtic under a bit of pressure, tested those two centre-backs, but the game has certainly fallen into a kind of a familiar pattern with Celtic dominating possession in the last probably 10-15 minutes.
Only Dundee United conceded more goals in the Premiership last season than Kilmarnock, but they've beaten Rangers here 1-0, drawn nothing each at Tynecastle. They didn't concede many in the League Cup group stage either. It looks like Derek McInnes has really worked on that defensive organisation and so on. They're looking a lot harder to score goals against at the start of this season, Cammy.
Yeah, listen, he's brought in his own players as well, and as you say, he's had time to sort of introduce the way that he wants to defend, and it's got to be the foundation for Kilmarnock. They don't concede many goals, they're always in the game, and that's exactly what happened here against Rangers at Rugby Park. Defended for long periods of time, but then they got the opportunity and took it, and that's where Derek McInnes will be happy with the way this first half went. There's been a couple of opportunities, runners beyond as hurts Kilmarnock so far, and then the other opportunity was Danny Armstrong being slack in defence. So Celtic haven't created too many clear-cut opportunities in this first half.
No, they have this problem with the runners going though, you know, and there was another opportunity for them to pick Greg Taylor out, and it's coming almost from Lagerbielke, who's stepping forward in the midfield, but he's picking the wrong pass attempts. He just needs to get his head up and see and wait for the moment, but he's passing the ball, just making the wrong decision. But this is his first game, and he'll get used to this, there's no question.
Ball swept forward by Greg Taylor. Kyogo will give chase, but Robbie D's got plenty of time to knock that back to Will Dennis, who first time launches it over the halfway line. Lagerbielke heads it back over the halfway line. Lyons heads it off O'Reilly, but he's able to pick up the loose ball and then slides in to win it with a 50-50 against Maida. It was good tenacity there from the Kilmarnock skipper. He's worn the armband with Vassell being on the bench for the moment, and certainly endearing himself to the Kilmarnock fans this season, Brad Lyons, not least with that winning goal against Rangers here. Dennis again knocks it over the halfway line for Kilmarnock. Lagerbielke just takes a touch and then plays it back to Joe Hart, chased down by McGuinness, but Hart stays cool and just plays it back to Lagerbielke, who plays the ball forward to Maida, who tries to lose his marker, Mayo, who slides in though and wins it back for Kilmarnock. He's really sticking to his task there, Mayo following Maida way back the pitch, and Kilmarnock now have got the free kick midway inside the Celtic half, right hand side, and a chance for them to load the box and potentially take the lead here ahead of half time. 37 minutes played, 0-0.
Yeah, and listen, it was brilliant from Mayo again, followed them all the way in. It is risky because if they get beyond it, it allows a lot of gaps to be in the Kilmarnock defence, but listen, he made the challenge, won the ball high up the pitch in the Celtic half, and that's where they've tried to steal it. They've tried to steal it in the Celtic half so that Kilmarnock get on the front foot and get opportunities, and this, if a good delivery into the box, can be an opportunity for Killie.
Yeah, again it's Kennedy and Armstrong over the free kick, but it's right hand side, right of centre, about maybe 15 yards in from the touchline and about 35 yards from the goal line. Kennedy or Armstrong. Armstrong moves away, so it'll be the right footed Kennedy to sweep it into the penalty. It's a decent delivery, but it's actually too close to Joe Hart in the end. He goes down and collects it low under no real pressure, and the chance is gone for Killie. 7 minutes left in the half. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0. Celtic have it at the back.
It was a good take by Joe Hart there. Dangerous ball, driven in with a bit of pace on it in between the goalkeeper and the defence, and Joe's made a good decision. Common got good hands on it, took the pressure off.
McGregor to Nawrocki and out to the right hand side to Ralston, back with Nawrocki, and he gets it back again from Callum McGregor just inside his own half, plays it square for Lagerbielke. Just a few yards inside the Killie half, out to the left for Taylor. Taylor checks back inside, gets it back from home. Lagerbielke once more. Kilmarnock really well organised, everyone shuffling across from right to left as Celtic try to switch the play.
What they're not allowing to happen is that Callum McGregor's not getting into this game because he's almost been man-marked, and it's up to the centre halves to step out into those areas where there's space and make and pick the right pass.
It's Nawrocki trying to lift it over Ndaba to find Abada, and he does do. Abada right hand side for Celtic, having to check back about 15 yards from the goal line. In off the right he comes, lays it back to McGregor midway inside the Killie half, into Taylor, who again is advanced and central. McGregor once more forward for Abada, right of the box, tries to get the ball into the penalty area, but Abada blocks the cross, and it's behind for a Celtic corner, right hand side. 5 minutes to the break. Killie 0, Celtic 0. O'Reilly to take this one, looking to try and pick out a teammate. Celtic look for the opening goal. Oh, that's a heavy fall there for Dees, was it, who met us, and Ndaba, who was back there, got his head to it and then was taken out, but he's back on his feet. It was good defending, and then Kilmarnock have won themselves a free kick at the edge of the box. Ndaba, again, I've mentioned 2 or 3 players, but Ndaba looks like a good acquisition for Kilmarnock as well.
Yeah, another good sign, a really good header, important header there, because it was a good ball in from O'Reilly from this right hand side, whipped in, and he got up really well. I was actually surprised it wasn't a free kick. I felt as if the Celtic player took him out after he headed it, but yeah, he started his Kilmarnock career very, very well. Looks a good signing, very good size of a boy as well, and for the physical battle.
Kilmarnock coming forward, Watkins trying to cause some problems at the edge of the box. Armstrong's down, claiming for a foul at least, if not a penalty, right on the edge of the box. Nothing doing again as Kyle McGuinness picks up left hand side and plays it back to Ndaba, who himself plays it infield for Lions. He's under pressure there from McGregor and Abada, but manages to keep it, gets it back to Finlay, who in turn just plays it back to his goalkeeper Will Dennis, who launches it long, one for Ndaba to go and attack, but attacks Anthony Ralston rather too physically, and knocks him to the deck at the expense of a free kick to Celtic just inside, well, midway inside really, their own half. Ralston's back on his feet, free kick and nothing more. And
I think both managers will be quite happy in the way the game has panned out. Obviously there's been a couple of half chances in the game, the best one probably going to Matt O'Reilly, but he failed to control when he was going through, or he took it onto his wrong foot. He should have probably gone with his right. That was probably the best one, but overall I think both managers will be saying, well, we've a chance in this game, the way the game's panned out at the moment.
Just over 3 minutes left, plus any added on time at the end for stoppages. It's a throw into Kelly, midway inside their own half. Taken by Mayo, launched up the right. Kennedy picks up for Kilmarnock, turns it back to Armstrong. Armstrong tries to take on Taylor, but he's lost it, and Celtic have it through Maida, just crossing the halfway line. Armstrong trying to get back to win it once more for Kilmarnock, but he hasn't managed to do so, and Ralston now brings it out to the right hand side for Abada. Abada midway inside Kilmarnock territory, in from the right he comes, knocks it back though to the halfway line for Nawrocki, who quickly plays it to Greg Taylor just outside the centre circle, clips over the top, wonderful ball. Maida checks back with the first touch, and it allows Lewis Mayo to get back in, make the sliding challenge to dispossessor, knock it behind for a corner. A wonderful ball from Greg Taylor, decent first touch from Maida, but good defending from Mayo.
Just got stuck under his foot, didn't it, really, and he couldn't take it on with him, but it was a good run, good pass, good chance.
And the Celtic corner taken by Holm, right footed from the left hand side, away by Finlay, helped on by Kennedy down the Kilmarnock right, and that'll go out for a throw-in on the far side to Celtic. Still no goals. We'll just get the full-time reports from Tynecastle and Easter Road at half-time in this one, with both Hearts and Hibs looking like taking their place in the quarter-final draw, as Greg Taylor prepares to take the throw-in from just inside his own half. Will it be Kilmarnock, will it be Celtic to join them in the next round? Still in a finely balanced here, certainly, as Nawrocki picks up and tries to move away from Watkins, who just nudges him in the back. Down he goes, the Polish defender, and it will be a free kick to Celtic just inside their own half as half-time approaches.
Yeah, critical time for both teams. Obviously Kilmarnock will be wanting to go on 0-0 and have something to build on. Celtic desperate to get a goal.
Taylor into the penalty area, looking for Kyogo, but it's headed away before he can latch onto it. Celtic have it back though. Maida and Abada have just swapped position just at the tail end of this first period as Celtic keep possession at the back. It's Nawrocki forward for Holm, challenged by Watson. Looked like he might have been a little bit late there, but the referee just points for a goal kick, and it will be Kilmarnock as Callum McGregor has a word with Alan Muir, I think probably about that challenge that came in. It looked to me like he was just a wee bit late there.
Slightly late, but he doesn't hold back the young man, does he?
Listen, he made up some ground there. He could see he was getting his head up to play the pass, and young Watson made up 5-6 yards to make that challenge. And listen, they might have been a little bit late, but there wasn't too much in it.
Goal kick taken, and a foul in there from Nawrocki on Watkins, and Kilmarnock have got a free kick right at the end of this first period, about 20 yards into the Celtic half, and it is a chance to throw the centre backs forward again. 1 minute to be added on, and we just tick into that now. So this is likely the last chance of the half. Can Kilmarnock?
Yeah, I think Matty Kennedy should bend this in almost. The last time I think
a very
it was
high line from Celtic.
It is. The last time I think it was I'm trying to think who took the
Armstrong,
and it was an outswinger, it was a poor one. Bended right into that space between Joe Hart.
It is Kennedy who swings it in, but it's away, and Dava couldn't quite reach it. Watson though keeps it alive, sent back in by Finlay. That's a good ball, and Dava attacks. Oh, he should score, but he sent it wide, just a foot wide of Joe Hart's right hand post. He was rooted to the spot, the keeper, and Dava rose highest. It was such an inviting ball in from Finlay, but he couldn't hit the target. Massive chance for Kilmarnock, passed up in the stroke at half time, 0-0.
Oh, he's got to score. He's got to just direct it on target. He comes off the side of his head and goes by the post, and couldn't have been much in it from our angle. Probably difficult to see that, but certainly what a chance just before half time.
It is a half-time whistle, and what a difference that could have made if Corey and Daba had directed that on target. There was no way Joe Hart was keeping it out. You didn't feel such was the proximity of the header, but he sent the header wide, having towered above the Celtic defence. Brilliant ball in from Finlay, but wide it went, and therefore the half-time scoreline is 0-0. Chances at either end in that first period, and Daba early on as well hooked the ball onto the roof of the net before at the other end Holm sent it into the 6-yard box, but Kyogo on the stretch just couldn't get his right foot wrapped round it and sent the ball wide. Best chance for Celtic in the first period fell to Matt O'Reilly. He was played in on goal, but in trying to get his body round the ball to get onto his left foot, he just hit it too straight at the keeper when he was trying to find the back post, and it was a comfortable save in the end for Will Dennis. Marley Watkins had an effort from a tight angle, pretty comfortably saved by Joe Hart, but then that opportunity right on the stroke of half time for Corey Ndaba will be one that he'll be reliving over and over in his mind at the moment, you would imagine, cursing his luck there as he sent the header wide when he probably should have scored. At half time at Rugby Park, it's Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0.
Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0 at half-time, approaching full-time in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Hearts 4-0 up against Partick Thistle, Hibernian 2-1 against Wraith Rovers. In the English Premier League, Aston Villa strolling to victory against Everton. John McGinn got the first, Douglas Luiz penalty, Leon Bailey and John Duran scoring with, he was just on the pitch. It was seconds after he came on the pitch he scored the 4th goal there. In the SWPL, Hibernian beat Montrose 4-1. It was Partick Thistle 0, Glasgow City 3. Celtic's women 6-1 up against Hamilton into stoppage time, and almost half time it's Hearts 1, Dundee United 0. Still to come, Motherwell against Spartans, and then a few minutes after that, 4:10 kick-off for Rangers against Aberdeen. We will reflect on the opening 45 minutes there at Rugby Park. It's been a very, very tight affair, but we are moving towards full time in the 2 cut ties. Alan, you just about there at Tynecastle?
It's done, Richard. Yeah, 4-0. Just as Hearts hit the post from Kingsley with a strike from the edge of the box. It's such an easy victory. I expected better from Partick Thistle. Been really disappointed in them today. Hearts could have won by 7 or 8. They took the lead in 10 minutes. A corner came in from Lowry. It was Rolls flick on at the front post, and Brian Graham's trying to clear it. It gets it all wrong, goes into the back of the net. It's 2-0 right on the stroke of half time. Lowry corner again, this time with Dello Fire with a header from about 6 yards in off the underside of the bar for his debut goal. This will be gutted, 2 corners, 2 goals. It was 3-0 and tie over in 47 minutes. Muirhead with a poor pass straight to Shankar, who runs through and slots it home for his 4th goal of the season. For me, Lowry should have had a Stonewall penalty. Boyce had a shot well saved. Vargas had a chance. Kingsley had a shot, and Kingsley just hit the post as I just touched on. But they got the 4th one when new signing Tagawa was rolled through by Alex Lowry, and his left foot shot beat the keeper easy. Such an easy victory for Hearts. Disappointing for Partick Thistle. Hearts 4, Partick Thistle 0.
Really surprising, Alan, but maybe it does just reflect the quality that Hearts have got in that squad these days.
I would agree, Richard. Yeah, and he'll be delighted, Ofaya and Tagawa get their goals. Vargas gets game time under his belt. Lowry, I thought, was brilliant. Really lovely touches. Lowry at times. Hearts are building a formidable squad. They're all on fronts at the moment. They're in the League Cup, obviously, into the quarter-finals now. Big, massive game for them on Thursday. They took the opportunity to take the ones off that had been playing most of the games, like say Kent and Shanklin, come off to give them a rest. They've used a full squad today, and I'm sure the management team will be absolutely delighted. But for Chris Doolan, it was a real bad day at the office. They didn't turn up at all. They were well beaten on from the start of this game. The first 10 minutes, Hearts really got into them, and once that first goal went in, there was only one winner.
Yeah, really surprising that, not in the sense that because clearly Hearts have got the quality, but I think we all expected a bit more from Partick Thistle in that. With almost 13,000 at Tynecastle, Hearts have won by 4-0. Hibernian playing Wraith Rovers, of course, at Easter Road. Is it all over there, Rory Loy?
No, not quite yet, Richard. There was 5 minutes went up a couple of minutes ago, so we've got about 3 minutes left to play. It's been a really entertaining game here, I must say. Chances for both sides, a couple of penalty shouts for both sides, 3 goals in this second half as well. Hibs just edging Wraith Rovers in what will be a hard-fought win if they're managed to hold on for the last couple of minutes.
OK, back with Rory when that full-time whistle goes. Remember, Kilmarnock and Celtic 0-0 at the interval. We talked about the pitch beforehand. It is inevitably a talking point from time to time, particularly Cammy in these kind of conditions. It seemed to me it has made it quite tricky at times.
Yeah, listen, it'll be very dry today. They're obviously watering it here at half time, but as I said before the game, within 10 minutes it dries up very quickly when there's a wind, when there's sun on it. So it does slow the play up, which hampers the way that Celtic want to play. But take nothing away from Kilmarnock. They've pressed really well, they've pressed at the right times, they've created opportunities like they did in that Rangers game. They've defended well at times. I think their only problem has been the midfield runners that have caught them out on a couple of occasions. I'm sure Derek McInnes will be in there at half time saying to his players, his midfielders, it's got to be communication or you follow your runner. It's one or the other. We can't allow this Celtic team opportunities. But he'll be happy with the first half performance. He probably should have scored there at the end. It was a massive chance for Ndaba. Great ball in from Finlay from the left hand side, just chipped it into the box. Ndaba got up early and it was just inches wide of the post.
Yeah, it looked to be very close. Celtic, a couple of chances earlier on, Pat, kind of huffed and puffed a wee bit.
Yeah, they were tested out early on with Kilmarnock pressing them high, obviously going to try to see what was made of the two centre backs, and they nearly got a bit of joy out of it. But once Celtic came to terms with the game, then they started passing, and as Cammy rightly says, they had a couple of good chances from runners going, and the two centre backs. Obviously they've changed it, Kilmarnock at the back, they've gone with the two centre backs, and they were just getting caught out a little bit early on, and those runners, but I think you're right about the pitch, when the runners go and the ball's played, the ball almost checks up and you can run, you can almost get it under control. I think that happened with Matt O'Reilly, even young Holm when he went through, and I think Maeda when he went through and appeared down into the left side, and it just caught under his feet and he couldn't get it out to get the strike away and allowed Celtic or Kilmarnock defenders to get back in there. But what Kilmarnock have done well is that they've pushed on Cal McGuinness on to Callum McGregor and stopped him influencing the game. They've played with almost Matty Kenny out on the left, they've played with Marley Watkins through the middle, and then Daniel Armstrong pushed onto the right back, or left back, sorry, and that allowed them then to get good positions and press Celtic a wee bit higher and stop them dominating the game early on. But Celtic having the ability and the team, you'll always know there will be periods in that first half where they will pin you back, and then it's about the quality. I think the big guy Lagerbielke, who stepped out of the back at times, didn't pick the right pass. There was gaping room at times for him to pick a pass for a runner going, and he elected to play it wide instead of playing it through the middle, and that's what. And they got away with it, Kilmarnock, from that perspective. But overall, I think this game can go either way, and both managers will be doing their bit at half time just to try to, maybe Brendan Rodgers will be trying to get Celtic to settle down, keep passing that first, second touch. But Derek McGuinness will be almost getting the guys to think a wee bit about the defensive side, but still press high.
Yeah, I wonder if either side can make the breakthrough in the second 45 minutes. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0 in England, 4-0 Villa, 9 minutes stoppage time at the end of the second half as well. So that's a total of 18 minutes in that game. It's going to be a recurring theme throughout the course of the season. Hearts have beaten Partick Thistle by 4-0. Rory, you still playing?
Yes, we are still playing. I did try to come across to say there's been a red card. Liam Dick, the ball bounced in the air and Liam Dick swung his foot at it and caught Dylan Vente straight in the face. I think he's busted his nose. Liam Dick, he's a lad I know, he apologised straight away. He didn't mean to do it, however it was very difficult for the referee to give anything other than a red card with the way it played out, but it wasn't no intent, it wasn't malicious, but it did look very, very sore. Joe Newell is now lining up a free kick about 20 yards from goal, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of this, but we are still playing at the moment, Richard.
John McGinn being named man of the match in that win for what's going to be a win for Aston Villa against Everton. Good to see him starting the season in such fine form, although Hibs won't want to see him in fine form in the next couple of midweeks. Remember, Hibernian against Aston Villa on Wednesday. Tuesday it's Rangers against PSV Eindhoven. Thursday Hearts against PAOK Salonika. Haken against Aberdeen. That's Don's playing at 6 o'clock, Hearts at 7:45. That Hearts game live on Sports Scene, and the Rangers PSV Eindhoven game also live on Sports Scene, the Champions League qualifier. Do listen out for the Sports Sound on Tuesday. It's on the radio, live on the radio. Rangers against PSV Eindhoven on Tuesday. Do listen out for the Scottish Football Podcast. That gets published every day, Monday to Friday, as the guys reflect on all the big talking points, the big news stories in Scottish football. Never any shortage of discussion points, and I know always a good listen, always very popular. So you can download that wherever you get your podcast. Certainly get it at BBC Sounds.
Rory.
Rory.
Yes, indeed. It's full time at Easter Road. It finishes Hibs 2, Raith Rovers won in a highly entertaining second half. First half had moments of quality, but no one really there to stick the ball in the back of the net. On to the second half we go, and it's all started very early. 48th minute, Ross Millen heads off the line from a Hanlon header. From the resulting corner, Millen was all over Hanlon at the back post. It looked a certain penalty to me. However, referee Nick Walsh waved play on. Then the best chance of the match for Raith Rovers to that point, Ross Millen's cross found Vaughan at the back post, and a combination of David Marshall on the post managed to keep the ball out. Straight up the other end, and Ewan got a goal from a Joe Newell corner. I must say, Ewan, he got sponsors man of the match here, and it was hard to argue with. However, I felt Joe Newell come on at half time and changed the match. Such an integral part of this Hibs side, in my opinion, and was the best player on the pitch for the time that he was on. Then on to the 69th minute came the equaliser. Good play from Lewis Vaughan, a little bit of mix-up from Lewis Stevenson, and the ball landed at the feet of Callum Smith, who slotted low and hard past David Marshall. However, a minute later they were behind again as Dylan Vente scored from an Ewan cutback. In the 87th minute there was a massive shout for handball up the other end in the Hibernian box as the ball looked to strike the hand of Lewis Miller. Again, Nick Walsh waved play on. There wasn't much to talk about between then and the final whistle, other than Liam Dick's red card, which I updated on you a couple of minutes ago, where he hit Dylan Vente in the face with a high boot, resulting in that straight red. Joe Newell did test the goalkeeper Dabrowski from the resulting free kick. However, the score did end here at Easter Road. Hibernian 2, Raith Rovers 1.
So Hibernian make it through. Heart of Midlothian with that 4-0 win against Partick Thistle. Make it through. Got to say, Alan, it is shaping up to be, well, either way, it is going to be a heavyweight quarter-final lineup for the Viaplay Cup. You've got 7 Premiership sides. There will be an 8th. Obviously, it'll be either Kilmarnock or Celtic.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that, Richard. Well, it is that, I'm afraid. There's been no shocks at all. You normally get
which is
one.
a shame, isn't it? Because you look for that. Certainly by this stage of the tournament, you're still hoping 1 or 2 of the lower league sides are still there.
I thought, honestly, this game today at Tynecastle and the one at Easter Road, because of the exertions of Thursday night from both clubs, it would have been, more difficult. But this game here I was so disappointed in Partick Thistle. I was looking forward to seeing them, and they never laid a glove on Hearts. And if the gulf is getting bigger, which it certainly looked like today, it's going to be a struggle, to get these teams. This could be the norm, these teams getting through. You hope not, because you want teams to have a cup upset and a shock and get, teams getting into the latter stages of cup competitions. But that's it. The League Cup is going to be all with the top flight, I'm afraid.
Alan, thanks to you and indeed to Rory. Still just the one name to be sorted out for that quarter-final lineup. The draw to come later. Half-time 0-0. Kilmarnock Celtic. Back to Cammy Bell, Pat Bonner and Al Lamont.
Thanks again, Richard. Sides just emerging back onto the field. Kilmarnock making their way out the narrowest tunnel in football, I think it must be. And Celtic already in place on the right-hand side of the pitch as we look at it from the back of the main stand. Still bathed in Ayrshire sunshine, I have to say. It's pretty warm this afternoon down these parts, even at the back of the stands, but it's usually a good few degrees chillier than elsewhere. But the players out in the sunshine, certainly that is perhaps playing an element in the rather slow game that we've had so far. But other goals to come in this second period. We are about to find out as Celtic get us back underway, as Greg Taylor, the former Killie man, finds O'Reilly looking to thread it through for Maida, who just took a poor touch. He might have been in on goal had he been able to take a better one. Might have been better taking it on his left foot as he came in from the left hand side, but it was off the right, behind for a goal kick, and it's goalless as we start this second period.
It was a good chance, wasn't it? Madarelli getting himself in a good bit of space higher up the pitch, picked out, and then he opens up and plays that little ball. It was a wee bit probably too high, the ball, because it went sort of almost over the back of Kyogo, and I don't think Maeda was expecting it, and that's why he kind of almost miscontrolled, but he was in a really good position if he did get it under control.
No changes for either side, incidentally, at the interval. Still as you were in terms of both lineups, which I'll just talk you through. It's Will Dennis in goal for Kilmarnock. It's actually turned into a back four, as Packy pointed out early on in the game. For Killie, it's Lewis Mayo, Robbie Dees, Stuart Finlay and Corin Daba, with Armstrong, Danny Armstrong, David Watson, Brad Lyons, Kyle McGuinness in midfield, and Matty Kennedy and Marley Watkins up front for Celtic. It's Joe Hart in goal, Anthony Ralston, Gustav Lagerbielke, Mike Nawrocki and Greg Taylor at the back. Callum McGregor, Matt O'Reilly, Odin Holm in midfield, and Lee Labada and Dyson Maida on either wing, with Kyogo up front for Celtic. It's Killie in possession, not for long though, as Lagerbielke picks up, but it's back now with Killie and Kyle McGuinness, right hand side, trying to get away from Taylor, and assistant, who's a yard from the incident, flags and says that was a free kick to Celtic, which is quickly taken by their captain Callum McGregor. Back to Joe Hart, a couple of minutes gone in this second half and still no goals.
Yeah, it looked a little bit soft to me. I think McGuinness put his hand on Callum McGregor, but he went over again, probably experience from him taking the free kick in that position.
O'Reilly trying to find Abada, but it doesn't reach him, and Killie have it back, and it's Finlay who feeds it forward looking for Kennedy, but Nawrocki's there first for Celtic. It's back though with Ndaba, who had a big chance. He's given the ball away now, and it's Abada attacking the penalty area. Kyogo gets the shot away, it's blocked. Claims from some fans for a handball, but it was straight at the Kilmarnock defender. There was no way he was getting out of the way of it, even if it did hit his arm from a very close distance, and the chance is gone. As Kilmarnock pick up in the middle of the park, it's Watson, plays it short to Lyons on the halfway line. Out to Mayo on this near side, the Killie right, and back in field for Lyons, and then back once more with Mayo, who just tries to feed it down the right, looking for Watson, who will try and make life difficult there for Lagerbielke. He just sees it out of play for a Celtic goal kick. 3 minutes.
I was going to say young David Watson on the edge of the box again, doing his defensive duties. I've been impressed with him. He's a young boy, he's only 18 years old, but he looks like a very important player for Kilmarnock, not just in this game, but I think for the future.
What he does, he picks up really good positions to win the ball back, make challenges, recycles the ball very well for Kilmarnock.
That's a good ball for Abada, right hand side, into the penalty area it goes. Mayo straight behind for a corner kick, not taking any chances. It was beyond Kyogo, but Maida was lurking, and Mayo just sweeps it behind for a Celtic corner, but that was a better move from Celtic.
Better run, better pass, getting in behind the defence. Just failed to pick out Kyogo, who had made the run across the near post, and he just didn't pick him out, which normally that's probably the ploy.
Home into the penalty area it comes, knocked away by the Kilmarnock defence. Celtic trying to keep it alive. McGregor though fouling Danny Armstrong, and that's going to be the first yellow card of the game, I reckon, for the Celtic captain, just blocking Danny Armstrong off there, and Alan Muir shows the yellow.
Yeah, again a clever foul from Callum McGregor there. Danny Armstrong looking to break away down the line, showing all his pace, and McGregor just uses his experience, takes a yellow card on the chin, but yeah, clever foul for me.
Celtic haven't lost a domestic cup tie since the Scottish Cup semi-final against Rangers in April of 2022, and they haven't lost in the League Cup since November of 2020 when they were beaten at home by Ross County. It's some record. But Kilmarnock giving them a run for their money here this afternoon as Armstrong picks up right hand side up against Taylor, almost at the goal line, tries to take him on, breaks into the penalty area. Callum McGregor knocks it away. Nodded down by Dees for Watson though, who has a real maturity about his play despite his tender years. Maida gets back to put a good challenge in on both Kennedy and then Armstrong. It's out for a throw in to Killie with 50 minutes on the clock. Still no goals. Taken by Mayo for Watson. Mayo has tried to get it back to Watson, but Holmes nicked it off him, and Holmes comes forward, and Ndaba puts a sliding challenge in and wins plenty of the ball, and Killie have it back, and the Killie fans like the endeavour shown there by Ndaba to win the ball back for his side as McGuinness chases the ball down the right hand side. He hasn't been able to keep it in though, and it will be a throw into Celtic. 5 minutes into the second period, and it's very much continuing along similar lines, very evenly balanced, and still 0-0.
Yeah, I think whoever gets that first goal will be delighted in this game, because I don't see a lot of goals in it. That could change as both teams get a bit more tired.
Well, Celtic have won the last 6 encounters between the sides, scoring 19 in those 6 games, including 13 on their last 3 visits here, but it certainly hasn't looked like they would rack up that kind of amount of goals this afternoon. Kilmarnock very well disciplined, organised. That's a lovely flick though from Kyogo. Holm tries to get it back to him. Kyogo again, should a good turn of pace. Goes down with a nudge there from Watkins. And he can't believe it. But he's going to go into the book for kicking the ball away, I think. And again, there wasn't a massive amount of contact there, but enough to send Kyogo down. And it's a free kick to Celtic in a pretty dangerous area left of the penalty area. And again, Kyogo probably just using his experience there to buy that free kick.
Yeah, and he gets in on sort of goal side of Marley Watkins, and I think that's, as soon as he got any kind of contact at all, he was going to go down. And it's a free kick in a very sort of almost dangerous position.
It was good play from Celtic again. That's when they've hurt Kilmarnock, the one-touch passes, the little ones round the corner. That's when they move the ball fast, they can hurt Kilmarnock. And again, Kyogo was on his run there, and for me, I think there was a little touch in it, and Marley Watkins knew what he was doing when he was kicking the ball away.
A little bit naive of Watkins though to make the contact in this position. Here comes the free kick. It's O'Reilly from the left hand side, away by Watson as far as Taylor midway inside the Killie half, tries to help it back into the box, and Daba clears, but Ralston will pick up right hand side. 7 minutes played in this second period, still 0-0 as Ralston tries to take Daba on right on the edge of the box on the right hand side, tries to get it across goal. Did it take a touch? It did. It'll be a Celtic corner over on the right hand side as they press for the opening goal. Matt O'Reilly across to take it left footed.
Well, we're too far away to know if it's got a touch or not.
Kilmarnock weren't happy about that one.
O'Reilly then left footed, right hand side, in swinger to the near post, and Daba doing enough to just knock it to the edge of the box. Lyons helps it on over his head and up to the halfway line, and Ralston will just have to be careful here. Just gets enough on that to send it back to Joe Hart. Hart's kick out pass isn't a particularly good one. It's picked up by Kennedy. The Killie fans wanted Matty Kennedy to shoot with Joe Hart well out of his area, but he was never set for the shot. But it is a throw into Kilmarnock, and in comes Kennedy, goes for goal. I think that came off Alan Muir, did it, and it's going to have to be a drop ball that came off the referee. It'll go back to Kilmarnock. I think it was obviously Kennedy was the last to touch it, so even though perhaps they were going to lose possession, I think they'll get it back. Yeah, Alan Muir just throws it to the feet of Danny Armstrong, and Kilmarnock can try and forge another attack. 8 minutes gone in the second period. It's Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0 as Dees has it, takes a chance against Maida but does well, and then plays it out to the right hand side for Mayo. Mayo just inside the Celtic half, closed down by Holm. Lyons back the way to Dees on the left foot. He just knocks it forward, but it's not a good pass from Robbie Dees, and it's an easy take for Joe Hart at the edge of his box, and he immediately launches it over the halfway line looking for Abada, but it's going to be Stuart Finlay first to it. He'll just try and see it out, eventually has to try and play it off Abada, which he does successfully. It will be a goal kick to Kilmarnock. 54 on the clock. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 0, still all to play for.
Yeah, it was a decent kick from Joe Hart, obviously turning defence into attack with one lovely volley right up into the corner. I thought Finlay did okay, he did well. Initially I thought he was going to get caught on it, trying to let it run out of play, but he knocked it off Abada and got his goal kick.
Celtic have it through O'Reilly, flicks it down the right hand side. Abada with just a little nudge enough to send the Kilmarnock player to the deck, and it will be a free kick which is quickly taken by Finlay. Tries the big switch of play out to Armstrong on this Kilmarnock right, the near side for us. Armstrong trying to wriggle away from Taylor. Brilliant play by Watson to get away from home. Right hand side into the penalty area it comes. Knocked away though by Lagerbielke before Kilmarnock can make anything of it. But it's another instance of terrific play by the 18-year-old Watson. It's picked up now by Lyons. Lyons finds McGuinness. He goes for goal. Good save. Joe Hart might just have been drifting wide of the post, but he couldn't take any chances. McGuinness got a hold of it on the right foot, and it's a corner for Kilmarnock.
Yeah, really positive play and a great strike from McGuinness. Takes it early. Could have been just creeping wide, as you say, Al, but Joe Hart's taking absolutely no risks and makes sure he got a good hand on that to make sure it's a corner for Kilmarnock.
Right hand side to be taken by either Kennedy or Armstrong. Again, both of them over the set piece. Looks like Kennedy will take charge this time, right-footed from the right-hand side. Outswingers, a deep one to the back post, but cleared away by Nawrocki before Dees could get there. Kilmarnock have it back though. McGuinness gets it back to Dees on the angle of the box, left-hand side. Back with McGuinness once more, clips it into the penalty. Out comes Joe Hart. Good two-fisted punch, high rather than far though. Helped away by Holm, and Kilmarnock just play it all the way back by Mayo to Will Dennis. 11 minutes to the second half gone, still no goals, but it's really difficult to pick who's going to make the breakthrough here, who's going to emerge with the advantage, as Greg Taylor was caught there as he played the ball forward by Danny Armstrong. The apology offered by Armstrong. It will be a free kick to Celtic, just 10 yards inside the Killie half. A little ticking off there from Alan Muir for Armstrong, and the free kick goes Celtic's way. 0-0.
You can see obviously the improvement in the Kilmarnock team though, compared to last year when these kind of games kind of ran away from them. They're really in it today. They have a chance, and they're given as good as they're getting. No question about that. I think the speed and just the players he's brought in.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of blood, I think, for the Celtic medical team to deal with on the face of Taylor. So they're down to 10 just momentarily as Callum McGregor stands over this free kick just inside Killie territory, gets it back from O'Reilly and then plays it back the way to Lagerbielke, who squares it to Nawrocki, and now it's back with the Swede. Lagerbielke turns it back to his goalkeeper. Hasn't been inspiring stuff from Celtic thus far, as Hart goes long looking for Abada. I wonder how long before either manager goes to the bench and tries to change things. I guess Derek McInnes will be relatively happy with the way things are going, and just if his side could find the breakthrough and give them something else to cling on to. But they're performing really well against the treble winners from last season. And Daba takes the throw in down the left hand side. It goes high in the air off the head of McGuinness. Breaks away off Watkins down the left channel. It's a wonderful touch from Watkins, and he's up towards the edge of the penalty area. Not a massive amount of support, but he finds Armstrong edge of the area. Can he get the ball out of his feet to get the shot away? He's closed down by Maida. Might get the shot in on the right foot. Comes across goal. It's tapped in. Kilmarnock in front, and it's Marley Watkins. The shot from Armstrong was heading wide a goal, but Marley Watkins turned it into the perfect assist as he taps in at the back post, and Kilmarnock are in front. It's Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bit of play from Marley Watkins to start their move off down the left hand side, left the Celtic defence, and then put a great ball into Danny Armstrong, who had held his run to the 18-yard box. He gets a shot across, and there he is, Marley Watkins at the back post to tap in. And listen, Kilmarnock have started this second half brilliantly. You see Greg Taylor coming on the pitch. Was that a factor that Kilmarnock got that opportunity?
It was. Maeda was asked to go into almost a left back position, and I was just looking at it earlier. Obviously Daniel Armstrong was out in this sort of right hand side, and if they could get the ball out to him, I'm saying they have a chance in a 1v1. Eventually it did come to him, and when he almost set up Maeda, he kind of dropped the shoulder, went round him. I think he was trying to shot actually. It wasn't a cross, and he missed it, but he took him on in a 1v1, and that's what created the opportunity then for Watkins at the back post.
The composure from Marley Watkins out wide left for me at the start of the move, because he got his head up and he seen that Danny Armstrong actually held his run, and it was a brilliant pick out, as you say.
There's a check going on here now. Every goal is checked, but it's okay. The referee points to the centre circle, the goal stands, and so on our end, Kilmarnock do have that goal I was just talking about a moment ago, something for them to really cling on to. They have a 1-goal advantage against the League Cup holders Celtic, and you have to say, you can't really argue that they don't deserve it.
No, absolutely. But I think it was a factor with Greg Taylor. You don't get Maeda going back into that left back position and doing probably what Greg Taylor would do in a 1v1 situation defensively, because he can almost square them up and then just drop the shoulder, got round him, the goal opened up and he got a shot away.
Yeah, I think it was a factor, but listen, Kilmarnock have absolutely capitalised on it. For me, Celtic haven't done enough in this game going forward. They've not created enough opportunities to hurt Kilmarnock. Kilmarnock have been really disciplined, organised, composed at times as well, and they've started this second half very, very well.
They've got a throw in midway inside their own half an hour still to play, plenty of time for a side of the calibre of Celtic to get themselves back into it, but Kilmarnock put themselves in the driving seat as they look to try and take their place in the quarter-final alongside the 7 others who've already booked a place. Stuart Finlay just asked Will Dennis to come and claim the through ball there, as he does eventually. Just over an hour played at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock won thanks to Marley Watkins' second goal of the season. His other came against Albion Rovers in the group stage. Never a prolific scorer, you would have to say, in his time in Scottish football previously, but I think he's been marvellous since he's come in to the Kilmarnock side, and like his teammates, absolute workhorse as well. Everyone putting in a shift out there for Kilmarnock, as they absolutely have to against a team of the quality of Celtic, and they've earned themselves a 1-goal advantage with just under half an hour to play. It's back with Joe Hart, who plays it out to the left hand side to Taylor, who's obviously back on the park now. He plays it once more to Joe Hart inside his 6-yard box, takes a touch, clips it away to the right hand side, won by Ndaba, and McGuinness was going to be offside, so he couldn't go for it, and it's all the way through to Joe Hart. But Derek McInnes down there in his technical area, his game plan is working to absolute perfection, as it did against Rangers, and like they did against Rangers as well, they managed to get themselves a goal in front.
There's a good mentality to Kilmarnock. You know, they are pressing high, they're not allowing Celtic to dominate, and Celtic are struggling just to get a control and a grip on this game.
Abada into the penalty. It's a poor cross from the young Israeli, though, right into the gloves of Will Dennis, and that'll suit Kelly down to the ground as Brendan Rodgers ponders away back into the game. The whistle comes actually from the Celtic manager, and it's David Turnbull, I think, is getting a call, maybe Yang as well. And we'll see what comes of that. A couple of changes potentially for Celtic as they look to get back on level terms. They've got a free kick midway inside their own half.
For me, touching on Kilmarnock, listen, there's a real understanding in Derek McInnes' side this season of what's expected, the work rate as well. Every single play, you touched on it, Al, they work their socks off all game, and they've made Celtic work for the game today. So listen, for me, they're in a really good position. They just need to keep concentrating.
Lyons goes down, but the decision goes Celtic's way as David Turnbull gets himself stripped.
Yeah, Celtic needed a little bit of leadership on that pitch now. Obviously, we've got two youngish centre halves who have just come to the club. They're not expecting them to be the leaders. Callum will have to almost, and he's been can almost man-mark Callum today, so he hasn't had a huge influence in the game. But they're desperate for somebody to step up and score that goal to get him back into this game.
Yang just getting a word of advice here from his manager before he comes on the park. David Turnbull also is about to come on, so a double change, and one of the players coming off is young Odin Holm, Norwegian in his first start. Has been relatively quiet, certainly hasn't stood out, but decent enough performance from the young man. And also coming off is Leal Abada, who will be replaced on the flank by Korean Yang, making his third appearance for the club. He's come on in the 2 league games so far, and this is his chance in the closing 25 minutes here to try and make an impression and get Celtic back into the game. So Kilmarnock throwing over on the far side, about 15 yards away from the corner flag on the Killy left. It's back with Ndaba now, angle of the box, tries to get the cross in, it'll break the way of Kennedy, curls it towards the back post. That's a dangerous ball, but it evades everyone and is behind for a goal kick as Hart and Danny Armstrong come together as Hart tried to get the ball back for a goal kick and just barged into the little winger. That was a bit of a mismatch, and it will be a goal kick anyway to Celtic. 1-0 Kilmarnock lead with 65 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, another dangerous ball in from Matty Kennedy, just gets onto his right foot, whips it in, and Danny Armstrong just couldn't get in at the back post, but more intent from Kilmarnock there.
Yeah, pressing Celtic really high from the goal kick, but Celtic play their way out of danger. That's a poor challenge going in there from McGuinness, but Celtic play on with the advantage. Turnbull couldn't find the pass though, and he's given the ball away in the middle of the park to Armstrong. He's caught in possession by Taylor. Now it's Yang, he's robbed though, and Kelly have it back once more. They've played down the right by Mayo, out of play, and the Celtic fans trying to get behind their side and back them and help them back into the game. Kilmarnock supporters absolutely loving what they're seeing at the start of this season under Derek McInnes. A lot of people tipping them for at least a challenge for a top 6 place, and on the evidence of the first 7 games of the season, you would have to say that looks like a decent bet.
Yeah, but really cup tie at the moment, isn't it? Kilmarnock have got that goal. They're working very, very hard as a unit. Celtic desperate to get up the pitch. They haven't been able to get up the pitch and create the opportunities to get back into this game. Everything's played in their own half at the moment.
Yang is incidentally playing on the left-hand side. Dyson Maida's gone out to the right for Celtic, which is where Abada had been patrolling prior to being replaced. Here's McGregor, middle of the park, plays it forwards for Kyogo. Wonderful little flick, and he's taken out of play there by Stuart Finlay. That's an obvious yellow card. It's just brilliant play from Kyogo. Celtic looking to get the game moving again, but Alan Muir, the referee, will pull that back. Wants the free kick taken from the correct place first of all, and once he's ready, having shown the yellow card, again Celtic trying to take the free kick, and again Alan Muir says, I'm not quite ready, I've just shown a yellow card, I have to note it in my notebook, and then we'll get moving once more. But Celtic frustrated, trying to get on level terms, and Callum McGregor about to take the free kick midway inside the Killie half. 20 Kilmarnock players behind the ball as McGregor gets a 1-2 off Maida and plays it to Ralston. Ralston has to go back the way to Nawrocki. He plays it square to Lagerbielke, well inside Kilmarnock half. A poor pass though from the young defender, and it's cleared away by Mayo. Killie sitting deep just now. They probably want to just try and get themselves up the park. They don't want to sit too deep against this Celtic side if it can be avoided. Here's Yang showing good footwork, but eventually dispossessed by Watson. Celtic have the throw in, quickly taken by Taylor. Everything Celtic do is now that little bit more urgent as Kyogo picks up, tries to flip it on for O'Reilly. That one doesn't come off for the Japanese player as Ralston is late there in the challenge in the middle of the park. It was an aerial battle and he was just overly physical and a bit late, and he's shown a yellow card as well, and Kilmarnock will get a free kick, and just about a quarter of the game to go. It's Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0.
I don't see where Celtic's going to get the goal from at the moment. I know they've got good technical players and that, but they're not creating the chances. Normally they'll be creating 2 or 3 chances, and maybe a goalkeeper making a save, or they're trying to get it on, but they're not actually able to create it at the moment. That's the problem.
No, I think what they're doing, Packy, is they're allowing Kilmarnock to get set up, and Kilmarnock are quite comfortable with Celtic playing in front of them where they can see the ball, and them midfield runs haven't happened this half yet that were hurting Kilmarnock in the first half, and I don't know if that's down to Derek McInnes obviously feeding the message in at half time to say, look, they're one of our biggest problems, but they've nullified Celtic in every single way so far.
Throw into Killie over on the far side on the halfway line more or less, and certainly Kilmarnock at this juncture taking their time over every dead ball situation, and Daba does take the throw in though, gets it back from Lyons, then lofts it forwards. Up goes Watkins, the goal scorer, can't keep it though. Turnbull has it back for Celtic, just midway inside his own half. Spins and plays it out to the left hand side for Taylor. Yang made the run, Taylor played the ball behind him, but Yang's done really well to keep a hold of the ball and plays it back to Greg Taylor. Now it's Lagerbielke, centre back for Celtic, playing it short for his new partner Nawrocki. McGregor trying to get on the ball to influence the game, but as Parky has pointed out, Kyle McGuinness particularly has just sat on him more or less all game and not allowed him to dictate the play as he is so capable of doing when allowed the time and space, and Celtic have really struggled to create, particularly in the second half.
Yeah, and they're playing little balls forward and it's coming straight back again. Somebody's got to get opened up and turn.
Here's Greg Taylor though, left hand side, coming forward, asks Yang to step into the penalty area, can't quite bring it under control, and Kilmarnock able to clear, and it's up with Lagerbielke on the halfway line, closed down. Nawrocki then turns it back to Lagerbielke, and now McGregor into the feet of O'Reilly. Celtic struggling to find the fluidity in their play that we're so accustomed to in the last couple of years in particular, as Greg Taylor though picks up and moves into the Kilmarnock half. O'Reilly now, centre circle, McGregor out to the left hand side for Yang, trying to isolate Lewis Mayo, running at him left and right, and he's just gone over. Oh, it looks like he's maybe hurt himself here. Oh, that could be nasty. He just went down, he seemed to lose his footing, and he's just holding his face. I really hope this is not. It's one of those ones that he goes down, and I just wonder, is it the knee?
He's got a bit of a bang in the face, I think. It was a trailing hand. There was nothing malicious in it whatsoever. He's obviously trying to take Lewis Mayo on, and it just didn't. Just a trailing hand that caught him.
Yeah,
in the
he's
face.
fine. I thought he'd gone down without any contact, and then maybe his knee. You know, sometimes when there's no contact and it's an ACL or something like that. But actually, as you say, Packy, there maybe was a little bit of contact with the face, and he went down clutching that, and the home fans didn't like it, and he got nothing for it, and it's out for a Celtic throw-in. And again, they want to do it quickly. Kilmarnock have still got a player receiving treatment. Alan Muir's indicating he is stopping his watch every time. He's taking note at least of these stoppages, and we'll add it on at the end. It's Celtic who are in a hurry with less than 19 minutes remaining of the match, and they trail by 1-0. Here is Nawrocki out to the right hand side for Ralston, back in field for Turnbull, who started the season pretty well for Celtic, back in favour, having been a substitute more often than not under Ange Postecoglou. Forward it goes from Nawrocki. That's a good ball for Maida, edge of the penalty, right hand side, left foot leaves it there for Turnbull. He just tries to dink it over the top, doesn't get through. McGuinness, brilliant ball winning from him. He goes down as another excellent signing for Kilmarnock. Out of play over on the far side for a Kilmarnock throw. And Derek McInnes pointed out, I mentioned this in the first game, if they can keep Kyle McGuinness fit, then he's a quality of player that Derek McInnes admitted he probably wouldn't have got if he hadn't had the injury problems he's had.
Yeah, but listen, he can come here, and Derek McInnes is a manager that'll put his arm around him, make him feel very special, and that's what Kyle McGuinness needs after such a horrible spell in his career where he's picked up injury after injury. He needs a run of games in a good team and a manager who can really trust him, and I think he has that in Derek McInnes, and you can see that in his performance today. He's been very, very effective and really good quality brings to Kilmarnock.
Kyle Vassell about to come on for the closing stages of the game. I think Marley Watkins, who was receiving treatment just a few moments ago, is the player who's going to be replaced as the free kick goes Celtic's way for Watkins. Foul on Kyogo. Derek McInnes keen to get Kyle Vassell on, but Celtic have taken the free kick quickly, and it's Yang booed by the home fans. He's fouled that time by Mayo, and it will be a Celtic free kick. Danny Armstrong trying to prevent that being taken quickly, and Alan Muir's quickly across to say less of that, as Vassell will come on, and it will indeed be Marley Watkins, who, as things stand, is the match winner. He's certainly the difference between the sides just now, tapping in at the back post to split the sides, and it's been a wonderful performance from Marley Watkins this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Again, that goal sums up his work rate, and again the quality he brings to Kilmarnock. A great pick-up for Danny Armstrong, and then sniffing in at the back post to get his goal. But again, they're bringing on another very strong physical striker who can get about the pitch, in Kyle Vassell. So it's a good change for Kilmarnock.
Change too for Celtic was the Sead Haksabanovic replacing Matt O'Reilly. Packy, what do you make of that switch?
Yeah, well, he'll play probably in a more forward position. I think if I look at Matt O'Reilly today, he's kind of almost played alongside Callum McGregor in the middle of the pitch. I think they need to get bodies higher up the pitch and get into those little spaces.
Turnbull free kick from the left hand side into the box, off the head of McGuinness. That will go behind for a Celtic corner out on the right hand side as they press for a leveller. Haksabanovic on for his first appearance of the season, actually.
Yeah, he's got quality, Haksabanovic, there's no question about it, and they'll be desperate for him to come good in this game because 1-0 down.
Corner kick then from the right hand side. Turnbull's out swinger headed high in the air by Finlay. Haksabanovic gets it back into the box, away by McGuinness, picked up by Armstrong, closed down by Yang, and he manages to keep the ball in play, finds Haksabanovic left hand side for Celtic as they look for a goal to make it one each. Taylor now into the box, not a bad ball, but it's flicked on by a Kilmarnock player. Kyogo misses his kick, and it'll come to McGuinness, who's able to clear. Well, you wouldn't see that very often, a collector's item from Kyogo, completely missing the ball as he tried to sweep it into the net. And Kilmarnock breathe again at the back. 15 to play, Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0, but Celtic come again. It's Haksabanovic onto the end of Taylor's pass on the left hand side of the penalty area. Back it goes to Taylor once more, about 30 from goal. Out to Yang on the left hand side. Cross comes Watson, but he can't stop the cross coming in. Daba might have left that if he'd got the shout. He didn't know there was no Celtic player behind him, and he puts his head on it, and it's out for a throw in over on the far side. A Celtic throw in to come.
Yeah, Celtic just up in the tempo a little bit now, and forcing Kilmarnock back into that defensive organisation inside their box. And
here they come down the right hand side, and it's Ralston. Not a bad delivery, comes off Dees, claims for a handball inside the penalty area from the fans behind Will Dennis's goal. VAR is in operation, and we'll have a look at that as Turnbull though picks up, finds Haksabanovic. Brilliant challenge by Watson, sliding in to clear that and almost release Vassell, as well as Nawrocki now picks up, comes forward from the back. Can't find a way past Ndaba though, and now it's Vassell taking over midway inside his own half, just trying to get Kilmarnock up the park. They need someone to do that just now. Now it's Kennedy, if he can switch the ball, or almost finds McGuinness actually, but it's just too heavy with the pass, and it's through for Joe Hart. It's non-stop action right now as Celtic are desperate for a goal that at worst take this tie into extra time. 13 to play, it's Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0.
There's a little opportunity there for Kilmarnock on the breakaway. I think they were outnumbered, Celtic, and it was just an overhit pass from Matty Kennedy. Looked a little bit a tired pass from him, and Kyle McGuinness couldn't get on the end of it.
Fell by Watson, and Haksabanovic then kicks the ball away, and he's booked by Alan Muir, a rather cheap booking for the teenager. As Celtic get things moving. Haksabanovic now up towards the edge of the penalty area. Now Yang into the feet of Maida, back to goal, 25 yards out. Can't get past Ndaba again, who's been excellent. Just plays it up to the halfway line, nodded down by Nawrocki. Turnbull then plays it back to Lagerbielke, and out to the left hand side for Taylor to cross the halfway line. Forward it goes, and Ndaba again is the Killie player in the way. And then Armstrong puts his head down, he's caught there by Taylor, and then goes to the ground clutching his head, and again he definitely was caught, but he'll be staying down here and taking as much time over this as he possibly can. Free kick to Kilmarnock just inside their own half, and with 12 minutes left on the clock, it's Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0.
Slack play from Greg Taylor, gave a pass into the midfield that went to absolutely nobody, and then Danny Armstrong just manages to go up for the challenge, and a high boot from Greg, and gives away the free kick. Exactly what Kilmarnock want, because there was some sustained pressure there from Celtic. They were having to defend the box, and they were doing that very, very well, and they'll just try and take the sting out of the game at the moment.
Very much so. Armstrong will be fine though.
Can't remember the goalkeeper having too many saves.
No.
Well, Dennis in the Kilmarnock goal. That's the disappointing thing, I think, from Celtic's perspective today.
Mayo with a free kick from just inside his own half into the penalty area, looking for Vassell, but headed away by Nawrocki. Callum McGregor picks up, gets out to the left hand side. Yang just tries to play it beyond Mayo, comes off the full back though, and out for a throw in to Celtic. Rory McKenzie is stripped and ready to come on as soon as Derek McInnes gives him the nod, as Yang nudges it back to Taylor. Nawrocki now midway inside his own half, plays it to his left for Lagerbielke. 11 to play, 1-0 Killie. Yang clips it forward, Watson's there, just gets something on it, then gets the second ball as well. Yang though steps in but can't keep it. Lagerbielke, it's a poor ball. Ralston will have to battle for that one. Kennedy's there making life difficult for him. Ralston stayed down, Kilmarnock come forward. Vassell looking to get on the end of that, but it's good defending in the end from Lagerbielke, holding off Kyle Vassell as Anthony Ralston picks himself up. Alan Muir had stopped play to just see if Anthony Ralston needed any treatment. He doesn't, and it will be back with Joe Hart as Kilmarnock prepare to make a double change. Rory McKenzie and Liam Donnelly are the players who are going to come on as they try to see this one out with their side leading by a goal to nil. Danny Armstrong will be one of the players to make way. Rory McKenzie replacing him. And Liam Donnelly coming on for Kyle McGuinness by the looks of it.
Yeah, two very experienced players coming on. Rory McKenzie's been around this club all his life, and of course Donnelly coming on also in the middle of the pitch, and the two players going off has worked really, really hard.
375th appearance for Kilmarnock today for Rory McKenzie, longest serving player by some distance, as Celtic have it 10 minutes left, less than, plus injury time of course, of which there'll be a decent chunk you would imagine. And it's Celtic in possession at the back. Lagerbielke up to the halfway line for Yang. Yang spins away from Mayo, tries to find Kyogo. In steps Dees, Maida picks up inside the penalty area. Can he get the shot away? He's back into the middle. Kyogo, Yang over the top, and it's out for a corner. What a challenge! What a challenge in there! It's an incredible bit of defending, I think, by Brad Lyons, who just threw himself in there and just forced Yang's shot over the crossbar. Brilliant block by the midfielder.
That was a great bit of passing between Celtic players. Eventually Yang coming in. Here's a corner.
Corner does come in, away by Mayo. Vassell picks up, just knocks it beyond Haksabanovic. Comes out to the right hand side. Kyle Vassell with the armband now, as Kilmarnock look to try and hit them on the break. It's forward for Lyons. Lyons has got McKenzie inside him. Can he stay onside? Lyons just trying to hold it up to keep McKenzie onside. McKenzie just couldn't hold his line. And Kilmarnock's counter just rather falters, but it's still got possession. But surely a second Kelly goal would kill Celtic off. But here's Ndaba, left hand side. It's a deep cross, far too deep for his teammates, and Greg Taylor will be able to pick up. But just going back to that Brad Lyons challenge to deny Yang, I mean, what a chance it was, but brilliant defending.
It was a fantastic tackle just to put him off, almost just at the nick of time. He was about 7-8 yards out when you just see it going to buried in the back of the net, and just got the tackle in to deflect it away for the corner.
And then at the other end there was a counter on, and Rory McKenzie just couldn't stay onside, and Lyons couldn't release him as a result of that. Kyogo tries to pass forward, it's intercepted though, and Kelly clear the lines, and then good play from Vassell, just holding it up, and he's eventually fouled by Lagerbielke, and that'll buy Kilmarnock another few precious seconds as they try and get this clock to tick down. 7 and a bit minutes left of the 90, and it's still Kilmarnock 1 thanks to Marley Watkins' goal, Celtic 0.
Yeah, it was a really experienced play from Vassell, but inexperienced defender, just very naive. Vassell just feels him and then goes over, buys the free kick, kills the game. Again, Kilmarnock had the opportunity on the counter attack. I think Rory McKenzie ended up coming too close and being too narrow, so the ball couldn't be played through from Brad Lyons. But yeah, listen, Kilmarnock are in control at the moment. They just need to keep their concentration. Hopefully, as I say, they've got a good man up front. Vassell, very strong, willing runner to get them up the pitch as well.
Looked like he'd run the ball out of play there, but he somehow managed to keep possession, and the assistant was right on the spot to see that it stayed in firmly, and he's bought his side. I'm not sure if it was a corner or I
think it's a throw-in
right down at the corner flag. 6.5 minutes of the 90 left, and
he's given a corner. He's obviously given a corner. I thought it was a throw-in, but it's a corner.
Yep, it is indeed, and it's going to be taken by Matty Kennedy from the right hand side, right footed, as Kilmarnock look to try and give themselves a 2-goal cushion here. And it comes, a good ball, and it's half cleared, and Maida's nicked it away from Donnelly and begins the counter. Yang is free on his left hand side. It was a dreadful attempt at a crossfield ball from Maida, and it goes all the way through to Will Dennis, and that was a real opportunity for Celtic to break on Kelly there, and Maida just fluffing his lines at a really important moment.
What a chance he could have carried it on himself. I think he probably ran out of legs. He's worked hard, obviously, doing that in the heat, probably in the sun, and everything's got to him a bit, but he tried that crossfield pass and just didn't execute it properly at all, and they had a really good chance, Celtic, and they've had very few chances in the second half. That was one of them.
There's Yang, who's had the best of them in the second period. Maida manages to keep it in. Finlay though clears as Maida knocks it into the box. 5 left. Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0 in the final League Cup second round tie. Already into the hat yesterday, Aberdeen, Rangers, Ross County, Livingston and St Mirren. Hearts and Hibs joining them over the course of the afternoon. Can Kilmarnock oust the cup holders and hold on to this 1 goal advantage they've established in the game here.
There'll just not being enough quality from Celtic going forward, as we spoke about before. That the Kilmarnock goalkeeper hasn't really had too many saves to make. That block there from Brad Lyons is probably the closest Celtic have got to a goal in the second half.
Kelly coming forward. Donnelly plays the header though off Watson. Thumping into the challenge there with Lagerbielke, and Lagerbielke comes off second best. Liam Donnelly wasn't hanging back there. I think he's hurt himself as well. He didn't want to initially go down, but eventually having to. And I wonder if he'll need some treatment. That was a really jarring challenge, that one. Neither player pulling out of that's for sure. 1-0 Kelly with 4 to play as the Kelly physio comes on to treat Liam Donnelly.
Yeah, Celtic just, as you say, Cammy, in the second half, they haven't really been high enough up the pitch or in control of the game to make and create enough chances to get this goal back. I think that was the only chance, the one that, and it was good interplay, good movement, good passing to get Yang into the position. He's been a wee bit of a threat since he's come on, Yang.
I think he's brought a little bit of a spark to Celtic, but definitely not enough. I think when Celtic today have hurt Kilmarnock, it's been that intricate, fast passing, one-touch passing. We've not seen enough of it throughout the 90 minutes so far, and I've been a little bit disappointed from them, from what they've actually brought to the game. But take nothing away from Kilmarnock, because they've been so disciplined and worked really, really hard and made it difficult for Celtic to get any rhythm within this game.
Having said that, I don't think anyone in Kilmarnock colours, be the players, management, supporters, will be writing Celtic off, because I think we've seen so many times over the years that Celtic capable of striking late, whether it be equalisers, winners or whatever, and they're more than capable of doing that again this afternoon as Celtic have the ball through Haksabanovic midway inside the Killie half, trailing by a goal to nil, but out it goes to Yang, left hand side up against Mayo, trying to trick his way by him. Haksabanovic once more, Taylor's in lots of room, left hand side, the ball goes to him, claims for handball as the cross came in and it came off the Kilmarnock player Matty Kennedy as he dived to try and block the cross. Nothing given by the referee as the throw-in's taken. Turnbull lays it off to Haksabanovic inside the box. He goes down, howling for a penalty at the Celtic fans behind the goal. But again, Alan Muir is unmoved. Celtic come forward down the right-hand side now. It's Ralston trying to get into the box. Not a bad ball to the back post. Away by Mayo. Yang trying to keep it alive, but it's Watson who gets it clear up towards Vassell. Vassell holds on to it and lets it drop to McKenzie. 2 minutes to play of the 90. McKenzie now looking for options ahead of him. And then slides Lagerbielke to knock it out of play.
Yeah, that was a dive from Haksabanovic on the edge of the box. There was no way it was a penalty. He's obviously going to the referee now, protesting, but definitely dive for me.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. The way that he threw himself forward, it looked a dive, a very desperate dive as well at that.
All eyes on the fourth official in the next few moments to see how long is going to be added on. We've got a minute and a half of the regulation 90. Ewan Anderson down there, the fourth official, will have the boards up in the next minute or so as Celtic still look for a way back into the game. It's David Turnbull on the right hand side, just inside the Killie half. 1-0 to the home side. Back the way Celtic go. Callum McGregor, who really hasn't been anywhere near as influential as he often is in a Celtic jersey. Here's Yang now, left hand side up against Mayo. Haksabanovic, Taylor is inside the penalty if he can get onto that, but across comes Dees, out for a Celtic corner. He thought he played it off Taylor, but the referee didn't, and it will be a Celtic corner into the final minute of the 90, with Celtic looking for a leveller to take this one into extra time. It's going to be Turnbull to take from the left hand side, right footed, swings it into the 6-yard box. Comes off the head, I think, of Lagerbielke, but going the wrong direction, and Killie managed to clear the lines up over the halfway line. There's a player down, it's Corey and Daba, and the referee's going to stop play, much to the dismay of the Celtic fans behind that goal of Will Dennis, and he's taking a sore one in there, and it'll be further treatment required as Kilmarnock just try and run the clock down. Ewan Anderson's got the board in his hand. Packy, what's your guess? 6?
Yeah, I think there will be a little bit of stoppage. If we go by the Women's World Cup, wow. Yeah, 13 minutes today, ended up 15 minutes, but it won't be that. 7 minutes.
Here we go. 7 minutes, and we are just into that right now. So 7 minutes for Kilmarnock to hold on, 7 minutes for Celtic to find at least an equaliser. It would give us another 30 here. Not sure my heart can stand it. Maida back to McGregor. Maida once more, right hand side for Celtic, looks for the 1-2 with Ralston. He'll get there, clips it back. Chance here, but it's a brilliant diving clearance there as Kilmarnock put their bodies on the line and desperately try to hold on to this advantage that they've got. It's been another fabulous performance regardless of the outcome at the end. Kilmarnock have again done themselves proud, but they will want it to be a meaningful display, one that takes them into the next round. Beaten by Celtic in the semi-final of this competition last season, and on the brink of putting them out. The cup holders, as Brad Lyons just tries to hold off Haksabanovic. He does do, he sees it out for a goal kick, and Kilmarnock and their supporters absolutely loving what they're seeing so far this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's been a failing on Celtic today, and that they haven't been able to get balls into players who can get on the half turn and play forward. Everything has gone in, come back again and square, and that's been a disappointment, whether that's down to the guys passing the ball, whether it's the players ahead of the ball not picking up the right positions and the movement wasn't quite there. But Kilmarnock, as you rightly say, Cammy, has done an extraordinary job in organising the defensive side of it.
Watson trying to come forward for Kilmarnock. He's halted by Lagerbielke. Celtic have it back midway inside their own half. Ralston clips it over the top. He's looking for Maida. It's an ambitious ball. Finley's there first and he knocks it back over the halfway line. Ralston gets his head to it into the centre circle, brought under control by Haksabanovic. 2 minutes gone of the 7 of injury time. Still 1-0 Kilmarnock lead. Yang slips but gets himself back on his feet and keeps possession. Has it gone out of play? Derek McInnes is right on the touchline claiming it did, but Greg Taylor kept it in, thought the officials. Here it is, Nawrocki coming forward, slides it through looking for Kyogo, but there's Dees making sure the ball doesn't get through, and it's up towards Vassell, who seems to have hurt himself in trying to bring that under control, and the ball's out for a throw-in over on the far side, and Vassell just moving a little bit gingerly there. Kilmarnock won't want to have to replace the replacement. It's actually a Celtic free kick which is taken short to Callum McGregor, and now in field to Taylor, who comes forward in a central area. Haksabanovic now just left of centre, midway inside the Killie half, looking for a way beyond Brad Lyons. Still Haksabanovic up towards the edge of the box, out to the left for Taylor, back to Haksabanovic, 30 yards from goal, left of centre. Still Lyons sticking to him. He has to go back the way to Lagerbielke, who gets it back once more from Nawrocki. Lagerbielke again 1-2 with Haksabanovic. Killie's sitting very, very deep. Even Vassell is in a deep area. Ball's teased into the area, away by Finlay. 3 minutes played of the 7. Kyogo now trying to instigate something for Celtic. Finds Haksabanovic. Mayo gets himself in there. Oh, he goes down, and that could be a penalty. Now the referee's pointed for a goal kick as Haksabanovic went to ground. It looked to me as though Mayo clipped him and forced him to the deck, and VAR will almost certainly, well, they will definitely have a look at it. Will they ask Alan Muir to come and have another look at his screen? For me, there was contact.
If it's not a penalty, he should be booked for diving. Again, it's one or the other. I think the referee needs to make a decision there. He can't just dismiss it. I think it did look as if there might have been contact, but if there's not, it's a dive.
Packy?
Yeah, well, listen, it was an exaggerated dive, and obviously he has to.
Referee's waving
right,
on.
That's the second dive he's had, so he's probably has to be booked. But VAR's looked at it. Referee gave the goal kick, but he went down dramatically, didn't he?
Very dramatic.
I thought Lewis Mayo just nicked him as he went by, but clearly Don Robertson in the VAR room has had a close look at it. That's brilliant play from Vassell down the right hand side, and he's one inside a corner. It's absolutely superb play to move away, firstly from Taylor, and then the sliding challenge came in from Lagerbielke to knock it behind for a corner. But that's exactly what Kilmarnock need right now.
Yeah, brilliant from Kyle Vassell. Just a turn of pace, which he has got, and he took on the defender exactly what he wanted. A Celtic defender sliding in, getting a corner off it, and they'll take a long time to get this one in the box. It won't come in the box. I'm pretty sure Kyle Vassell will go and use all his strength out there to hold it in the corner.
Yeah, Matty Kennedy to take, but you would imagine they will try and keep it in this corner as long as possible. It is just nudged to Vassell. Vassell holding it up in the corner, battling away there. Taylor manages to get it clear though, plays it down the left hand side. Mayo in first, knocks it back forward. Taylor heads it away at the edge of his own penalty area. Turnbull plays it to Nawrocki at the edge of his box. Ball forwards cut out by McKenzie. He thought he was fouled. The play is allowed to continue. Celtic come forward looking for an equaliser late on in injury time. Out to the right hand side, it's Yang, now Ralston, into the box it comes and it's cleared away by Mayo before Haksabanovic can get there. Less than 2 minutes of stoppage time left to play. Celtic still looking for a equaliser late in this game. Turnbull for Nawrocki. Can Kilmarnock hang on? Can Celtic force injury extra time? It's McGregor, clipped on by Taylor, but he can't get away from McKennedy, and Kilmarnock just play it over the halfway line. No players up there to keep it for them, and Joe Hart comes well out of his box and just plays it to Lagerbielke. Out to Yang, left hand side, up against Mayo, who's done brilliantly to win it back off him. Just tries to play it down the line. He hasn't managed to do that though, and possession back with Celtic in the shape of Turnbull. Less than a minute of the 90 left. It's now or never for the defending League Cup holders. Cleared away again by Kilmarnock defence though.
That's the problem for Celtic also. They've no other option but just to play ball in round feet, trying to get a little penalty, get the ball into the box.
It's been too predictable for me when they're going forward. They've not tried anything different. It's not worked all game, and they've not tried anything different, so it has been disappointing.
Celtic have it, but they're still at the halfway line. They've got 30 seconds to go. Is there to be late drama here at Rugby Park? Or is the drama going to come in the shape of a cup shot? I think the Kilmarnock fans think it's all over, but it's not. It's a throw-in, and the Kilmarnock fans thought that was the full-time whistle.
And there's somebody running on the pitch, young lad.
I think he's a photographer. He thinks it's all over.
It's all over too.
Brilliant.
It's got a throw-in to Celtic. They've still got a few seconds to try and get an equaliser, but they're going back the way. Alan Muir, all eyes on him, the referee. The Kilmarnock fans desperate for the full-time whistle. Kyogo now trying to inspire his side from a deep area. Liam Donnelly in front of him. He has to go back the way to Lagerbielke. We're over the 7 minutes as he plays it out to the right-hand side. Ralston keeps it in. Back to Nawrocki. Now it's Haksabanovic. Right-hand side. Can Celtic somehow get the ball into the box and find a leveller? It's McGregor out to Kyogo. 25 yards from goal. Lofts it in. Away by Dees. Now it's all over, and Kilmarnock have done it. What a result, what a performance from Derek McInnes' side. And for the second time in 3 games they have beaten one of the old firm, but this is a huge scalp, and now the photographer of Kilmarnock can run on the pitch and take the celebration pictures. He was a little bit early in his celebrations a moment ago, but now the Killie fans can really enjoy the moment. Celtic troop off, having lost their crown. It was a wonderful performance from the home side, thoroughly deserved in the end. The goal when it came was from Marley Watkins as he tapped in just before the hour mark. Danny Armstrong's shot at goal was going to head wide, but there was Watkins at the back post to tap into the empty net, and Celtic couldn't respond. The best chance that came for the equaliser failed to substitute Yang, but Brad Lyons, typifying the Kilmarnock performance, threw himself in the line of fire to direct the ball over the top, and Celtic couldn't produce an equaliser. And so it's Kilmarnock who take the place in the last 8 of the competition, and the celebrations around Rugby Park can really kick off now. What an afternoon. It finished at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0.
The Scottish League Cup.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Where Scottish football lives.
Another very, very special afternoon for Kilmarnock and their fans. What a start to the season Derek McInnes and his team have made, and they are through to the quarterfinals of this season's Viaplay Cup. Big celebrations at Rugby Park. Stuart Finlay leading those. Been in and out of the club so many times, of course. Certainly back and making a real impact this time round, and those Kilmarnock fans all standing on their feet and applauding their heroes. It was a wonderful moment where the whistle went and Well, certainly at least one person inside the stadium thought it was all over. One of the club's official photographers running on with his Kilmarnock bib on, his camera in hand, somewhat sheepishly to then get back off the pitch. He is going to get absolute pelters from within the club. Certainly the cameras caught him. I think it was established pretty quickly he was not a pitch invader, but just an over-enthusiastic snapper. He's on there now. He's getting the pictures. There will be plenty pictures for those Kilmarnock fans to enjoy. And they, like the other successful teams, can now look forward to the draw for the quarter-finals. Aberdeen, Rangers, Ross County, Livingston, St Mirren, Hearts, Hibernian, and now Kilmarnock. Marley Watkins with the only goal in 59 minutes. Very similar to the win against Rangers, I suppose, where it was Brad Lyons who got the goal then in the 65th minute. Watkins in the 59th. And a victory that has got Kilmarnock and Rugby Park absolutely rocking. He's going to revive his career with that move down to Rugby Park, Marley Watkins, and he is the hero, the goal hero this afternoon. The scenes of celebrations, Cammy, absolutely joyful, and you can understand why.
Yeah, again, brilliant scenes here. For me, listen, Kilmarnock fully deserved that result today. I felt as if they wanted it a little bit more than Celtic. They put a lot of work rate in there. They were very disciplined in their shape that Derek McInnes set them up. I think Derek McInnes needs to take huge amount of credit as well. The way that he went about the game and how they were going to try and hurt this Celtic side, who are a very good side on their day. But they were, for me, I just felt as if Celtic today run out of ideas and they continuously tried to break Kilmarnock down the exact same way, and it wasn't working. They were trying to play through them, they couldn't get any sort of joy. And it was you're right, Richard, it was a very similar performance to the Rangers one, where they reduced the opposition to very few opportunities. I mean, I don't remember Will Dennis making too many saves in the game.
Cammy, I'm just going to interrupt you there because we're heading to the point where we're going to have to offer a choice of listening. So if you do want to continue the football, make sure you're tuned in to BBC Radio Scotland 810 medium wave. You get us online, of course, at bbc.co.uk/sportscotland. If you're listening on digital, make sure you are tuned in to BBC Radio Scotland Extra. So Gary and your request will be continuing the usual FM programming coming up at on FM at 5 o'clock. But we will stick with the football, obviously, to get the reaction and to get you the draw for the quarterfinals. So if you want to stick with the football, make sure you are with 810 medium wave, online at bbc.co.uk/sportscotland, or on digital at BBC Radio Scotland Extra. So you're still with us, and we have got plenty to bring you in the final 30 minutes or so of the programme. Get some reaction from the earlier ties, no doubt, and certainly reaction from that wonderful achievement by Kilmarnock. It is a rare thing indeed for Celtic to lose a cup tie of any sort domestically in recent years. It's a notable scalp, Pat Bonner, for Kilmarnock and Derek McInnes.
Yeah, very much so, and they deserved it. They played well, they were well organised, as Cammy says. I thought throughout the game, second half, they continued to press Celtic high. Celtic had lots of the ball in their own half. They tried to play out of time, but they never progressed up the pitch until the last probably maybe even 10 minutes of that second half, when they were a goal down. And even then, they didn't create chances. They had one chance in Yang when it was a brilliant tackle from I'm trying to think who put a tackle in.
Brad Lyons.
Brad Lyons, yeah, it was a brilliant tackle. Well done, Cammy. And that, but that was their only chance. And as Cammy says, there was no other option. They didn't try to play through the middle. The young lad David Watson was superb in the middle of the pitch for a young boy, stuck to his task. Lyons alongside him. McGuinness did his job on Callum McGregor, and they just struggled, Celtic, to come up with any other answers. And there'll be a few question marks now around the team to see because teams will learn from this when they play against them throughout the league and throughout the other cup competitions, and so they relinquish their crown, and it'll be very interesting to see how they react to that now at this point in the season.
Fans of 8 sides are now eagerly anticipating the draw of the quarterfinals. We'll bring that to you just as soon as it happens there at Rugby Park. They have confirmed the numbers, and essentially it's been done on a seeding basis, I suppose. Number 1 will be Rangers, 2 will be Aberdeen, 3 will be Hearts, 4 will be Hibernian, 5 Livingston, 6 Ross County, 7 Kilmarnock and 8 St Mirren. We'll be monitoring the draw. I will bring it to you live as it happens. So you'll find out if your team's still there. You'll find out who you are going to be up against in the quarterfinals of the League Cup, the Viaplay Cup. Kilmarnock just jubilant in the wake of that. And it's a tough old time, tough old start for Celtic in that respect. Obviously, they got the win just about against Ross County. They won fairly comfortably in Aberdeen without really looking hugely impressive, or they did all they needed to do to win that day. But they've gone to Kilmarnock and they have been blunted by Killie. Of course, there were opportunities, but not too many. It wasn't like Cammy. It wasn't as if the goalkeeper Dennis was having to make save after save after save. There were a couple of blocks. There was couple of close things, and certainly a couple of shouts. I mean, the first one utterly ridiculous from Haksabanovic. The second one maybe had a bit more merit, but we'll come to that because they're just getting ready with a draw for the quarterfinals of the Viaplay Cup. It's going to be Michael Stewart who is pulling the balls out of the tumbler or the basin that is there in front of him. As I say, it's seeded in the sense that that's how the numbers have been allocated, but it is an all-in draw, and we're about to get it made there at Rugby Park. So the introduction's just being made. Michael Stewart is poised like a coiled spring, and in goes his right hand. He rumbles the balls about. First up is number 7, so that is Kilmarnock, who will be at home in the quarterfinals, and they will be at home to number 3, and that is Hearts. What a game that is going to be. Kilmarnock against Hearts in the quarterfinals. Next up, it is a home tie for number 1, Rangers. So having got through just against Morton, Rangers now at home in the quarterfinals to number 5, Livingston. So having just been beaten 4-0 there last weekend in the league, Livy travel back to Ibrox. Next up, a home tie for number 6, Ross County. Came through 4-3 after extra time against Airdronians yesterday in a real thriller. And Ross County will be at home to number 2, Aberdeen. So Ross County against Aberdeen in the quarterfinals. That leaves 2 sides to come. If your team's in there, you'll know who you are. Number 4, it is Hibernian who will be at home, and that's going to be a major upset. This is not number 8 that Michael now pulls out, which he duly does, and it is St Mirren. So the draw for the quarterfinals of this season's Viaplay Cup: Kilmarnock against Hearts, Rangers Livingston, Ross County Aberdeen, Hibernian against St Mirren. Those ties to be played during the period of September the 26th to 28th. So Kilmarnock get the they get the home draw, which bottom line is whoever they got was going to be tough, Cammy, given it's an all Premiership line-up in the quarterfinals. They'll be absolutely thrilled with the home draw, won't they?
Yeah, listen, their form here at Rugby Park's been great last season, but then they've continued that against 2 top teams so far this season. So, yeah, Richard, Derek McInnes will be delighted they're here at Rugby Park, and that'll be a brilliant game. Hearts obviously going really well at this moment in time, but so are Kilmarnock, so they'll be relishing the opportunity. They know that there's a semi-final at stake. They know they're very close to another trip to Hampden. So, yeah, it's a good draw for Kilmarnock, definitely.
Yeah. Pat, are you a little bit stunned that Celtic weren't in the last 8 there?
I'm stunned because of the way they played today, I think, more so. Not so much, of course, listen, there's going to come a time when they lose a game, that's for sure. But it's the way they lost the game today. They didn't create the chances and they didn't put Kilmarnock under pressure. Even when 1-0 down, they didn't do enough And that's the disappointment from him. And then coming off the bench, I didn't see anything that was going to come off to change it. Yang did okay, I must admit, when he came off. He was the one inspired one who down this left-hand side was doing something. But overall, it's a different way of playing under with Brendan Rodgers. No question about that. It's much more controlled, the building from the back and all that. But if you're set up the way Kilmarnock were set up today, then you're not bothered about that if they get the ball and they've got plenty of possession in their own half, high up the pitch. And if you put that gentle pressure on at times and then if you go and spring and win the ball back and you put the tackles in and so on, they're not hurting your goal. And that's what Celtic didn't do today, hurt Kilmarnock's goal.
For me, they played in front. Kilmarnock were quite happy with Celtic just passing the ball about in front of them, and they had a really good disciplined shape coming up, but I just felt as if Celtic today run out of ideas. They didn't create anything. For me, they didn't also change the way they were playing because it wasn't working. It was clear to see that it wasn't working. They weren't creating a number of opportunities. As Packy says, listen, Celtic will lose a game of football, but it was just disappointing the performance that they put in. And again, I felt as if they'd lost their identity a little bit today.
Yeah, and the intensity probably wasn't also there. That intensity where we've seen in the past. I know we made a big issue of that under Ange Postecoglou. That intensity wiped teams away. That was kind of almost missing today. And the passes was going in and coming back out again. There was nobody getting on the half turn, cutting them up. Only maybe a little bit in the second half when that was happening, but that didn't happen. That was down to Kilmarnock's structure, also defensive structure in that middle of the pitch. Didn't allow them to get those spaces and get turned and maybe allowed them to have plenty of ball in those wide areas. But then there was no crosses coming in because they don't have the height. So disappointing, you've got to say, Richard, from that point of view from Celtic. But listen, good luck to the teams as there. Kilmarnock delighted to have that home draw. Anybody coming here will find it really, really tough. And I think most teams in that draw wanted to avoid Kilmarnock. Of course, they wanted to avoid Rangers too at home. Livingston got them. So Rangers probably will be the favourites at the moment in this competition.
Yeah, but Kilmarnock will fancy their chances. Rangers clearly will be favourites for the home tie against Livingston, given what happened just a week ago, the 4-0 win then. Ross County Aberdeen looks to be a very, very interesting one. And Hibs St Mirren as well, because St Mirren have started the season in very fine form too.
Yeah, it's wide open, isn't it? It's wide open for some of these teams now to get themselves into a final. And they'll be really going all out for it because, cup competitions is important for the other teams. That's probably not going to maybe go and challenge for the championship other than Celtic and Rangers. Probably, who knows? It's a long season to go. Maybe I'm saying that too early in the season, but let's think about it. If you look back at the data and that, you're going to say that it's going to be either Celtic or Rangers for the league, but the cup competition is the one that other clubs want to win.
Well, yes, and they will all those teams that are in there, they will be eyeing that up right now. Just to recap, the draw then: Kilmarnock against Hearts, Rangers against Livingston, Ross County Aberdeen, Hibernian against St Mirren. The games are sledged to go ahead in the midweek, Tuesday to Thursday, September the 26th to 28th. There will be further details to come as to when the various games will be played, but some cracking ties there. Should be a really good quarter-final lineup, in fact, and we'll see how it all pans out. So just over a month's time that the sides have to wait. Nice to be through, nice to have that to look forward to, and to know that is in the back burner. But for the likes of Rangers, Hearts, Aberdeen, Hibernian, of course, European thoughts, as well as the league campaign, which will continue. There is a lot for all those sides to be looking after right now. Reaction to come from around the Crowns from the matches in the Viaplay Cup this afternoon. In the women's game, SWPL 1, full times from earlier: Hibs 4, Montrose Ladies 1, Partick Thistle 0, Glasgow City 3, Celtic 7, Hamilton 1, Hearts 3, Dundee United 0. Into the second half, it's Motherwell 0, Spartans 0, and at half time it's Rangers 1, Aberdeen 1. Rangers had gone ahead through Chelsea Cornet, but Bailey Hutchison with the equaliser on the stroke of half time. So while we're on air, we'll keep you across the scores in those matches. And as I say, we have got reaction to come from, well, first and foremost from that game Rugby Park. Brendan Rodgers live now with Al Lamont.
Brendan, commiserations, not the afternoon you wanted here. What was your assessment, I guess, of the 90 minutes you saw there?
Yeah, didn't do enough to win the game. We had a couple of good moments in the first half. We had some pressure in the second half. Yeah, well, we're disappointed with the goal. The goal comes from a throw-in, and even though we're down a man at the time, we should still... the ball shouldn't get that far. We have to win our duel and defend it better. And then probably on the other side of it, we didn't do enough when we had the ball, showed enough quality and enough personality when we have it. So yeah, I thought Jan come on and made a difference for us. He was direct. Haxa as well come in and he looked a threat when he was on the field. But other than that, we probably never had the quality to win the game.
How much of what you saw do you think was down to maybe some of your players not being at the top of their game, and how much down to Kilmarnock, who, as we talked about pre-match, have started the season superbly, haven't they?
Yeah. No, you have to give all the credit to Kilmarnock. They defended strong. They got their blocks in when they had to, and they took one of the few chances they had in the game. So you have to give them credit, but of course I have to analyse ourselves. And our quality wasn't good enough in the game.
We again mentioned pre-match that this was just your third game. It's Kelly's seventh. Was there an element, do you think, of Celtic still trying to get up to speed, whereas Kelly almost like look they've already hit their rhythm?
No. I think whenever you play for Celtic, you have to be up to speed. We had enough length of time over pre-season. We've played enough game exercises. We've had our games. So no, there's no excuses. We weren't good enough today.
You mentioned as well pre-match about incomings, outgoings, a couple of weeks left of the transfer window. Do you expect there still to be a fair bit of activity either way at the club?
Hopefully. I think you can see we need that quality. We've had quality go out of the building, so we definitely need that quality in. So, but the club, will work very, very hard to get the players in that can improve us and make us better, and that's something that, like I said, we'll do over the period of time now, between now and the close of the window.
Thanks for your time, Brendan.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Brendan Rodgers, he's acknowledging there he has got some work to do. Well, that's evidence, isn't it, Pat? And I mean, he was quite brutally frank about it there, and certainly in terms of the performance that you saw from your old team this afternoon. They are in need of a bit of surgery.
Yeah, and I think he was probably talking exactly what we were talking about. Described it as it is. The performance wasn't good enough. The quality was lacking today, which is, you don't normally see that about Celtic, to be perfectly honest, over the last period. He did mention Jan coming on, who did make, and we picked that out. Haksabanovic did okay when he came on, but it was a bit late in the day, to be perfectly honest. But you can't rely on just two players coming on. You rely on the rest of the players on the pitch to make the difference. And he selects a team to go out and play to a level that Celtic fans expect, and they didn't do it today, and that's why they're out of this competition. Whether he will get players in that will improve that, whether he'll have to work with the group of players that he has there to get their mentality right, because this is only the start of a season, and it's a long season. He's got to go into a Champions League where the expectations are high also. And he's got to retain that championship one way or the other. So a lot of hard work for Brendan Rodgers and the squad over the next period.
Absolutely, and it will be intriguing to see where he goes in terms of bringing the new faces. And we're hoping to hear from Derek McInnes shortly as he's wandering certainly back across the pitch there at Rugby Park. But Brendan Rodgers with work to do and not an awful lot of time to do it. We are less than a fortnight away, of course, from the end of the transfer window. You would imagine that there is a list there. There are players that they are keen to try to grab hold of, but getting deals done sometimes takes a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's been down in England. Listen, he knows that market really, really well, but it takes money and it takes commitment from players to come up here also. But I would expect him to bring in at least 2 players before the start of, before the Champions League, to be honest, to get them into a position where they're going to play and make an impact. Because he if he can't do it with the squad he has here now, then he will definitely need to go to the market, because that was not good enough today.
No, well, it certainly was good enough for Kilmarnock. Derek McInnes live with Al.
Congratulations, Derek. You must be incredibly proud of your players' performance and, of course, the result.
Absolutely. To beat such a top opponent at this stage of the season is you have to do a lot right. I'm really pleased with everything we saw today. I think we limited Celtic to too many opportunities. There's probably 3 games now, Rangers, Hearts and Celtic, where I think maybe my keepers had 2 shots in target. And it's testament to the work ahead of him in the defence, really, to allow that to happen. It's never comfortable when you're playing against so many good players. Celtic have the luxury of bringing on strong players, Haskabanovic and Yang, who comes on, players that can make a difference, fresh legs against tired legs. But I thought we dealt with the changes pretty well by and large. Delighted that we've get through the cup tie and we're in the draw, and we've got a home tie in the next round. So said to the players there, it's no point in beating Celtic if we don't go on and win it. Now, nobody will remember this result really if we don't go and win it, but it's good to see Rugby Park the way it was today.
Yeah, I mean, I know you won't, as much as you'll enjoy this moment and the start of the season you've had, you won't be getting carried away, but nonetheless, what have you done over the summer? What's been the key to you changing almost the philosophy, the psychology around here?
No, I think working with good players helps. I think we've got every player was signed, well, not every player, but the majority of the players were signed weren't playing at the last club. We also have 1 or 2 here playing regular now who weren't playing as much last season. But the ones that we brought in, I had the benefit of working with a couple of them before, in terms of Marley and Matty. Kyle McGuinness, we get him for a reason. We get him because he's had a few issues, but I've known Kyle since he was a teenager, and I know his qualities, and I know if I can get him on the pitch, he can help what we're trying to do here. So right throughout, Indaba, Finlay, these guys aren't playing at their last clubs, their previous clubs. So you want them to come here motivated. They want them to come here and enjoy it, and it is important that we try and manifest that and try and while we're all here, try and create something special. And what I think what has surprised me probably is, I think that how familiar and how together and how these relationships have formed so quickly. It's probably had to be with the level of opponent we've had. We've had to kind of really lean on that. But to get that level of performance that we've had in the last 3 games, really, so many players thrown together, I think we have a wee bit of an advantage over Celtic today. I think we looked a bit more, more kind of. Sure about what we're all doing, not sure what we're all doing, but I think we look probably more kind of as a squad, a bit more kind of familiar with each other, whereas Celtic are still probably pitching towards where they're going to be. Brendan will make a few signs between now and the window, and they'll get there. But for us, we feel as though we've got there probably a bit sooner than maybe we thought, and through the League Cup games being competitive, and I think that helped play out in the performance today. But we still need a goal. I'm delighted for Marley to score that type of goal. We've played these games without a familiar or recognised number 9 really. Marley and Matty are support players for a main striker, and they've had to take that burden of responsibility. So both lads have helped carry that threat for us today, and it was without a possession work that helped win the game today, but we still had good moments, and it was important that we showed that, particularly at home.
Recruitment's such a key part of the job, isn't it? And when you get it right, clearly it pays dividends. And I lost count of the amount of times in commentary I was saying, for instance, Corey Indaba looks a great signing for Derek McInnes. Lewis Mayo, bringing him in permanently, looks a great signing. It's brilliant when, as you say, you identify the players that you want and they all come in and they all click.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really pleased with what we've done. I'm delighted with the support we've had for the board. I think this feels like, there was an opportunity in the summer to put my squad together, and inherited a squad of players who a lot of them were under 2-year contracts, and great lads. We've done everything that was asked of us, as a squad, and they deserve a lot of praise. The ones who were here previously, winning the title, staying in the Premier League. But I know I'm no daft. I know the demand shifts. Once we stayed up, and this now everybody sees that this is now my team. Everybody's looking to see what we could do in the window to try and kind of put our stamp on things here a wee bit more, and I feel we've signed good lads. I think we've got a lot at a good age. I think that needs to be said. We've got Watkins at 32 and Vassell at 30, and they're the only two on that edge of it. We've got a lot of boys who, between 23, 24 and 27, that kind of, they're not wet behind the ears, they've played the games, but still good enough to maybe go another step. And I think the recruitment's been great. A lot of people deserve a lot of credit. We've missed out on loads, and you only hear about the ones you get, and sometimes it's frustrating. We're still trying to get more in the forward areas. So hopefully we can be confident of getting one or two in before the window closes. But great work for the players today, really pleased, and hopefully we can now maintain that up until the international break, and we've got what to do next week away at Motherwell.
Absolutely, you touched on it briefly already, so just briefly again, obviously Hearts in the next round, but like having beaten Celtic particularly, and obviously Rangers here, no one should hold any fear for these players.
No, I think if you're in a quarter-final, you're always going to get a tough opponent. I think the fact we're at home helps us. We're strength. I said to you at the top of the programme that us being at home, we've been brilliant at home over the piece, and that'll help us, I'm sure, on the day. But it's another tough game. Hearts will be a club that believe they can win it, but we actually believe we can win it as well. So there's an opportunity for both sets of players to go and win a cup tie again.
Good stuff, well done this afternoon. Cheers, Derek, all the best.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well done indeed to Derek McInnes. Said it's been a wonderful start to the season. We're going to get reaction from the other games in just a moment or two. Just finally on that though, Cammy, listening into Derek there, you can, like we all have known Derek a long time, all of us, and I think the fans will know exactly the type of man he is in terms of his football. He's just a pure football man. He knows it inside out, and having, well, just the way he talked to Al there, you can just see or imagine that kind of message being given over to the players, and they keep it simple, and puts a lot of emphasis on the kind of attributes that will ultimately, he believes, be successful.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you said, Richard, we all know Derek and the way he sets his teams up. They're always really difficult to beat. Very structured, very organised. But for me, what I think he has done, his recruitment's been really, really good during the summer. I think he's touched on it there. He's brought in a number of players that he's previously had a relationship, or he knows what type of person they are. He knows what he's going to get from these guys, and he's created a culture here at Kilmarnock. I firmly believe that they can go and win a cup, reach that top six spot. It's going to be difficult. Yes, there's going to be moments that they're going to have to get through, but listen, the start of the season, the belief that he's installed in these players, and he touched on it again as well in that interview there with Al, that there's a number of players that are coming here to prove a point. They've maybe previously not been playing at their clubs, and he's brought them there to give them the opportunity, to give them a platform to go and kickstart their careers again. And that's really important. When you get that opportunity as a player, you've got to go and take it. If you've missed out on football the previous season, it's important that you've got a manager who believes in you, and you go and take that opportunity, and all these Kilmarnock players are doing that at the moment.
They are indeed, and they have pulled off another fantastic result at the start of the season. Kilmarnock beating Celtic by 1-0. Marley Watkins with a goal, and Kilmarnock have been given a home tie against Hearts in the quarter-finals of the competition. Elsewhere, it's Rangers against Livingston, Ross County Aberdeen, and Hibernian against St Mirren. Earlier, Hearts with a 4-0 win against Partick Thistle. Brian Graham's own goal. Odell Afaya with a second. On his debut just before half-time, Lawrence Shanklin got his fourth of the season just after. Kyosuke Tagawa with the final goal 16 minutes from the end. So 4-0 win. The thoughts thereafter of Stephen Naismith.
Stephen, congratulations, well done. 4-0. I don't think that scoreline actually does it justice, because you created chance after chance after chance this afternoon.
Yeah, we did. Spoke before the game about the squad and how these games can be difficult after midweek, but credit to the squad, it was really good. Some of the newer players that have come in have had to wait for their moments, but they're also every day learning what exactly we want, and I think in spells today we've seen it very, very good. And it was more the off the ball stuff. I think for the majority of the day, the reaction of the players and the transition moments was brilliant, both when we had to get the ball back, but also when we won the ball, we moved it into space, and we managed to create an attack for ourselves. So overall it's been really good. A few boys got on the score sheet, and yeah, a pleasing day.
I'll ask you about a couple of players in particular. Alex Lowry, particularly the first half, and I know you've been keen to express to him the movement that he's going to be required in the first half, and for most of the second half as well, actually. We had that today, didn't you?
Yeah, I think for him, he's got great ability, and that's why we brought him here, because we know he's got that. He's probably not had enough game time for somebody his age. That's why he's in the situation he's in. But I think today was totally different to a couple of the performances he's had in the past in terms of, but it's learning, it's all learning, and today we put a big emphasis on him to do certain things, and I think today carried him out really well, which was great. And you've got to remember he's a big talent, but he's very young. And then there's others that came in. Odell for his debut.
He was the other one I was going to ask you about, because I know he was here on Thursday night watching. To put him in for his first start today, I mean, I would imagine just a short training session on Saturday, was it?
Yeah, so he's been around the group since Thursday, obviously, but in terms of pitch stuff, there's not been too much because we've had to recover. But again, we know his talents, we know what he brings, and I think you've seen a glimpse of it today. He's very powerful, he's aggressive in his defensive duels, but then he's got probably a more mature head than where he is in his footballing career, and that he makes the right choice majority of the times, which is great for us. So overall, Kenneth Vargas comes in as well, and he's had to be really patient, and I think in glimpses again today you see he's got some real quality. But all these guys we're talking about are young. It's about coaching them. They're going to make mistakes at times, but overall I'm pretty certain that over the course of this season they'll all be better players than they are right now.
You're into the last 8 now of the League Cup. You can park that for a couple of days. You need to look to Europe now, obviously. Pauk, what can you tell us about them, and what are their qualities? I know they play this evening at home, I think, in Greece.
Yeah, they've got a game tonight at 6, but they're a very good team. They've got real quality in their squad, and they've paid some big money for some of their players, so it'll be a difficult tie to get through, but we believe we've watched their games in recent times. That they're in the situation that we've found ourselves in the last round, that they've not had many competitive games, so we know what that feels like. We know that how that is for the players. So we've got to go, and I think in possession we've got to be good. We've got to be comfortable to take the ball and risk the ball at certain moments, and I think the other night our hold-up play to start our attacks was very good, and that's what gave us the foundations to go. So I think these elements of the game need to be important for us.
Stephen Naismith with Hearts' perspective. It was sadly for Partick Thistle a very, very disappointing day for them. This is what the manager Chris Doolan made of it.
Chris, a 4-0 beating today. I don't think actually 4-0 did it justice, did it? I mean, you must be really disappointed, certainly in the manner of some of the goals as well.
Yeah, of course, really disappointed. Hate losing goals. I hate the players hate losing goals, but we made mistakes, our own mistakes. Passing the ball back, and they keep picking us off. You play good sides. Championship sides would pick you off if you pass the ball back the way all the time. And you, especially when you step up a level and you play Premiership sides. We kind of gifted a couple of good chances, if not a couple of goals, which isn't like us. It's not something we normally do. We need to be a wee bit more on the front foot, play a wee bit more forward. But I felt as if, looking back to their first goal, it's an own goal. It hits off Brian's standing leg and goes in the back of the net, which is just, it sums up our day, to be honest. But yeah, sore one to take.
In terms of going forward, I mean, there wasn't a lot of chances at the other end as well. Why do you think that was today? Because the Thistle I watched last season was completely different from that.
Yeah, usually we do play further forward. We're on the front foot. Some of that's down to Hearts, I suppose. They stifle us. We try to shut up the middle of the pitch a bit better. But once, especially after we're a couple down, once we start trying to commit bodies forward, you see what happens. You see, if you play a team that's coming out of Europe, they start playing through you. But if we keep making those mistakes and passing it back the way, we're almost inviting more pressure, which you don't want to do. But I feel as if we didn't create anything today, so we have to be better at that. But ultimately, until they get their set play at the start, they were probing but couldn't find a way through. And we knew that would be the case. We knew that would be as long as we filled all those gaps. And we've done that, but then it's a set play, and it's 2 set plays that undo us at the start, in the first half, and that stifled us in terms of us going forward, because we knew we were always chasing the game after that.
In terms of moving forward, you know you have to go and be more offensive next week. You've got the league leaders, Queen's Park, coming to Firhill. What do you do? And is that the message you implore to your players? Because this is undoubtedly a learning curve for some of the players today.
It is, of course, and it is a learning curve for everybody. You know, you have to learn, move on. I think you see, like I said, when you open up and you go against these big clubs like this, you've got to take care of the ball a bit better, and we didn't take care of it well enough, and you get picked off. But then, you know, when we go back to the league business next week, you know, we can commit people forward. We will want to, we'll be at home. I would expect us to play in a different manner in terms of looking after the ball, but I can't fault the attitude and, you know, the effort. Everybody tries, nobody goes out there not to try. Everybody gave everything. It's just that Hearts are a good side, and they stopped us, and they made it really, really difficult for us, even to build our own play, which normally we're quite good at.
Appreciate your time, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Chris Doolan. So Hearts just strolling to victory in the end. Brian Graham's own goal, Odell Afaya, Lawrence Shankland and Kisuke Tagawa with the goals. Hearts are through, and we now know, of course, that they will face a tough one in the quarterfinals. They'll be away to Kilmarnock in the last day, late in September. The other game that was a 2 o'clock kick-off was at Easter Road. Hibernian going in front through Ellie Yuan, his third of the season. Callum Smith equalised for Wraith Rovers, but within 60 seconds the Edinburgh side had gone back up the pitch and had restored their advantage. It was one they were to hang on to. Wraith Rovers also having Liam Dick sent off just at the end. So Hibs through 2-1. The reaction of their assistant manager, Adam Owen.
Firstly, that was a strong Stern test, wasn't it? Albeit, obviously, you had made a lot of changes after midweek as well.
Yeah, they always are. The cup games are never easy, irrespective of who you play now. Especially after the highs of Thursday night and going through, it's always the same. You know, it's a difficult one for the lads mentally with the travel, but you know, as we know and from previous years, you know, getting through the cup is never easy. But it's we're in the next round. That's what it's about.
What can you take from that performance moving into what's obviously a massive game?
Obviously, the key was really in terms of trying to get through the game. With the result first and foremost, but obviously on the back of that, trying to manage the lads really in terms of the minutes played and trying to use the squad to its best really. And I think the manager did that with the way that the changes happened, so it worked out quite well for us.
It's always important for new guys coming in to make their mark. Dylan Venti, of course, gets the winner coming off the bench. Yeah. How important do you see that in terms of the contribution you expect him to make?
No, absolutely. He's obviously been brought in because of his goals. You know, we did a lot of research on Dylan before he came in. You know, and throughout his career, he's been a goal scorer. He seems, you know, thankfully he started here. In the same vein of form, so for us we sort of knew what we were getting to a certain extent. You never actually really know until he comes through the door, but you know, not just Dylan, even in terms of Doigi and Adam, you know, everybody's been contributing, and I think it leaves us pretty strong in that area.
You're through in the cup. I think every Hibs fan leaving here started immediately drifting to Wednesday. Aston Villa, I believe they've won 4-0 today. I believe John McGinn was man of the match, just to add a little bit more spice. How would you describe the sense of occasion and the size of the task that you have there?
Yeah, it's where this club wants to be. You know, everybody that's involved in football wants to be pushing through into the group stages and through progressing through the rounds. So we know, you know, if it wasn't Aston Villa at one point, it was Besiktas or Juventus or whoever it was at this playoff round. So they're very, very difficult, and you know, Aston Villa are the favourites for the tournament outright, and rightly so with the budget that they have. So it's a fantastic occasion for the club. Hopefully it puts the club on the map in terms of, you know, being at the upper echelons of the European playoff stages, and I think that's where the club really strive to be, and why not? You know, that's what it's all about, and the excitement will build now towards that game, and you know, we'll just try and be focused and try and prepare the lads as best we can to take on a really, really good challenge that the lads deserve after, you know, going through the mill over the last, you know, 2 rounds.
Given everything you've described there, most people you know will write you off. What do you think is going to give the players, the squad, the belief to go in there and believe that they can do it?
Yeah, it's the underdog mentality, which, you know, thankfully
We speak to the lads a lot about that really in specific games. In terms of my own career, I've been the underdog in many different clubs and situations and national teams, and I think it gives you a real opportunity to thrive and literally take a little bit of pressure off yourselves when you go into these games. So I think it's a great challenge for us, not only just as a players but also as a coaching staff.
Adam Owen, the Hibernian assistant manager. Big midweek rather ahead. Hibernian against Aston Villa Wednesday. It's Rangers against PSV on Tuesday. Hearts against PAOK. Haken against Aberdeen on Thursday. It is going to be a busy old week, and let's hope for more success like we had in the midweek just past. Right, let's round things off for this afternoon by hearing from Raith Rovers. They pushed Hibernian but lost out narrowly to that Dylan Vente winner. Ian Murray with his thoughts after the game.
I suspect you'll take quite a lot out of the performance, pushing Hibs very closely.
Yeah, I said that pre-match in terms of the game itself. I want us to come here and show what we can do, and I felt we'd done that after the first 7 or 8 minutes where Hibs had all the ball. After that, I felt we controlled the first half without creating loads of chances, but we limited Hibs to pretty much zero as well, so that was really encouraging for us. Second half, we knew Hibs were going to come at us. I think we saw the quality in their side when you have Joe Neal sitting on the bench coming on, Vente coming on. Johan's always a danger, but over the piece of the game I felt we were good for a draw. Disappointed we didn't get that, but full credit to the players.
There's always fine margins, and you had a few of those. I think you hit the post at one point, and maybe a couple of decision-making moments that might have just made a difference.
Absolutely, football is about decision-making, and the more good ones you make, the easier the game becomes and the quicker decisions you make. But yeah, we hit the post at one end and Hibs got the other end, and Kevin makes a wonderful save, and then we come into the game, we get our goal, and we felt we deserved to be level at that stage. But Hibs, again, we'll have to give credit to the opposition. They showed their quality regardless. We know they spent a lot of money on players, at £800,000 on a player that scores and 400 grand on another player that scores, and it's a lot of money. We don't have that budget. We certainly can't go and pick these players from other teams and do that, but credit to Hibs as well. They can only beat what's in front of you and they'll be happy.
I'm sure it won't be lost on you, not just the environment you were in today, but the fact that your players responding to going behind as well in the way they did.
Yeah, they've done that all season. We've been a lot of games where we've been in the face of adversity and we've really came through. It's fantastic to see. It's what good teams are all about. Another day we come out here in the next round of the Cup, and I think if that had happened, nobody would have grudged us that in the way that we played. The players, as I said to them in there in changing room, don't let the confidence drain from you, because that was a really, really good performance at a top level Premiership team who are looking to top 3, top 4, and they're also in the last stages of European qualification.
How will you use that performance going forward now? I think it's Dunfermline away next.
Yeah, another local derby, second of the season. We have to keep these standards high. We have to keep the demands high within the changing room. If we play like that in our league, then we'll be okay. It's a long season. There's a lot that's going to happen in it. We know there'll be certain games where we're not quite at it, maybe below par, but certainly so far this season, I can't speak highly enough of the players.
Thanks, well done. Cheers.
Thank you.
It is the first defeat of the season for Raith Rovers. That was Ian Murray, their manager. Hibernian 2, Raith Rovers 1, Hearts 4, Partick Thistle 0, Kilmarnock 1, Celtic 0. All the SWPL action, news, goals, results at the website bbc.co.uk/sportscotland, and you can see the highlights on Monday night at 7 o'clock on the BBC Scotland channel. In the wake of the Viaplay Cup second round matches over the weekend, this is the draw for the quarterfinals. Kilmarnock against Hearts, Rangers against Livingston, Ross County against Aberdeen, and Hibernian at home to St Mirren. Those ties to be played in the midweek, Tuesday to Thursday, 26th to 28th of September. And that is it. We have brought you comprehensive coverage right across the weekend. The quarterfinal draw is now known, and we look forward to those ties taking place next week. It's all about Europe midweek. There'll be full coverage right across online, radio and television right here on BBC Scotland. In the meantime, from me, Richard Gordon, and the rest of the Sports Sound team, enjoy your Sunday evening.